Welcome back to the Toxic Masculinity Show. I am your host, MoneyBoy Trey. Today is the 33rd episode of the Toxic Masculinity Show. If any of you people are out there are big in numerology, you know the significance of three and the number 33 especially. So hopefully this turns out to be a special show. Today we're going to talk about the Jacob Blake decision. We're going to talk about the protest that took place in Washington yesterday, and we can talk about the Democrats now taking over in Georgia. I wasn't planning on talking about any of this stuff particularly, but I saw XP yesterday, whose thumbnail inspired this post. I also saw he went live, even though I didn't watch it because I didn't want to taint what we were going to do today. But I've seen Jalen Rose and Doc Rivers and Marcellus Wiley and Shannon Sharp and everybody who's been rich for the past 10, 15, 20 years give their opinion on this. And I had to chime in. I didn't want to, but for some reason, I had to. Something told me, Trey, you got to coon today. And when I say I'm going to coon today, for the people that's been rocking with me, you know, when I say I'm going to coon, it means I'm going to have critical observation of niggas. So, Tony, where you want to start? The
Right.
protest first? You want to start with the Jacob Blake decision?
Uh, let's start with the Jacob Blake situation. Um, says Jacob Blake shooting officer who shot Jacob Blake will not be charged. And we've been here
So,
many times. We've been here a many time before with these same scenarios. And at some point, we just gotta understand that this is the norm. Like this is what goes on. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm not making excuses for any police officer that does these things or anything. And I knock on wood when I say this. My thing is, I've yet to experience that type of brutality or those type of things in my adult lifespan. And
you've
one thing I
experienced
learned, huh?
you've experienced it or you've seen it.
No, I have yet to experience dealing with an officer that belligerent or that um, on that level. And one thing I learned from watching your show, that a point you brought up is that Black people, we tend to try to argue points or make statements out of emotions. And I think about the times that I was pulled over by the police. And I always remember what my wife said at the end of the day. She used to tell me, so what if you look like a punk? So what if you feel like a punk for standing down? Or so what if even if you what you're gonna ask is your right? Or so what if even if you're gonna, say something that may be truthful? She's like, at the end of the day, your job is to get back home. And I had to inadvertently flip that on my wife too. My wife's from LA. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Two what could be considered some of the hardest cities in America, right? Hold on, folks. But growing up in the streets, I learned that people were willing to die for what they called, and I'm putting quotations up again, respect. And I forgot what show that was. Oh, it was Everybody Hates Chris. When the dad told Chris, he said, respect out of fear is not respect. Yeah, they'll respect you, but just because they're afraid of you. And when they're not around you, they won't respect you anymore. They will only respect you in your face because they're afraid of you. And I think for a large portion of our people, we want we're willing to die for what we consider respect. but that respect is not the kind of respect that you think you're getting. When you be barbaric in those instances and you try to throw your weight around, you're going after respect out of fear. And honestly, there's no fear from a police officer because he's been given the legal right according to the laws of this country to be the authoritator, to have the upper hand. So you will never fear him into respecting you. It's just not gonna happen. He has the upper hand, and anyone that has the upper hand, you can't force them into respecting you out of fear. And I feel like when I look at these instances, I don't think no man should die. I don't believe in that, and it's very sad. But I see a common thing that goes on when I watch these videos, except for one. The one video I saw, and again, I only saw that one video, and I know there probably was other videos, but the George Floyd, I saw a man dying on the side of a street while being respectful to this police officer, as this police officer is literally taking his life. He wasn't cursing, he wasn't being belligerent, he was saying sir and officer. Out of all, and me and my wife, because my wife has a criminal justice degree, she was actually on the police force. She started off interning, and she quit because her first intern case was the Leicester Street murders here, and she was just like, I can't do this. I have too big of a heart for this. And she was just like, if you have a big heart, being a police officer or a detective is just not the job for you, because you're not going to be able to separate the two. And a lot of these police killings that went on, we got into heated arguments because I felt like a lot of times she was taking the sides of the police officers because she was a detective intern with a criminal justice degree on the MPD force, interning to eventually done interning and to become a detective.
All
So
right, so I got this one for you. So I just want to make a point about what you said with George Floyd. Then I'm gonna ask you a question. Then I'm gonna move to
okay,
Kevin. With George Floyd, what we saw that him being nice after the fact. He was being an asshole before, but there's no need to relitigate that. And are you saying that you're not satisfied or you're disappointed with the Jacob Blake verdict?
um I'm it's not that I'm not satisfied, is that I'm not surprised is what I'll say. Um we've seen this so many times, and there's yet to be any justice or what we would consider justice as a whole in these situations.
I
And
think justice was served, but I'll let you know why after Kev, what hillbilly Kevin? What is your take on the Jacob Blake not being prosecuted? I mean, not the officers not being prosecuted in the Jacob Blake case.
Well, Money Boy Trey, boy, I got something to tell you. I'm not really familiar with the situation with Jacob Blake. I really came on here to talk about yesterday at the Capitol. But
We're gonna get back to
can
you
you
then, Billy.
okay?
We
Can you
got
can you can you brush me up to speed with this Jacob Blake situation, sir?
you. Okay, well, Jacob Blake was a young man that he was shot 7 times in the back by police. They say as he was getting in his car. But the part that and I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna fill you in, Hillbilly, as I tell XP why I feel justice was served. Justice was served in the Jacob Blake case because the officers aren't charged, and neither is Jacob Blake. Now, keep in mind, Jacob Blake had the charges that he had warrants for previous to his encounter with police dropped, and he also has the charges that took place with the shooting dropped, and he's become a millionaire. But just to recap, Jacob Blake, he had a sexual assault warrant out on the very same lady that called the police on him that day. He was
Now,
not
Money,
supposed to be around that lady.
now, Money Boy,
He was. Hold on, Hillbilly. Let me finish giving you the context. So he had a sexual assault warrant out. The same woman that had the warrant out called the police the same day he was shot. The same day he was shot, they said it was a knife. I'm not sure about it, but I do know it was kids in the car, and I do know had this man not been shot, he would have gotten in his car and potentially took the police on a high speed chase. We don't know if those kids were in the car voluntarily or involuntarily. So he did wrong prior to this incident. After he's not being charged for any of the shit, he became a millionaire. I say even swap, no swindle.
Well, Money Boy Trey, do you mind if I give you a rebuttal?
Go ahead, white man.
Well, typically, when you're dealing with the criminal element, whether it's blacks, whether it's whites, typically in these situations, the individual who is shot is encountered with, typically a lot of times incompetence on the officer's part. However, a lot of these men or women are engaging in some sort of criminal act. You never hear about black doctors, black engineers, black affluent blacks in the country getting pulled over and harassed indiscriminately. Same thing with whites. A lot of blacks who I work with on my construction sites, we argue all day long. It was actually a fist fight yesterday, and I'm trying to argue the point that not only blacks but poor whites are harassed, and or a lot of times we're breaking the law when the police have pulled us over 90 something percent of the time, sir. What say you, sir?
First of all, Hillbilly Kevin, you sound a bit light skinned, and everything you said is correct. I can agree with that sentiment. XP, what do you think about what I
Money Boy
said?
Trey, I'm a straight redneck, sir. Go ahead.
You sound
Well,
light
here's
skinned. What do you
the
think
thing.
about my take on saying that neither side was charged because he got a sexual assault case just thrown
Right.
out. They
And, and-
he had a warrant for it, which was one of the reasons he was taken into custody that day as well. And he
right.
was also violating the restraining order.
Right.
All this shit got thrown out.
Well, here's the thing. I think the reason why they were able to throw that out and call it an even swap is in my opinion, because he lived. I felt like they were intending on him dying from them 7 gunshots. They didn't expect that he would survive. And I think to keep from having a outright war about the situation, they made a political move that was best for them. Hey, we're gonna drop
Question.
your time. Huh?
Question. You said you think they weren't expecting him to live, but you do realize all the restraint that they showed prior to shooting him. They did not shoot him until he got in the car and grabbed something and was trying to get in the car and take away. They
Right.
showed plenty of restraint, so we can't frame it as if they were just out to kill a nigga that day. They didn't.
No, I'm not saying.
Had he just
I'm
turned
not saying.
himself in, he wouldn't have been shot.
Right. No, I'm not saying that they were out to kill him, but I am saying once they pulled the gun out and start shooting, they are trained to kill. Is what I'm saying, and it was just by a miracle that he survived his gunshot wounds. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying they showed up to the scene like, hey, we finna kill us a nigga today, and then we're gonna go beat our meats about it because we're excited that we shot another nigga. No, I think they did what they felt they needed to do under the training that they had. And again, and what I say to that is, before we pin the blame on solely the officers, we have to go back to the kind of training that these guys get. You know, and again, my wife, you know, served on the police force, got a criminal justice degree, so she went through 4 years of college. It took her 4 years of college to get a criminal justice degree, and she said very little time in training before they put her out in the field on a major criminal case at that. So she's in agreement as someone who has a degree and someone who was on the police force. She agrees that training needs to be better and it needs to be longer. Now, she didn't go into all the details of what the training consists of, but she did say that, in her opinion, it needs to be longer training. And I feel like that because of the training they had when they saw him reaching the car, they felt they needed to draw weapons. And they, again, and from what she said, when the police draw, their intent is to take you down.
Yeah, they don't
They're
pull
not
out the
gonna,
gun unless they're planning to use it.
Do
Typically,
you mind
some.
if I interject?
Go ahead, and
right.
Chris. Chris. We have to be fair now. Officers are to blame sometimes because they do overreact. They come to the scene aggressive. So can we at least be fair on that, Chris? Go ahead, Hillbilly.
Well, XP is a smart boy.
Why you got to be a boy? First of all, sir, we're grown men.
Right.
My thing is that when will the burden of responsibility ever fall on the people? You know, when are people going to train their children on how to engage police officers, whether they're black, white, whatever race they are?
I'm not gonna. I ain't gonna. Anyway, what are your thoughts? I'm not gonna even address that. You should have brought 777 on to be the racist guy, Hillbilly. But so you said you came on to talk about what went on in the Capitol. Speak your speech.
Well, I think what went on in the Capitol is just another indication of how the left has, for all intents and purposes, ruined this great country. Now, here goes these people. They are actually protesting the actual source of their problem, which is the vote. Now, they went down there and they informed people that they were coming to a public building. They entered a public building. Yes,
Sir, I don't think they informed people. That's why there wasn't a heavy police presence there expecting them, which
sir.
is kind of smart on their part. You don't announce your fucking intentions before you do it. Like part of protesting is not getting a fucking permit. It's sporadic. And Hillbilly Jim, let me ask you a question, sir.
Yes, sir.
Why do you call yourself Hillbilly? That would be like me calling myself nigger money boy Trey.
Well, I'm a redneck. I like the word hillbilly. That's what they called me in grade school on up.
Sir, I didn't know hillbillies lived in Cleveland. XP, go ahead though. What are your thoughts about what took place? Because again, your post inspired the thumbnail and just went on and triggered me to go ahead and do this. Plus Doc Rivers and LeBron James and the rest of these rich ass millionaires telling us how hard it is to be a black man, while them and
Right.
their kids are in the
Was
NBA.
my so my hillbilly accent wasn't on point, huh, Money Boy Trey?
No, I mean you're not good at being a racist. You
Oh.
got to get your statement on for that.
And I have to go back and reference. So I put a post on there yesterday. I said, I told you not to shoot all your bullets on New Year's. Stay woke. And let me say
Not
this:
that, not that one. The one about Black Lives Matter at the Capitol and the officer Blarney running away.
oh yeah, okay. So the Capitol during Black Lives Matter protests, and then Capitol Hill today. Here's the thing, and I tend to look at things from a different perspective since I've been in media for over 15 years.
I don't know,
And I'm
sir. I don't know, sir. The way that you that means looks like you picked a side. I'm just saying.
well, I also too, as media, I post stuff to get a reaction out of people, to have conversations,
Oh, okay.
and
You
yeah.
worked, sir, because you got me in coon mode. Kevin said, I don't know if you noticed, but I went back to vintage. I went to MAGA hat and the
Yeah.
speakerphone with the mic.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just, as a marketing person, this is how you open the door for conversations. You put something there and you don't say nothing, and then you let people have their way with how they feel about it.
Okay,
and
I
that's
thought you were a damn Democrat for a second there. I was about to say, ooh.
well, history has showed us that the Democrats have really not gave a damn about us. And I saw something yesterday that said that it was the efforts of the black church and black people that got Biden in office and got these two Democrats elected in Georgia. So now we're gonna hold you accountable. And people didn't like what I had to say. I said, yeah, it may have been, in your opinion, the black church. I said, but in my opinion, part of the biggest disappointment in Black America is the black church, because for organizations that have been around for hundreds of years, what impact has it really made on Black of America other than to be a large gathering to collect money?
Right.
And people,
I'm not upset about the Democrats winning it because now it's show and prove time. There is no, you can't blame
right,
Republicans for the 2000. Like, let's see what y'all are going to do. America, pay attention. Y'all said y'all needed the House and the Senate and all of that. You got it. Let's see what these people give you, and
right.
let's see if they don't hold up to their promises. Will you vote Democrat again in 4 more years? So I'm not against it at all. Show and prove time.
Yeah, no, I won't. And I wasn't fooled by the Obama era. I didn't vote for Obama. Um, and I told somebody on the other day that the 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 Democrats, or I said, here's what I felt Obama did is the reason why these two Democrats won in Georgia. Because if you look at the marketing and the media side of what helped get those two guys to win, there's a black woman at the forefront that everybody's praising her like she's the savior and Jesus of this world. And Stacy, I can't pronounce her last name. I'm bad with names, but they're putting her on this pedestal. And I said that's one of the main reasons why I feel like Obama became president. He tapped into the sexual sensualness of the black woman. And I said, if you look at his career as a president, that's basically what he was, a smooth talking, nice suit wearing, swagger walking guy who was full of empty promises, but the women loved him because most women would be like, yeah, I'd sleep with him. So you rested on that and didn't really pay attention that he really didn't do nothing. And if you look at the numbers that they want to say, oh, he had this amount of numbers was great, this was great. I said, yeah, because he sold America out to foreign countries with these relationships. And so, and I said this, I said, there are some things about Trump that I don't agree with, but one thing I think what people took the wrong way is when he said make America great. What Trump wanted to do was bring things back to America, where product was made here, jobs was created here. That's what made America great again, when we could separate from foreign policies that we've been sold out to, just so a president can say, I did this and I did that, and my numbers look great. So yeah, the numbers may have looked great during the Obama administration, but it was at the hands of selling the country out to where we're not exporting very little of anything out of this country. Everything is being imported. And it used to be a time where America was thriving and we were exporting goods out of this country at a larger number than what it is now.
But what? So, what is your take on what went on at the Capitol? Do you think the protesters there were treated differently than Lives Matter protesters, and why do you think that?
Well, here's the thing. I I I think what happened yesterday goes back to what you said. See, the issue with black people is, and I think you may have alluded to this a few minutes ago. They went there and they went through what we call the so-called proper channels. They told these people they were coming. They went and got these permits and they did all this stuff. So if they're your, let's go back to war. If they're your enemy and there's a problem, why would you warn them that you're coming? You gave them time to prepare. They knew you were coming. They knew how the media had painted you, so they were prepared for you. These people just showed up, right? So they were not prepared. And I don't care who you are. See, I've done security. I've done security for years, right? As a security officer, there ain't much you can really do. So when you see I think I seen a guy that was outnumbered and he ran. At the end of the day, security guard, police officer or not, you're still human at the end of the day. And sometimes you're not gonna make a sound decision when you actually are scared. Some
And
might actually
might
pull the
I point
gun out
out,
to get the popping.
and might I point out, with all the shit that's been going on with police brutality, what other response are police supposed to do? Remember the white police officers that got fired for pushing down the old white guy and broke his hip, and they ended up all resigning. So it happens to white people too. They're killed more by police. So with all the spotlight on police brutality against everyone, what do they expect the police to do? When they run, it's a problem. If they fight back, it's a problem. And nobody's talking about the four people that have died. I know at least one, the first person that died was shot, a Trump supporter, a woman who was, I think, a healthcare worker or some shit. She was shot in the face and killed by Capitol Hill police.
If
Go
you
ahead,
if
Trey.
you
Right.
What
take
do you think about what's been going on?
oh,
Or
I think it's a huge mixing bowl of a bunch of bullshit, and everybody's got their spin. But if you take any animal, if you take any human being, no matter whether they're a police officer or a protester or whatever it may be, in a group and somebody runs, it automatically triggers your most basic animal instincts. It's predator prey. It's flight or fight, fight or flight. And if you're in a group of somebody, a bunch of people, somebody runs, you automatically want to chase after them. It doesn't even matter if they did anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if something went wrong. You automatically think that they're your prey. It triggers something in your head. Now put a gun in somebody's hand and put a microphone in somebody's hand and see what happens. Nothing good is going to happen. I'm 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 on board with protest and going straight to the source. And the reaction that I think you're seeing is the establishment, the controlled politicians, the people that are pulling the strings, completely going against the idea of the First Amendment and protest and
democracy.
grievance addressed by the government.
Democracy. And let me point out that of the four white people that have died, none of their parents are out claiming police brutality, white lives matter, and none of that. And they have a legitimate gripe because white people are killed more yearly by the police. They're
What
not out here. Go ahead.
what did the other three people die of? What were the circumstances? I've only seen the girl that got hit by the rubber bullet.
You know what? To be perfectly honest, the only TV I watch is like ESPN and FS1, and I have the shit on mute. I don't know what happened. I only knew about the one like you, but all morning since I've been up at 5:30, I've been seeing ESPN and FS1 talk about four people have died during these protests. Shout out to Marcellus Wiley and Speak for Yourself for being the only sports show to stick to sports and not talk about this political bullshit. You got Doc Rivers and all these rich motherfuckers talking about if it had been all black protesters, it wouldn't have went down this way. Well, what happened in the neighborhood where Ahmaud Arbery was killed? Didn't the black people go down there armed in a militia and nothing happened? Didn't black people protest for months and burn up buildings and police stations and nothing happened?
Well, I
Like,
mean,
didn't they tear up Washington and burn up a church? Aren't they still protesting out in Portland right now?
well, MoneyBoy Trey, like even take it back over 50 years ago when the Black Panther Party literally walked into California state capitol armed to the T. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
Yeah. So I had to remind I had a lot of people yesterday calling me mad at me because they're like, "Yeah, motherfucker, you're the reason why Trump is in office, etc." I mean, my own friends were cussing me out on my DMs and text messages, and I had to remind them. I said, "Black people were literally the Black Panther Party literally walked into the state capitol with semi-assault rifles. What are you talking about? Black people could definitely do the same thing that whites can do."
Bro, they were in Stone Mountain, Georgia, not too long ago. Nothing happened.
Right.
There are black, what do you call? There are black, not ARA, but there are black gun club owners and groups, and they practice this shit all the time in every city across America.
Right.
The only difference
Sports fucking shows are pushing this narrative. That's terrible. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The only difference that we're really talking about these groups and these protests, so to speak, is what's their aim? What's their strategy? What are they trying to accomplish? They were talking about insurrection and riots and violence and all this stuff. Well, if they wanted violence, if it was an actual coup, if it was an insurrection, they could have got it done. They could have got it done quick. If you've got that many people that could be armed that walked up to the Capitol, they could have taken out any of those assholes in a second. They could have opened fire and surrounded the whole place and killed every representative they wanted to. That's not what happened.
But
that's not what happened.
They didn't want to be violent, and they haven't been violent all across the country, but the media keeps making it seem like Trump supporters are out here carrying tiki torches, tearing shit up. And even when the president told them to go home, what happened?
They went home.
They went home. The Black Lives Matter people, when they were told to go home and come back 8 hours later and exercise your constitutional American rights, they didn't want to do that.
I think we fall into a trap when we think of like this as Republicans versus Democrats, because there's just as many slimy and corrupt and bought off and controlled Republicans. Well, I won't say as many, but nearly as many as the Democrats.
Yes, it is, because Trump called out a lot of them yesterday.
Right. And Trump, I don't even think it's appropriate to even think of Trump as necessarily a political actor or a Republican. He's more like a voice and a figurehead
for the people.
Yeah, against the media and the corrupt government establishment that we've got and we've had in this country for the last 70, 80 years.
Speaking of which, Trump officially was banned off IG and Facebook indefinitely today.
Oh, really?
You take it to Capitol Hill, you take it to Washington, D.C., and you just confront them peacefully and with words and with signs and with protest in the spirit of American democracy, and these people start shaking their boots. Now all of a sudden it's getting real, and they're going to twist everything, and they're going to frame people, and there's going to be red flags, and there's going to be narratives pushed. They're going to start to villainize people that just want grievances addressed by the government. You walk up to them and you try to talk to them, and they're shaking their boots. You can see the same thing with like First Amendment auditors when they go to police stations, or when they talk to police at like investigations, or want to film police on the side of the road. You go to a post office and try to film inside, they freak the fuck out.
Right.
Government is not our friend. No actor. No actor.
Mario J.
What's going on, brother?
Nothing much, man. Just cooning as usual, sir. What say you?
Hey, I just got here, man. I'm in and out of the conversation. So in reference to I guess the Trump supporters storming the Capitol yesterday.
Americans, sir, Americans. Because what they did will affect all Americans, future, present, now, past. That's how America was founded, Americans, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So Trump supporters, like I said, what the fuck you talking about?
So Biden supporters are Black Lives Matter and all the people that put up the ruckus, right?
Are they? You tell me. I didn't make that statement. You did.
I'm asking you because
I made the statement that I wanted to make, so you can make the statements you want to make.
Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead, player.
No doubt. So the Americans, that decided to rushed the White House yesterday. To me, what's the end result? You know what I mean? That would be a question I would propose to a lot of people or whatever case may be. A lot of things are going around in reference to the narrative that if it was a black people led push into the White House that they would open fire. I don't know anybody that would disagree with that right now.
But they did. A white lady was shot in the face, and 3 other people have been killed as well.
I'm talking about the whole mob. I'm talking about the whole mob of people. As you can see, the security guard or whatever you want to call them was steadily going from level to level, and it was in the front. It was no black people in the front.
What do you expect them to do with all the heightened scrutiny on police brutality?
Well, you pull out your service weapon and you either fire a warning shot or you pull it out and let them know that the next action is going to be for me to fire my weapon. I mean, there are many things. So what?
You know, police do not do warning shots. If they pull out their weapon, they're supposed to use it.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Hey, Mario, do you think
you ever seen somebody pull out their hold on? You ever seen a police officer pull out their weapon and tell you to get on the ground and they give you instructions from there? So they do tell you that is a warning. You either abide by what it is that I'm saying.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to discharge their weapon.
That's not a warning shot. You said shoot off a warning shot.
Well, I mean, shit. Well, I mean, how else you gonna stop them? You gotta let them know you're serious, don't you?
But it's against police protocol. It's against police protocol.
So here's the thing.
We have a problem with them running away. One man running away. We have a problem with that. One man facing a mob. We have a problem with him doing that because he's the police and he got a limited amount of bullets.
First of all, I don't have a problem with him. I think what we need to look at is you're inside the White House. You're inside the nation's capital. There has to be a severe.
It wasn't the White House.
They were inside the White House.
It was the state capitol.
Okay, my bad. But my thing about it is, if you're saying, okay, things are not going to be escalated quicker because they're in the state capitol than they would in a department store. I believe that there are certain protocols that they got to follow. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think the dude was even trained on at that level because I just by how he reacted. Because I'm
Mario,
not gonna go running if I have a weapon.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So the Capitol building is where our representatives, taxpayers, citizens, where our representatives and senators meet to vote on bills that affect us, right?
Understood.
We pay for the maintenance of that building. We paid for that building. We pay the all the people that work there. We supply it with all the things that they need. We pay the security guards. Do you think that it's inappropriate or illegal for citizens to go to the Capitol building and be inside of it?
I don't think it's inappropriate or illegal.
So then what's the issue?
I think the issue is that when you have a mob of people that are out of control and they're not following directions,
how are they out of control?
You cannot force your way up the stairs if you're giving guidance from someone that's in authority, an authority figure inside that state capitol. If they say, I
just asked you if it was okay for citizens to address Congress and the people, their servants supposedly, in a building that we pay for, and now you're telling me they can't.
Okay, hold on. Address them or rush the building. That's two different things.
Well, what is rush? What does that mean?
A mob of people. Hold on. A mob of people moving through the state capitol uncontrollably, and someone that's an authority figure inside of that building telling them to halt. Then that's out of control. Then they should be allowed to use force.
But Mario, they have every right to enter into that building, sir.
If what you consider to be an authority figure tells them that they can't go in, then you don't agree with them being there at all.
I'm not telling them they can't go in. I'm saying there's a way you go in. If I bring a bunch of people to your house and you say, okay, well, hey, we all coming to your house. Can we stand outside your house?
My house is private property. Taxpayers.
No, we don't come on your property. We stand in the street, but we're in front of your house.
Well, your analogy is baseless because it's not the same.
Mario, Do you think that Americans waited for permission from Britain to or England to have the Boston Tea Party? Do you think that was allowed? They were supposed to do that? They didn't break any laws by going there. They didn't break any laws by converging on the state capitol. We all could do it today. All the Democrats, since y'all think it's a Trump thing, all the Democrats could do the same exact thing. There were black people out there too, but let the media tell it. That was number white people.
Well, nobody said it was nothing but white people. I'm
Yeah,
saying
the
that
media is portraying it that way, not you per se. The media is portraying it that way, as if all Trump supporters are white. That's all they keep showing on the news are white people.
okay. So let's rewind a little bit. Let me ask you guys a question. So you're telling me that if we're all in agreement that they should be allowed to go to the state capitol, whether it's herds or whether it's one person, et cetera, et cetera. What is the end result? What is the purpose?
The purpose is, Mario, is that they're practicing their constitutional right to assemble.
Okay, so they're assembling, and by doing that, they're now rushing up the stairs and having a security guard. I'm sure at that particular time, fearing for his life.
It's our building.
It's the people's building. They have every right
He didn't
to, no matter
threaten
if
him.
it's rushing in there or walking in there.
That security guard wasn't threatened. He just was scared because he saw a
You
group
keep.
of Americans.
He wasn't threatened. He just was scared.
No, nobody harmed us. No police officers or people were harmed. They didn't go trying to kill or shoot people. Nobody had their weapons drawn as they went into this building, as the media is portraying.
Have you ever been in front of a mob of people before?
Yes,
Okay, so if you're in front of a mob of people, you know you're not controlling that mob by you alone.
but that still doesn't mean that mob has ill intent.
It doesn't mean
Every protest is a mob.
You don't know what the intent of that mob was. You don't know what the intent of, and you don't
That's
know
why
how that
I'm
man
not
felt.
mad at that guy for running. I'm not mad at him for not pulling his weapon and running. I'm not upset at that.
Okay, but you saying that he wasn't threatening. I'm saying that's a threatening posture. You got a bunch of people coming at you.
But
You
I'm
don't know
saying
what they're gonna do.
nobody said, "Hey, security guard, get your ass on the ground, drop your shit off. You coming with us?" He was not threatened. Nobody threatened to
The
physically
mere
harm.
presence of a mob moving uncontrollably is threatening.
But I'm saying we're not like the difference between what happened yesterday and what happened with the Black Lives Matter shit. Nobody went down there with the intent to destroy shit.
Why
They
would
were
you say the difference between the Black Lives Matter shit? Why would you say? Is
because
there something else y'all was talking about that I missed?
no, I'm just pointing out differences. This thing here was peaceful, and you're saying that the mob was threatening, but Black Lives Matter got a pass. I'm not saying you gave them a pass, but in contrast, Black Lives Matter got a pass for doing the same shit, except for they destroyed property and a police station.
Well, I would say in reference to Black Lives Matter, that whole shit needs to be revamped anyway. So we probably would have
Hold
more
on.
similar. We probably would have more similarities talking about that as well. But the fact of the matter is, there's a lot of people put in place to antagonize the situation. So let's just say it was Trump supporters, but it wasn't Trump supporters who led that situation. That means Trump supporters gathered up and they were in support of whatever it is they were down there for. But it was another group of people who said, we're going to blend in with these Trump supporters and we're going to cause a bunch of shit. The same way with Black Lives Matter. So you and I have no way of really knowing who the hell is who. You know what I'm saying? We only can contest with what the media is spinning for us to believe. So my whole thing about it is, if you're going to assemble and you're saying, okay, we're going to rush the Capitol, cool. Once you get to the top of the stairs, what's going to happen next? What do you expect to happen next? That's my question. What do you guys say?
We want answers. XP, what do you say though? You've been quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in on what he said because it has came out that during the Black Lives Matter protests in different places that those police station burnings and different things were in fact not started by Black Lives Matter movements, because if there's a general open protest, anybody can show up. I can show up and be an independent person and burn some shit down and say, yeah, oh yeah, I'm with Black Lives Matter. I'm not with them. But if I say I am, who's there to validate or not validate the truth in that? And I think that's the difference in what we seen yesterday. You know, we all have the right to show up, but as much as I am optimistic, I believe had my black butt showed up with my pistol, whether I was belligerent or calm, I honestly do feel like it'd have been a different thing, because the media, and this is something that Trump has pointed out since he's been in office, that the media is really the cause behind all of this stuff, because their job is to make a dollar. They don't care who they throw up under the bus. They don't care who they make look bad. They don't care about the lies that they spread. And so when you paint a certain picture, it can have a certain outcome. If I showed up with my gun yesterday and I was participating in doing the same thing, had it had been a scenario where they had forewarning of what was going on.
XP, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Were there any flat screens reported stolen from the Capitol?
Were there any flat screens? I don't know what was stolen. Again, we only know from what
the shit. Cut the shit. You did not see nobody on the news walking out with no damn TV and shit and chairs and shit in their hands.
I've seen 15 people with TVs.
Can I ask a question? XP. How can you explain the Black Panther Party in the 60s? It was 50 years ago, over 50 years ago. How can you explain the Black Panther Party in 1967 walking in the California state capitol with semi-automatic weapons? And nothing happened.
How can I explain?
Supposedly that was more racist as a time period than this is, supposedly.
Hold up, y'all. American, you can hit the link and give me suggestions about what I should do. Feel free. It's in the chat. If you need me to put it in there again, I will. But feel free to tell me what I need to be doing about it.
So why do you feel as a black man you would have gotten shot yesterday, but not 55 years ago?
Mr. Security, I've done security and I walk around with a gun and I ain't never been shot. I open carry my ass off. Well, I used to until an old head told me it was stupid. But I open carry all the time and I never felt the threat of a police saying, hey, you can't do that. You can't go there.
If I can, I want to highlight something that Mario keeps talking about. He keeps using words like mob and rush. There's nothing negative about rush or mob on their own, but when you talk about a mob, the thing that makes people uncomfortable is mobs in quantity of people is they're unpredictable. So yesterday, supposedly 4 people got killed, 4 protesters got killed. And in the midst of the mob, these protesters get killed. The mob doesn't get out of control.
By police.
The mob didn't do anything negative in mass. So as unpredictable as mobs are, people in large groups, despite protesters getting killed by the Capitol Police or having heart attacks or whatever may have happened, nothing negative happened in the scene. That speaks to the controlled focus of the protesters, of the mob that Mario keeps citing as a negative thing. If that girl got killed and she was bleeding out, particularly because it's a female, in the midst of this mob, you would think that things would get out of hand real damn quick, but it didn't happen.
Mario,
other than the right to gather.
Hold up, Mario. Hold up. Before you respond, let me point out you ain't scared of the ASAP mob, the Goody mob, or the lynch mob. Go ahead.
You motherfucker. Hey, so I get the right to gather. You guys make a very legitimate point. My issue is that I feel like what is the purpose? Once they get there, what is now accomplished? Other than saying we have the right to, what is now accomplished? Did anything get accomplished other than now showing other groups of people we can do the same thing? So again, we all get there. Suppose the next security guard, it doesn't feel threatened, like Trey said. Suppose they do. Suppose he has more firepower.
I think what should be taken away from yesterday was that no matter what group of people you are and what group you support, the people have the power. Those people in the Capitol building that work there, they work for us. And typically they won't meet with us. If we send a request, they'll tell us no.
Agreed. Agreed. However, my thing about it is I'm not going to say rush. I'm not even call it a mob. Once we gather, okay, what is accomplished? Other than showcasing we can, did any conversations get started yesterday that's going to now say, okay, yeah, you guys got a point? Or are we going to say, okay, now we just need to make better security defenses. So now you won't get past them.
We don't know.
Well, I'm telling you, as a 20-year veteran in the United States, you might do it one time, but you ain't gonna keep on doing it. So it's going to be more firepower. It's going to be more protocols to be followed. So all of that we're gonna gather. I get it, but they won't be getting through no doors to get upstairs to do all of that.
Sir, you've heard the term "give me liberty" or "give me death." Sometimes that's what it takes.
I have soldiers. I have brothers and sisters who died for that, so I understand it very well.
Let me address the questions that you keep bringing up, Mario. You keep asking what was accomplished and what happened yesterday and what happens next. Well, no matter what the protest, no matter what the reason, it was demonstrated yesterday that you can do it. And it demonstrates that protesters that have legitimate grievances, no matter what they are pushed back on by the government, even when they're peaceful, even when they protest legally, even when they protest the government in a manner that is in accordance with our rights, our civil liberties, the law. And it brings into focus what the actual dichotomy is here. The government is not accountable to the people, no matter what your problem with the government is. And they will not abide you protesting them on a national scene with spotlight in that forum. Now,
I think we finally learned something from China last year, because they were before COVID, they had been out in the streets for 7 months protesting. And then COVID broke out and everybody went in there. I think we actually learned something from China. Go ahead.
Everything the government has been doing for the past decades has been to suppress the citizens, to make our lives harder, to gain more control over us. You said you were a military veteran. The people that died in the military have not died for the will of the people. They've died at the control and the behest of the government for illegitimate and unconstitutional reasons. Now, that may be a hard reality for you to accept, but the people that have died in the military for the last, ever since World War II, have not died for constitutional reasons. They've died for greedy, corrupt politicians.
Go ahead, Mario.
Let me ask you something. Do you feel the same way about police officers and firemen? Do you feel like they're dying for corrupt politicians and greedy presidents? Do you feel like that?
Well, firemen don't carry weapons and they don't enforce laws. So no, not with firemen. Most of the time when police officers die, it's unnecessary and needless. Yes. Okay.
So that's why I disagree. I agree to the point that firemen, military personnel, and
don't include firemen. Firemen are not part of this discussion.
Well, you're not adding them to the discussion, but I am. You're saying that you don't believe that, you know what I'm saying, they're a part of the narrative. I say I do. So I'm giving you my feedback.
If we're talking about weapons and you include a slug, a slug as crawls and slimy, slugs are not a weapon. Firemen don't enforce laws. So
are firemen considered peace officers?
No.
You sure?
Firemen are considered first responders.
They're not considered police officers.
Yeah, they are first responders like EMTs.
Firemen can't issue me a ticket. Firemen can't arrest me. Firemen can't shoot me. How are firemen included with military actors and police officers?
Okay. Firemen don't work hand in hand with police officers?
That wasn't the question.
Hold on, wait. Because my whole thing about it is, if I'm shooting at the police and they're firemen there, firemen are dying too. correct? If I put a fireman, or I'm sorry, if I put a police officer in harm's way, those police officers, those first responders, those firemen are also in harm's way, correct?
They don't serve the police officers. They serve the citizen. Firemen show up at no cost on any scene where there's medical problems. Firemen are not. Don't include firemen
for the people.
I know no firemen showed up yesterday to that scene at Capitol Hill. Homeland Security and FBI agents and other such people showed up.
What I'm saying is, if we go
around, not agents of force.
If we go around, and we say that everything that is put in place to protect the people is corrupt, then where does that leave us? That leaves us individuals trying to mandate what we're going to tolerate and what we're not going to tolerate. But the issue is that everybody's not on the same accord. So I say again, if we're going to gather, what is the end result? Are we just gathering to say, okay, we can, or are we gathering to showcase, hey, these are our demands? No demands was made yesterday. We're assuming, hold on, wait, one second, Trey. We're assuming that this was accomplished and this was accomplished, but no real demands was made.
I got you. The same thing with Black Lives Matter. And again, you saying that we're agreeing, like, we don't agree that these laws are in the best interest of the people. 98% of the shit passed, you and I had no say on. It's the people that are in the fucking office that are supposed to elect us, but they go to the highest bidder. The people are saying now, we want to elect, we want a review of this election process. There's no paper plan for it. That's why they say the revolution will not be televised. There is no plans, but they know why the people showed up, because they are denying the request of the people and the president to do a thorough investigation and a recount. Go ahead, Kevin and Sales.
Spot on, Trey. You hit it.
I'm listening. Yeah, I mean, you said it so eloquently. I mean, I respect Mario. I've been on this platform, but I think in this situation, I don't know what he's digging for here, respectfully. But again, they don't need to have a goal. They don't need to have some sort of endpoint. They have a right to assemble. Period. Point blank. Like, that's just clear cut. I don't get where Mario's coming from. I think it may be from a more military mindset. Like, there's a goal to an engagement. But what are you getting?
I don't think. Say again.
Mario is an order follower.
I mean, I was in the military.
Hold on, Blake. I'm an order follower in reference to what?
He's talking about from the military experience.
Okay, so I've been retired for. I've been retired for 2 years.
Your mindset now.
You're talking about my mindset now.
I'm not talking about your status as a military man. You're an order follower. You don't speak for yourself. You don't think for yourself. You submit to authority. You've used that word several times.
And you don't submit to the American government.
We all do to a certain.
Hold on, wait. And you don't pay taxes.
I'm doing everything I can right now to get out from underneath paying taxes.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I asked.
On that question, sir.
I'm asking you, just like you just said, because here's the thing. I don't know if that was shots you trying to fire, but the fact of the matter is we all fall under jurisdiction of the American government, and we all have to follow orders to a certain extent. So the army is no different than you being a civilian. You got to obey the speed limit, don't you? You got to pay your taxes, don't you?
Oh, great.
You got to abide by the rules of YouTube, don't you? So we all have orders to follow to a certain extent.
If I agree with them, I'll follow them. If it means my life over a couple cents, then I'll follow them. But what we're talking about here is legally protected rights that are supposedly God-given, that are unchallengeable. And you're saying we need to submit to authority. We can't protest. We can't do these kinds of things.
I'm not saying that shit. I'm saying that you should not. You should not run in a mob and not have no end result. You're saying because we showed up, that is the purpose. That's the cause. And I'm saying at the end of the day, bunches of people show up. Just like he was saying with Black Lives Matter, bunches of people show up. But at the end of the day, what's getting accomplished? That's
Do you
that's my whole thing. What's the end state? That's what I'm
do you
about.
support
The end state.
do you support the Second Amendment?
Yes, I do. Do you?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay.
Obviously.
Okay.
Okay. So what is the end result of open carry?
What is the end result?
Yeah.
For who? Because I'm trying to figure out your free will mindset. What do you think it is?
I've not said the words free will at any point in this conversation. What is the point? What is the end result of open carry?
Again, for who? For me? For you? For America? What do you feel like it is?
The individual, those who witness it, anything. What is the point of exercising the Second Amendment and the rights that we have underneath that?
Are you asking me a question, or are you telling me you're getting ready to answer it?
No, I'm asking you several questions of which you haven't answered.
I feel like this. The whole purpose.
What is the
of
point in
second,
exercising the rights given to you under the Second Amendment?
well, I started to answer, but then you start talking. So go ahead. Go ahead. I'm putting my groceries up anyway. Go ahead.
Well, fellas, if you,
Tell us what the purpose of the Second Amendment is, Blake. Go ahead,
it is a
because I know where you're going.
bastion against a tyrannical government. It has nothing to do with hunting. It has nothing to do with anything that the media puts out. It is a offset, a check and balance against a tyrannical and out of control, corrupt, bought off, paid for government that is not accountable to the citizens of this country. That's what it is.
The short answer: it's to keep the power in the hands of the people.
Correct.
Kevin and Sales, you still with us? XP, go ahead, chime in.
I'm listening, man.
Yeah, I'm listening. This
I don't
is
know how you
interesting.
would give a rebuttal to something that it makes sense. I mean, that's what the Second Amendment is for. A lot of people don't understand that. I've had arguments with my friends about that. Yeah.
I mean, even with Black Lives Matter, they didn't have a set goal when they went out and painted streets and stuff, but we can't deny that some of the shit that they've done has implemented change. It's made people get out and vote for good or for bad. And now, since everybody deems Democrats so good, they have the power now. Let's see if they deliver to the people what they promised them.
Yeah, I need my $2,000. I got some crab legs on layaway, and
Think about that though. Us as grown men, if we count the 1,200, the 600, and $2,000, that's all we can ever say the government has given us. We've given way more than that to the government, and it's a fucking hassle for them to cut a $2,000 fucking check.
Isn't that a bitch?
It's because they spend it all up.
No,
Everything.
What about military spending?
I'm not opposed to military spending. We got to protect the country.
I'm very much opposed to about half the military spending, probably about 2/3. But
we got to stay on top of shit, man. That's why people scare us. We have to spend money to be Debo. I don't agree with the Space Force. That's totally bullshit, and they know it. I think the Space Force money is just going to everybody in Congress and whoever was in on getting that shit approved, they're getting all the money that's going to go towards that budget. I guarantee it.
well, even when we think about stuff like Space Force, we don't really understand. And I'm not claiming to myself, but we don't understand the realities of what we would call warfare. So not only is warfare with blood and bullets, not only is warfare with viruses and chemicals, not only is warfare in the media and information, but it's in satellites and it's in using weather and all sorts of different ways that we haven't even conceived or believe is reality.
right.
I mean,
That's true. Very true. And there's a lot of information.
There's economic warfare. There's morale warfare. There's emotional manipulation and warfare. There's everything under the sun, and we leave in our mind the foundation of warfare as though we're standing on the Somme in World War One, or the battlefields of Germany in retreat on World War II. Like, it's not that way.
Mario, you still with us?
I'm still here, brother.
Question for you.
Yeah.
What do you think about the decision not to charge the officers in Jacob Blake's case? I'm of the opinion that his charges prior to the event and after the event were dropped. They're not being charged. I say it's even, no harm, no foul.
Wow. It's even. I don't know. I don't know how you get even if somebody lost their life.
He didn't
He
die.
didn't lose his life.
But again, I say
Jacob Blake.
Yes, Jacob Blake. He's paralyzed.
Hold on.
He's a rich man. But let me
Yeah.
point out, he had sexual assault charges that happened before the incident with the police, and he had charges subsequent to the interaction with police. All that is disappeared. The officers aren't charged either. I say it's even.
The sexual assault. Let me ask you something. You mean his record has been exonerated?
Yes.
Or just his.
They said they're not charging him with anything.
Here's what I want to know about all this. So his baby mama.
Hold on, Blake. Hold on. What were you saying, Mario?
No, I was just saying, dropped or exonerated. Like, if he's been he's never had a record before, or the charges against him at that present time were dropped.
He is no longer being charged. It didn't happen.
Okay.
But what is your thoughts of them saying we're not going to charge the officers? That's pretty much what I'm getting at.
I think that it's interesting, because my thing about it is, if to me, it gives a pass to anybody else that says, okay, well, if we do a fucked up situation, if we shoot you, I believe Jacob Blake was shot 6, 7 times.
Yeah.
Okay, if we shoot you that many times in your back, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, now we're not held responsible if we just say we'll give you a get out of jail free card.
Okay, Blake, what were you gonna say?
Here's what I want to know, and I haven't heard anybody really talk about it, and I don't know if anybody could even really answer the question. But supposedly his baby mama accused him of sexual assault, and they were kind of on again, off again, and the charges were pending. Okay, so the scene where he got shot, he's got some kids in the car.
Correct.
He looked fairly calm. I don't know if it was a knife. I don't know if it was a cell phone. To me, it doesn't really matter. So you might have a vindictive baby mama that did some false allegations, and you've got your own kids, and nobody's been hurt on the scene. You've got your own kids in the car, and you're going to walk to drive them away. It seems as though the whole scene was created by, let's just call it, a spade here, a crazy fucking bitch, probably a vindictive bitch.
So Blake,
hey Blake,
what do you think about the decision not to charge the officers?
Not to charge the police officers? I think that's pretty shitty.
Yes, and Blake objects charges all of that going away too.
If they actually wanted to solve the situation on the scene, they could have taken him on. They could have tackled him at several different points.
They tried to tase him twice.
Well, that's pretty shitty. And the cops get not only taser and gun and de-escalation and all sorts of training, but they also get physical training. And there was a number of different men there. And if the guy had a gun and the situation was as claimed, that he was out of control, all this kind of stuff, dude would have used the gun a long time ago. You don't wrestle with the police. You don't wrestle with the police officers and not use your gun.
Facts.
Kevin and Sales, can you hear me? Oh, he's gone. Go ahead.
I mean, every time there's a domestic disturbance call, the police go on heightened alert because they want to be white knights. They want to be, the servant to the women that approve of them and give them sex and hope and meaning for a family and all this kind of stuff. It's fucking crazy when the police officers get on a scene where people are just having an argument. There's not even been a crime reported. There's not even been a crime committed. And all of a sudden things go from 0 to 150 and somebody gets shot over arguing about money. The police will defer to women and shoot people at an outrageous rate just because there's a woman present, just because she said that she's been done wrong, or because she's not getting her fucking way.
Now that's a conversation.
They use children, they use sex, they use emotional manipulation, and nothing ever good comes of it.
That's a conversation. That is a conversation.
Kevin and Sales. I see you hitting the button and shit. Go ahead go ahead, Mario. You said it's a conversation. Dive into it.
No. I mean, I'm just saying that there is a lot of truth to what he said, and there's definitely a lot of fact to what he said. I do believe that when police officers arrive on the scene, that it is in a white knight type situation, and it is, hey, the guy is predominantly the aggressor. It takes a lot for police officers to say that the woman is the aggressor. Like, she needs to be running at you with a knife. She could be cursing at you. She could be throwing stuff at you. But 9 times out of 10, if guys are irate or they seem if they seem threatening in any manner, the police normally talk to them disrespectfully. They normally treat them a certain type of way, belittle them. So I definitely agree with what he said. That's when I said a lot of that's a conversation. That's a whole series by itself.
Perfect example of that. XP, are you familiar with the situation that happened in Memphis the other day, where the lady called the police because her husband was domestically abusing her? They get on the scene. He tries to fight them. She didn't agree with how they beat his ass, and now they're saying police brutality.
Okay.
But on the camera, like, the police officer had to tell the woman, "You called us over here. What the fuck? The nigga was beating your ass. We get here, he trying to beat our ass, and then when we fight back, which is what you wanted us to do, you saying we doing it wrong." But Kevin and Sales, you disappeared. Was what Blake just did outside of what he said about women, white technology?
Hold on for a second. Can you hear me, guys, now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, what was it? Okay, it was some issues going on with my line. What was the original thing about Jacob Blake that you were asking?
Well, I was just we were saying if people agreed with the verdict. Blake didn't agree with the way they handled the situation, but he also tied it into them being white knights and the savior, which I agree with.
Okay.
Well, before that is what he said, white technology.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with the Jacob Blake situation, but he resisted arrest, correct?
And he had a warrant out.
He had a warrant out for his arrest,
and he violated the restraining order for that warrant in the sexual assault.
Again, I keep saying it, even on my own platform. People, especially black people, have to learn the rules of engagement. We have to realize that we are in a war zone here, period, point blank. It's not that we're civilians, but the fact is that when you call the goddamn police over, the police are coming over there with the intent to either arrest you or physically restrain you at some point. So you, as a man, knowing that, you need to engage the police in a very professional manner. Listen, every time I've gotten pulled over by the police, even if I was in the wrong, I talk to the police officer with the Queen's fucking English, because they are in the superior position. So Jacob, so the verdict, I guess they did not find the officers guilty, or they didn't indict them.
They decided not to charge him.
Yeah, they shouldn't charge him at all. I mean, again,
but they haven't charged all Jacob Blake shit went away too.
Yeah, again, if he was resisting arrest, if he was in the wrong, then anything that happens afterwards is his fucking fault. Just like with George Floyd. People remember that one episode. People got mad at me because I said George Floyd caused his death. The police didn't cause his death. He caused his own death.
But they're equally culpable.
Well, here goes the thing. The dude is that's okay. Hold on for a second. See, that's easy for you to say that, but sir, if I'm not mistaken, George Floyd is what, 6'7", 6'8"?
They're equally as culpable.
But what I'm saying is that he was resisting arrest, and he's a big human being. I'm gonna engage him with physical force. I'm sorry if he's not gonna abide by what I'm
for 8 minutes though. That's why I said for 2 minutes, yes. 4 minutes, yes. 6 minutes, yes. 8 minutes, no. They're both culpable. He
But if I'm
acted
not mistaken, he died. But if I'm not mistaken, he died from the actual drugs in his system.
yeah, that yes, which with in it in the him his shit being cut off sped it up. But what I'm saying is his resisting got him down into that spot, but the police officer is just as culpable because the man was restrained at a certain point.
But what I mean, here's my thing. What do you expect this little white guy to do? The guy probably was about
It
5'11",
was
6
four of
foot.
them, sir.
But
Yeah.
And
sir,
You
but
got no
sir,
grounds to
but
stand
sir,
on
hold
with
on for a
that one.
second.
that was a mob. They
Sir,
acted as a mob that day.
sir, I worked in a mental health facility, as I told you before. I can tell you this: these were kids, and some of these kids were strong as shit. And it took 4 grown men to. I remember it took 4 of us one time to restrain one fucking girl. The girl was like 13 years old, but the girl was strong as a goddamn ox. The thing is that I'm not saying that his death was justified. I'm just saying the fact that a lot of times we don't know as the civilian how to engage with the police officers.
Okay, but my question is, once a person's restrained and handcuffed, is he still a problem? And if so, then out of the umpteen amount of years that the police have been using handcuffs, would there have been another form of or some other way of restraining somebody if the handcuffs were not a viable solution?
Here goes my thing. I see where you're coming from. Okay, I see where you're coming from. But you've never been a police officer, and neither have I. But I've worked in law enforcement. I could tell you things that I've seen personally where you think that you've restrained someone, you think that you have the upper hand, and a motherfucker is on heroin or some drug, and they will overpower you with handcuffs.
Have
People
you
can.
ever been in
Hey,
handcuffs?
Kevin, the George Floyd situation, he never resisted. He was handcuffed behind his back. They pulled him
Blake,
out. They laid him down. They laid him down face
Hey,
down
he,
on
he
the
Blake,
pavement.
he
resisted.
resisted
He
several
he
times
resisted
prior
several
to
times.
that.
The
Dude,
moment they
they tried to put him in the car and he hopped out one side through the other.
He was perfectly calm on the sidewalk. He was perfectly
Say
calm
what?
in the car. And then he asked to be removed. So they removed him. They put him face down, handcuffed behind his back on the pavement. Then they hogtied his legs. Then the dude laid on his damn neck.
First,
He-
hold on.
at
Can
no
I address
point,
the panel
at
real
no
quick?
point was he a danger to anybody.
Can I address the panel real quick? Here's my thing. George Floyd should not have motherfucking died. Let's start with the craziness. There is no reason to put your. I've subdued people before. Okay, being on patrol in Iraq, there is no reason to put your knee, your full body weight on a person's neck to cut off their airway. I don't care how big they are. You control them with your shoulders. You control them by the waist. As he said, you can control even hog time if you need to, because that cut off their body mass. I mean, it's less movement. But if the man said he can't breathe, regardless if he thought he was on drugs or not on drugs or whatever case may be,
He said he couldn't breathe when he was in the back of the car before they put handcuffs on
so
him.
let me ask you a
That
question:
was
Do you
hostage.
breathe better? Do you breathe better outside the car on the ground with people on your back and on your neck? How do you breathe better?
Wait, Mario. Again, I'm the guy that told Kevin both sides are culpable, but prior to that, George Floyd was just being a dick and hollering shit. He was hollering "mommy" and he can't breathe before he was ever in handcuffs. Even when he was in the back of the car, nobody was fucking with him. He said the
Trey,
same thing.
I've never seen that video, brother. I only
I
seen
want
him
to say
on
it's
the
on
ground.
my page, but I will find. I will find them.
I've seen
I've
the
I'll
video.
only
find
seen
it
him
and send
on the
it to
ground saying "mommy" and I can't breathe. I've
you.
never seen
That's
no
the
video
second
with him.
video. It
There's
was
no
a situation.
right.
So you think the situation just happened like that? That's what I'm saying. There's other video, but the media typically doesn't do that because they want to rile an emotion. And again, I'm
I
Kevin.
don't.
I'm the guy that just told Kevin and Sales that the police are just as culpable as George Floyd. I'm holding both sides accountable.
I hear you. And my thing about it is, especially in that instance right there were plenty other people's cell phones. So it's not just we're getting one narrative. There were plenty lives of people recording what George Floyd was doing. And from my standpoint, from what I saw, it's like this. if he was, let's say he was out of control, and then when they got him in handcuffs, then he calmed down. If he's calming down and you calm down, you don't continue to escalate force if the man is laying on his stomach flat down. And now you're saying, in order to stop him, I need to now put my knee on his neck. So I don't know. It's like, okay, I might have started something, but for you to kill me over it, like that's too much. So
I agree. Don't get it twisted. I agree.
Hey, let's put out the facts as far as the George Floyd case went. Okay, he picked up some Chinese food, right? He paid with a $10 bill, and the people that he paid thought that it was counterfeit. He stayed on scene. They called the police. He talked to the police. The bill turned out to not be counterfeit. They arrested him. They put him on his butt, handcuffed behind his back on the sidewalk for 15 minutes while they talked to people. Then they decided to get him up, put him in the car, even though there was no substantiation of any allegations of any crime committed. And then they escalated. After they brought him out, they put him face down on dirty ass pavement on concrete. It don't matter if the dude was acting out. He didn't commit a crime. Okay.
Right.
Then they hard-tied him. They had four officers.
Let him finish. Let him finish,
They had
brother.
four officers on scene. His feet were tied.
Point
Two
out,
people laying on his back, and then another dude lays on his neck. He never spit. He never hit. He never pulled a gun. He never pulled a knife. He didn't even have a damn counterfeit bill. Everything up to that point was wrong on the police officer's part.
So you didn't see the video. You saw none of the video up until he was on the ground with the knee in his back.
No, I saw it when he was freaking out in the back of the car saying he couldn't breathe. I saw that.
Did you see when they tried to first put him in the car and he hopped out the other side of the car?
Yeah, the dude's out of his mind. I'm not disagreeing with you. That's not resisting arrest.
Yeah, what the fuck, Blake? Come on now.
You're not resist. Oh, you only can resist if there's some force being applied. That means you're
If
snatching
you're
away.
in Mario, if you're in cuffs and they're trying to put you in the car and you hop out and run out the other door, that is resisting. Stop playing.
Brother, how in the hell? No, negative. That is not resisting.
That's not resisting.
That is not resisting the police.
So you're allowed to run away from the police handcuffs.
No.
I didn't say run away. I didn't say
That's
run
what
away.
he tried to do. They put him in the car and he hopped out the other side and got out.
Hold on. You ever heard of evading?
Don't you have to resist to evade first, don't you?
No, you don't. If a cop pull up on you, hold on, listen to me, brother. If a cop pulls up on me and he says, "Where's your driver's license, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera," and he said, "Get out the car," I get out the car and I run. I'm not resisting arrest. I'm evading a police officer. It's different charge.
So if you took off running, chances are if he catches you, you're going to resist, right?
No, not a what if. I'm saying
I'm just saying what typically happens. I'm not giving you a what if. I'm saying what typically happens. If you're bold enough to run, you're bold enough to resist. Stop playing.
Bruh, ain't nobody playing. I'm breaking down the scenario because we're saying what George Floyd did. Did he resist or did he evade the police? If I get in the car and I get out the other side, well, fuck, I'm evading.
He did all of the above. He was already in cuffs.
Cops use resisting arrest as cops use resisting arrest as a blanket term that they can apply.
Exactly.
I agree. Just like when they say they smell the strong odor of marijuana. I agree.
Cops are government actors and they fuck over citizens and lie all the goddamn time. They lie on the stand. They lie in police reports. They lie on the scene. They'll use anything under the sun to come down on you just because you stood up for your rights.
Blake, this is my thing. Any organization, they teach you how to get over on people or over on whatever the fucking thing is. So you damn right, I agree with you. That was some acting type bullshit. Because here's the thing: if you couldn't breathe sitting in the back of the police car, you're not gonna breathe better laying on a dirty ass ground. That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
They didn't put him on the ground to make him breathe better. They put him on the ground because he wouldn't stop resisting.
Bro,
he
where did you see the
resisting?
Wait. Where did you see the resisting at? I didn't see the resisting. I see
Kevin,
several
are you by your computer? Kevin, are you by your XP? Are you by your computer?
I am, but
You
I
you know
out of
you
all
can
the
look up stuff and you have the ability to screen share. So if you
hold
want to
on,
look up these things and you want to screen share, let me know.
Trey, it's five
I
people on here.
I,
Anybody see him resisting?
I
I
Where
did.
didn't see
it-
I
I
did.
didn't listen. I didn't see any resistance after handcuffs. And let me speak to the I can't breathe in a car, just to bring a different perspective. Um, when you're in a situation like that, a very hostile environment or a very scary environment, you can go into what is known as a panic attack. And one of the symptoms of a panic attack is it will make you feel like you can't breathe. And I personally have been through this. I've had loved ones that I had to take to the hospital, and they're sitting there um, going back and forth, bouncing up and down, saying they can't breathe. And the doctor's literally looking at me like there's nothing wrong with them. And they gave them a shot to calm them down. So if you're sitting in this police car, and yeah, think about it. If I was handcuffed in a police car at this point, in my mind, I'm thinking so many other people that look like me have died at the hands of the police.
That nigga
I'm
was a
nervous.
career criminal. He was used to it. Go ahead.
That's neither here or there.
Well,
That's neither here or there. At
I'll
that
add even
point,
more to that, XP.
It's very here. It leads to a pattern of behavior.
I'll add even more to that, XP. They put him as a tall man in the back seat of a pretty small back seat. Now, you guys know
right,
that when your knees are raised, it
SUV,
constricts
sir.
it constricts your abdominal muscles and your diaphragm and your chest, and it makes you.
right,
And even when you're in a heightened state of fright, you breathe shallow, and the further
right,
constriction on your abdominal muscles and your chest and your diaphragm makes you breathe even more shallow. Your
right,
oxygen deprivation puts you into even a higher state of awareness and or not, higher state of
right. And
scared. And yes, you can't breathe, even though you're
right,
talking. The feeling that you get in your brain and in your oxygen and your bloodstream and the hormones that are being released makes you think that you are in a flight situation.
right. And let me add to this. I was in a situation dealing with counterfeit money. I actually bought some Chinese food from a Chinese restaurant, and I paid for the food, and happened that a $10 bill, I think my order was like $20 and something. I paid with two tens and I gave him the ones, and he delivered the food to me. Actually turned out that one of the bills was a counterfeit $10 bill. I didn't know it. Uh, Somebody that had bought some services from me paid me, and some of the money they paid me with was counterfeit. I didn't know. The Chinese restaurant guy, he doesn't call the police. When he gets back to his store, he realizes that the counterfeit bill, that the 10 was counterfeit. He came back to my house and he said, "Hey, this $10 bill you gave to me is counterfeit. Do you have any more money?" I said, "Well, yeah, I do." I said, "I apologize. I had no idea this bill was fake, because it was. I think I had sold some beats and I charged the guy like $200 or $300. And of course, back in the day when I was doing music, most of your rappers, they were selling drugs, doing whatever. So $300 to them is five, tens, ones, and 20s, whatever they can come up with to pay you with. So this gave me a wad of money, and I didn't realize that the $10 bill was fake. And so I gave him another $10 bill. He checked to see if it was real, and he went on about his day. And from that day, we actually became good friends. I frequent his business a lot, and he knew my children and everything. So again, and I'm gonna give another example. Went to and I'm and it's funny that it's all dealing within Chinese restaurants. Me and my family went to a Chinese restaurant, and it was a Chinese buffet. And my cousin went to the buffet. Uh, he didn't like the food. He didn't like the way it smelled. So he was like, "I'm not gonna eat." He said, I am, however, gonna drink the soda." So when it came time to pay, the Chinese dude tried to make him pay for the buffet. He said, "I'm not paying for it. I didn't eat it. I'll pay for the drink." And so the Chinese guy called the police. When the police showed up, they pulled my cousin to the side, asked him what happened, and they asked the Chinese guy what happened. When they got done asking both sides, my cousin was not placed in handcuffs. He was not beaten. No knee was on his neck. Police officer told the Chinese guy he didn't eat the food. He don't have to pay for it. He'll pay for his drink like he said he would. And the police officer left. So I think it's just a situation on how you choose to handle it. You can
That's what I
choose to.
said. Yeah, that's what I kept saying. It's how you engage officers with civility. Most of the times, black men, I hate to say it, are acting like goddamn animals. And I've seen it.
Coon, Kevin, coon.
Coon,
Critical
yeah, coon,
observation niggas.
coon. And I've seen it. I'm telling you, man, like people get mad at me for a minute, but yes, his cousin behaved civilly and they treated him civilly.
XP behaves civilly. That's why he's treated
Yeah.
civilly.
Well, I mean, again, yeah, I mean, I did. I mean, I was honestly didn't know that the bill was counterfeit, and
It's your cousin from North Memphis.
nah, he's from Detroit.
Oh well, shit. You knew he was into the counterfeiting business. I was
No,
gonna give
no,
you.
no, 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 no. Two different incidents. The person that bought some beats from me, I didn't know them. They was just a customer. Was at a recording studio. They heard me back there making beats for somebody else. They wanted to buy some beats. I sold them the beats and they gave me the money. And I just put the money in my pocket, went home, ordered some Chinese food, gave the guy 2 10s. Turns out one of them was counterfeit. He came back. I gave him another $10 bill. We tore that $10 bill up, threw it away, and we moved on from it. But again, I just feel like it's all in how both sides handle it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like had the Chinese guy came back and been belligerent and had an attitude, it might have sparked me to come back at him with an attitude. But because he came back, not accusing me of doing something wrong, he just brought it to my attention. And I immediately was like, oh, okay, I didn't know, that's my bad. And we handled it civilized. But I've seen a lot of instances, just my thing. I see a lot of instances where it don't go like that. And because, again, I had an African friend from Africa. And he told me, he said, in our country, they paint black people.
Wait a minute, sir. Could this African friend be from any other continent but Africa? Just curious. You said I got an African friend from Africa.
What country was he from?
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to say, and don't quote me because he told me several times, but it's been so long since we hung out. It's South Africa, to be exact. And he said that the way they portray black people over there is gang bangers and thugs, and this is what they promote. So he said a lot of people come over here already with the mindset that this is how we are.
Sir, can I cut you off?
Uh-huh.
I did a video on one time I had to eviscerate a Nigerian at a restaurant because he was disrespecting two African-American men. Sir, if I would have been you, I would have let that dirty South African have it. South Africans are some of the worst blacks on the fucking planet. They are dangerous. They practice xenophobia. South Africa is the #1 country on the planet for rape. All types of murders happen in Soweto and
Sir, do you know what xenophobia means?
Who, me?
Yes.
I absolutely know who xenophobia is. It's what I'm doing right now against the South Africans. I detest the South Africans, and I really wish I would have been there with you when this South African would have been saying that to you, sir. But go ahead.
Oh, I was on mute. Mario, you still with us, brother? Are you still putting up groceries?
I mean, brother, I was actually eating.
We trying to get some tough love. What you got for us?
Bring Chris Mizuno on. He seems like he's got a lot to say, but he doesn't want to get on. He's digging at me.
Chris,
bring
you
him up. Tell him hit the link, man. Tell him it's all love. Hit the link. I
Again,
don't got nothing right
you
now, man.
gotta engage yourself civilly when you're encountered by law enforcement officers.
No matter
And
what
like
race, creed, or color.
and like XP said, the individual from South Africa, they already have a viewpoint coming over here, and then when you act it out in those situations, they're gonna act a certain way with you as well. That's why I've always been civil when I've gotten pulled over by the police or have engaged police officers because I already know that they have a viewpoint on blacks any fucking way.
Right. And the narrative that I
Even the black ones.
yeah, that works. But what's said in my house is that my wife tells me this all the time. Don't ever feel like you're a punk or don't ever feel like you're degrading yourself by being humble, by being non-confrontational with them, you know. And that makes it easier for me to know that okay, in my mind, I got a black woman telling, or just not necessarily a black woman, but a woman telling me that it's okay. I don't have to be barbaric in return. I don't have to stoop down and be the way that they expect me to be. I can be, nice, even though I go in the store. I tell you the other day, I was going into Jersey Mike's Subs, and as I was getting ready to come in, a police officer was walking up. I held the door open for him, and I said, "Happy New Year's." And he looked at me and he smiled. He said, "You know what? Happy New Year's to you too." He looked at me so shocked to see, like, dang, this dude was actually nice to me. I was in the mall around New Year's, saw a couple police officers there. I said, "Man, look, hope y'all have a happy New Year. Be safe out there." And they looked at me and they were shocked. They said it back, but they looked like, wow, this doesn't normally happen. People
You know
don't
what?
normally.
Go ahead, XP. I'm gonna let you finish, bro. I want to say
Yeah,
something after you finish.
go ahead. I'm done.
I was just about to say, man, it's so many narratives that get pushed in regards to the police and all this stuff or whatever. Fuck the police, this, and that. And it's so many people acting on that. You know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of people like when you say, okay, I got pulled over, I got a black queen, or I got a queen next to me that's saying it's okay for you to humble yourself. Humble yourself. If you walking around like you better than everybody, you above the law, of course you're gonna get treated a certain type of way. Of fucking course you're gonna get I'm a taxpayer. I do that. Like, hey, bro, calm the fuck down. Let these people do their job. License and registration. God damn it. I mean, it's the issue is that the way society pushes the narrative that you need to act harder than what you are, or you need to show out for whoever you're around, or you need to act out a certain part so you can go live, and that's what get people fucked up.
Mario, keep it real. You said a lot of people in this police narrative. It's not a lot of people. It's a certain group of people. Keep it real.
No, it's a lot of people. You had no. It's not just black people. It's also other nationalities that
White people are not out here protesting the police saying white lives matter. And they are killed more by the police. So they have every right to do it.
No. I'm talking about the way you respond to the police. I'm not saying police brutality. And then we ain't talking statistics. If we talk statistics, I know that more white people get killed by police than black people. I'm saying statistically, what I'm saying is, if you carry yourself a certain type of way, i.e., if I'm a snotty nosed white kid from the suburbs, I'm gonna talk to the police any type of way because my mom or dad have money for a lawyer. My mom and dad probably know the mayor. What I'm saying is, if you carry yourself a certain type of way, then 9 times out of 10, hopefully you won't have any issues. So that's just general across the board. It
No,
wasn't just black people.
but what I'm saying is the white kid that acts snobby accepts what the fuck he gets from the police. He doesn't go
No,
and complain
that's
about it
bullshit. Nope,
afterwards.
that's bullshit. That's
Okay,
bullshit.
so
Do you know any white
the
snotty
4
kids?
people that were killed at the Capitol, point to
I'm
me
not.
their
I'm
GoFundMe
not talking about.
pages and
I'm
where
not talking
white
about the
people are
Capitol.
talking about police brutality. Show it to me.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the Capitol, and I ain't say shit about police brutality. I'm saying that there are people who take for granted what police officers do, and they talk a lot of shit. But those people, some people don't have nothing to back it up with. It's just I want to act out for my homegirl. I want to act out for my homeboy. I want to go live. They're so busy worrying about that narrative. They're not worrying about what XP just said. Let me just humble myself. It don't take nothing from me. My man said, hey, I started speaking the Queen's English. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I need to do all that, but I'm just saying
But
conduct
that's what I'm
yourself
saying. I
accordingly.
think you're missing my point. After the white person is cocky with the police officer and he gets his ass beat, he is then humble. He goes on about his business. He realizes he deserved that ass whooping. Black person cocky with the police get their ass beat. They're on social media saying they were brutalized, yada yada yada, so on and so forth.
Brother, okay. Being in the military, I'm privy to certain things. I've been in Beverly Hills with friends, white friends, and their parents are related and goddamn linked to a lot of other shit. They've gotten pulled over and talked cash shit to the police. And not only did the police let them fucking go, they didn't learn any lesson. So it all depends on who you're around and what you're privy to, what type of knowledge level you have. I'm saying if you humble yourself. So the same way he talked to that police crazy, we then went 3 blocks over to this another little house party, and he got his ass kicked for talking shit. But if he would have humbled himself with the police, maybe he would have humbled himself with the next person that he encountered. So I'm saying, humble yourself across the board.
Hey, I'm gonna run a scenario down here for you, and I don't know why Kevin and Mario you guys are overlapping here in your deference to authority and humble and all that kind of stuff. So let's say the police pull me over for a seatbelt ticket.
Okay.
$105. Now I haven't hurt anybody, and I express my displeasure with the ticket in whatever way I choose to, and then he starts asking me, "Where are you going? Where did you come from? Do you have any weapons in the car? Do you have any drugs in the car?" And he gets a little pissy because I don't like the seatbelt ticket. Now, they have no reason civilly to give me a seatbelt ticket. I haven't hurt anybody, and they're not in control of my property. They don't run my life, but they want to charge me $105. And then they start lying to me. They ask for my passenger's ID. They ask me where I'm going, where I came from, all these kinds of things. What is civil about anything in that interaction?
I'll tell you, Blake. First of all, a seatbelt not on your person while you're driving is a traffic infraction.
That is facts.
So when you get into your vehicle, you are
that is fact.
Now, Blake,
how is that legitimate though?
Blake, what, sir? You asked me a question, sir. I'm not saying it's legitimate. I don't like it either. But what I am saying is that when a police officer or two come to my car with a weapon on their holster, I'm going to do everything that they ask me to do that is in the bounds of the law. I'm going to speak to them proper. I'm going to say, "You're officer, you are correct. I did not have my seatbelt on. If possible, could I get off with a warning? But if not, I'll just take it to court. Have a nice day, officer." My lawyer, I always mention something about my lawyer too, by the way. But sir, like I said, whether you don't like it or not, Blake, it's the law. And I'm going to be civil with that man. I'm not about to argue with him about a seatbelt ticket and get my ass beat or shot. Fuck out of here. Absolutely not. I don't control this country.
Blake, I'm going to let you answer, but you said we were overlapping, so I don't want to talk right after him. So go ahead.
Answer what? Well, I mean, you guys have problems. We have problems with the law and representation, the way that government acts, and all these kinds of things. And yet we find ourselves in a weird disagreement and opposite positions in regards to the police and whether we should protest or not. Like we should be able to redress government for all things that we have grievances for.
I don't think that I think that there's a clear balance that of agreements. Yes, we should be able to address issues that affect citizens who pay taxes. Yes, there is to me. Yes, there are laws in place that say that, and there are emotions in place that say yes. I'm not just going to sit back and let somebody railroad me. So Greg, got it. However, when you start talking about seatbelts and how you're going to settle your grievances or state your grievances with the police officer, there's nothing. He's not going to change his mind. He's writing you a ticket. It's a wrap. You can escalate it, or you can take the ticket and beat it in court. Me personally, I want to go home. So I don't know if I think you're right. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know how you feel like arguing with the police officer is going to justify anything or going to help your ego in any way.
That
situation that I brought up actually happened. I had a friend in the passenger seat, and when he handed me the ticket for $105 for the seatbelt, He couldn't see that I wasn't wearing my seat. By the way, the cops can't see that. It's just their word versus yours. But anyway, he handed me the ticket, and I said, "Who have I hurt today?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you're fining me $105 for not wearing my seatbelt. Who have I hurt? What law have I broken? Who have I wronged?" And he couldn't answer me. And then he started asking, "Where are you going? Where have you come from? What's your passenger's identification? Does he have any warrants?" All this kind of shit. That actually happened. Don't think for a second that police are on our side. They're not lying, or they're not telling the truth. They're not acting civilly. There's nothing. I didn't challenge him. I didn't say, "Well, motherfucker, let's get out and fight." I asked him very simple questions, of which he wouldn't answer. He doesn't even believe in the orders that he enforces, but he does it to protect his own ass and line his pockets as a member of a union in the state and all on their side for his pension. I mean, there's levels of grievance, and they go from the very bottom all the way up to the top in Capitol Hill.
Okay,
Like, I don't
so
understand.
Chime in, XP, and then I'll give my thoughts. Chime in, XP.
Let somebody else go because I'm reading something real quick on my joint.
Okay, well,
Well, here goes the thing. I'll go in for XP. I can relate to Blake to a degree, but however, 99% of the times I've ever been pulled over by the police since going back to my teenage years, I have always learned that civility is key. Now, yeah, I could argue that a lot of things that officers do are kind of crazy, asking you an in excess amount of questions. Yeah, sure, why not? But the minute you ask him, "Hey man, you about to give me this ticket for this $105," you're challenging him now. So now he's gonna challenge you back. So it's just best to just take it to a jury trial. With that,
So you missed a day of work. You pay court costs to challenge $105 that can't be proven or established that you were wearing your seatbelt or not wearing your seatbelt. You didn't admit any guilt, and you consider me asking him a question in a civil manner, challenging him personally. No, I'm not challenging you. I'm asking you a very simple question, and he takes it personally because I'm challenging the legitimacy of a law and the ticket and its application. How is that even sane for him to take that personally? But cops do this every single day.
Well, I personally say I don't talk to pigs. I'm a pro-black Moor, and they just walk away. I don't have that problem. Maybe you guys should try it.
I know you were a sovereign citizen.
Yeah, I am when it comes to dealing with the police.
So how many times does that work, Trey?
The only sovereign citizens that exist are police officers and judges.
Okay.
I think Chris is a little bit confused as to what he considers to be a sovereign citizen.
Yeah, my bad. I kicked myself out on accident. What'd you say, Kev?
I just ask you, are you a sovereign citizen?
Yeah, when it comes to interactions with the police, I just say, hey, I'm a pro-black citizen. I am Moorish. You have no jurisdiction over me. The United States is a corporation, yada, yada, yada. And they leave me alone. They be like, right on.
How many times does that work?
Hundreds.
Get the hell out of here, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna use that the next time I get. So I basically say I'm a Moorish citizen. You have no jurisdiction over me, and they keep it pushing.
And your ass is going to jail.
I'm gonna try that. Mario.
On God. Oh God, try it. It works.
It's gonna work for you to go to jail. Go ahead and try it. And record it. Go live. I want you to say, Trey, please.
Be like Rodney King saying that dumb shit. Oh yeah, you were Moor? Oh, okay.
They got a Moor prison cell for your motherfucking ass.
I'm gonna show them my Moorish identification card.
Trey, listen. Let me know if you're trolling with that one, because I'm really good. I'm really considering doing that. Did you really do that shit?
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
Do you hear how ridiculous that shit sounds? And people
that shit sounds hilarious.
People actually believe it. They think that approach works. They being hostile as a motherfucker with the police.
Hey, Trey, I was in the car with one of my friends years ago. We got pulled over by the cops. Now he was driving. This nigga told the cops, "Hey man, I'm just traveling. I'm not a I'm a traveling citizen." I said, "Oh shit, it's about to go downhill." He was talking. He was talking all this Moorish babble to the cop. The cop was like, "Listen, man, here goes the ticket. Just go to court, man." Like the cop, like, obviously the cop has heard this nonsense before.
He was like, dude, I am not finna waste the next 45 minutes of my life listening to this. Just go to court. Tell the judge.
Just go to court. Yeah. So I'm glad you confirmed that you didn't do that, because like I was literally thinking like, damn, the next time I get pulled over or something, I'm a Moorish citizen, sir. You have no jurisdiction over me.
You knew that shit wasn't gonna work. Like when you heard that shit, you were like,
I was like,
try, but I don't think this is gonna be a good idea.
I'm telling you, when my friend said that crazy shit, I said, "Oh God!" I was like, "Yeah, this is about to go downhill." For this.
So you saw him get the ticket. You know that shit don't work.
Mm-hmm. I had another friend do that shit in court one time. The judge threw his ass in jail for like 5 days for that dumb shit.
What part of the Moorish sovereign citizen game is that?
This nigga had his fez on and shit. I said, "Oh shit."
Damn it. So what we're like, and what is there anything still presently going on in the Capitol? If the people went home, do they come back? What's going on?
I have no idea.
Because it seems like it's a dead issue, but the media just keeps replaying what happened yesterday. There are no new scenes.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the electoral vote was confirmed yesterday after the riot. They did another session, so it'll be almost mute to go back, I guess. You know, so there's no point of going back. Yeah.
As far as the broader point of like the Democrats gaining control of the presidency in both houses, I'm all for it, because I think escalation and accelerationism is the way to kind of expose their agenda and everything that people will see. I mean, this country is going to go broke if we keep going the way that we are. If they don't start a couple more wars, like over in Syria, and maybe escalate things in Iraq and Afghanistan, like this country is going to go broke. We have to protect the dollar and the oil reserve currency, and if we don't do that, we're fucking done for.
You underestimate America's greatness, sir, and I am shocked hearing that from you, a white man, someone who this country has given so much privilege and resources to, sir. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I don't know if you're being serious or not, but we can talk about it.
Go ahead.
What's great about America?
What's not great about America? Is it like China?
Our military presence?
Is it like Afghanistan?
The constraining of our rights and our ability to communicate by our government at an increasing level and rate.
How is that different than any other country on the world, sir?
Well, we're not comparing ourselves to other countries. You said America's great or America's greatness.
Because even with those restrictions, we're better than the other countries that have the same restrictions or far less restrictions. And might I point out, Blake, you just like everyone else has the opportunity to go to the other 5 continents that are livable.
I'd rather make this country better. And the top turd in the shithole is not great. The top turd in the shithole is not great.
You wouldn't waste your time trying to change something you don't see potential or something you see is great.
You cut out. I didn't hear you.
I said you wouldn't invest time in trying to make something better that you don't already see as great or something that has potential.
This country has potential, but it's not great.
Well, what would you call it? Adequate? Okay.
The top turd in the shit bowl. That's what I'd call it. When our government spies on us every single day, and we murder people in other countries in their own backyard, that's not great.
When you act like this is synonymous with just American government.
I'm not comparing America to other countries. This has only to do with America. America is not great.
But you have to have it compared to something. You're making it sound like we're terrible. Yes, they spy on us. Yes, they
You can
spy on us, but we have more freedoms than the people in China, whose
you
government
compare
spies on
America to you compare America to an ideal, an idea, a goal, a direction you want to move. You don't compare it to another shithole country.
So again, what you said, are we adequate? Are we okay? I say it's great. You say it's not. What is your summation of what America is?
Like I said, it's the top turd in the shit bowl.
So it's
I mean,
terrible.
just because we're king of hell doesn't mean that we're gods of all creation. There's better that we can do.
So
There's
you
things that directions.
in a
There's
shit bowl?
ideals. There's ideals to strive for. There's things that we can do better, that we can supplant and live and be free and challenge and stop overseas and ways of living in economics and morality and law and civility and community that are way better than what we have right now, which is not great.
So you enjoy living in a shit bowl, and in fact, it's the greatest shit bowl in the world. Would you say?
It depends on what standard that you choose to measure it on. I mean, do we have things? Do we have consumer goods? Sure, we do. Does Azerbaijan or the Congo yeah, we got more consumer goods than they do. Sure, we've got more technology. We've got more infrastructure. Are they spied on by their government? Can they walk up and down the road without being harassed by police? I mean, there's all sorts of comparisons that we can make here. And there's ways that third world countries are better than our country.
Why is it that most foreigners consider America great, and you, as an American, a white American at that, sit here and say it's a shit bowl?
Because what they see is money. They see affluence. They see power. And none of those things are what makes people happy. None of those things are what sustains people or gives their lives meaning.
Blake, when I get money, I'm happy.
Hit the like and donate. Thank you. Go ahead, Kev.
No, I'm serious. I mean, I can see where Blake is coming from. Trust me, but that's the individual basis right here. When I get money, I'm very happy. When I don't have money, I'm mean as shit to people. It's the weirdest thing. Like, I don't care for people who are like that. I care for money.
Most countries are like that too. When they're poor, they're mean.
Yeah.
Perhaps the pursuit of money is what has made you unhappy. Maybe you should stop striving for things that doesn't sustain you.
Now, Trey, he can have
to win this argument.
Blake has a point with that. Now, wait a minute, Blake. Wait a minute. I'm listening, Blake. Go ahead. I didn't think about it like that. Maybe that is making me miserable. The pursuit of wanting money.
Well, how else are you supposed to get it if you don't pursue
it? You can make money and you can choose how to spend it, right? I mean, let's be real. Let's be real about this. The only reason that we have to make money, that we can't exist in trade or service with fellow citizens and neighbors and family and all that kind of stuff, is because the government wants to tax us, right? I mean, let's just be honest.
No, Blake, that's wrong. You are free to practice a barter system as long as you want.
You still have to pay.
Yeah, but you said
there are things that you can't come by that you are forced in law to obtain in order to exist. The government forces us. The government forces us to participate in economics.
Okay.
I mean, you can't get a driver's license without paying, right?
Right, but I'm talking about
you can never own a residence.
Yeah, but
you can never own a piece of land.
I understand that, but you said with your family and friends, you can still practice economics on a small scale through bartering. I understand that you can't buy a house without cash or own land without cash because that's all through the government. You have to, I understand that.
You can't have a truck without being taxed personally on the property value every single year. You have to have registration. You have to have insurance. You have to wear your seatbelt.
Yeah, but you can also make your own couch out of wood you cut down and sell
you don't have, Blake. That's wrong. You don't have to wear your seatbelt. You have the option to get pulled over, get your ticket, go to court, and plead your case.
Yeah, and when you lose based on the cop's word, what happens after that? What happens if I don't pay the ticket? What happens if I tell them to fuck
You
off and
gotta
I
say
walk out?
nothing. If you get enough tickets, then your license gets suspended. But after one, nothing happens. You get fined $250 at the most.
Yeah, and your license gets suspended. And then the next time you get pulled over, the next time you get harassed by the cops, and you don't have a license or it's suspended, then you go to jail. And then you got to pay bail. And then you got to pay court costs. And then you got to go to trial again. And how did it start? Something that never hurt anybody. The imposition of money and taxation with no legal representation or basis. You can't break a law unless you've hurt somebody. There's no crime unless there's a victim. There's no victim in a seatbelt ticket. And this same scenario is applied over all the codes, all the laws, all the bills, all the taxation that we ever had in this country. And it's getting worse every single day.
Now, Blake, I'm not trying to be funny, sir, but have you ever considered riding a bicycle?
What's up, Gabe?
Yeah.
Okay. You have that option to ride a bicycle to work or to commute.
I rode a bicycle for about a year when I got a DWI on my 22nd birthday.
Yeah, I mean, it's all, you know, again, driving is a privilege, but, you know, you can always ride a... Oh, okay.
Drinking is a privilege.
Why is driving a privilege?
Because you don't have to do it. You have other alternative means of transportation.
Well, you don't have to have a gun.
No, you don't.
Is having a gun a privilege?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, because if you're a felon, you can't do it.
I thought we had the Second Amendment.
Yes, but they wrote into laws that they don't want felons to have guns. That's a totally different issue. We do have the Second Amendment.
And the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment don't say unless you're a felon, you can use them.
Again, that's something
they're universal.
That's something that they wrote in, just like there are some states where it's open carry and you don't require a license or a permit. In other states, they do. It just depends on that state.
So to travel, to drive, no matter where it's at, you consider a privilege. But now you also consider the Second Amendment and the right to keep and bear arms now also a privilege. I thought it was God-given.
Is drinking a privilege?
I thought it was our inalienable right.
Is drinking a privilege? Should you be able to drink for free because it's made out of water and grain, shit that comes from the earth?
I don't really understand your question.
I'm saying
nobody owns water. You can drink water. Yes.
You pay for the right to drink. You don't have to do it, but you pay for the right, even though the shit that they use and sell you naturally comes from the earth. You pay for the right to drink that liquor.
You can make your own. You can agree to trade with somebody. Yes. You don't have the right to somebody else's goods. But if you want those goods, if you want Hennessy or you want Busch Light or you want fucking E&J or whatever it may be, yeah.
The same applies to driving.
You can trade with them, and
you can catch a taxi, you can catch an Uber, you can catch the subway, you can catch the whatever the fuck they may have mode of transportation. You don't have to drive.
If I buy a truck and I don't owe anybody, right? You're telling me that I can't drive unless I do X, Y, and Z as far as the government's concerned. Now, they've already taxed me. We've already paid for the roads. The road exists. I own my truck, and the road is paved, and it's paid for. And you're telling me that it's not a privilege for me to use the vehicle that I purchased and I own and I don't have any encumbrance on to drive on a road. I have to do X, Y, and Z, and it's still a privilege, and they could still take away my right to drive on the road with the property that I own for the road that's paid for.
Blake, you do realize the income that they get from for you paying for the privilege to drive pays for the upkeep on those roads, sir, and for the lighting that goes on the back roads and stuff. That money goes directly to that. The taxes that you're talking about that you've used to pay for the roads and stuff, it goes to that because you opt in to driving. That's why in Tennessee, people are in Memphis, per se, people were upset because they put an extra tax on if you had more than one vehicle and pissed people off.
What do they use my taxes for that I paid? Because I'll tell you guys something, and I hold on to this very, very proudly. I've never taken a dime from unemployment. I've never taken SNAP or WIC or anything. I've taken nothing from government. All I've ever done is paid in, and with the use of my taxes and all the licenses and every registration and all this kind of shit, all the tickets that I've got and all this kind of stuff. What do I get from my taxes? And will taxes ever go down? And can we address what government spends? And this is yet another grievance. These are things that we want transparency for. We want to see things go in the opposite direction, but they never go that way. They always go up and more intrusion and more control and more things we have to pay. How much does it actually take? How much does it actually take to maintain the services and the things that we actually desire as citizens?
Blake, can I ask you a question real quick? Now, could it be? Now, just hear me out for a minute. Could it be that the reason why you have to get a driver's license, you have to get constant tags, you have to have all these things with your car, is to create is to regulate it? Whereas if it was deregulated, people could commit crimes and they could get away with it because there's no license plates on the cars. Your cars will at one point become dilapidated. Like, a lot of people will keep their cars under maintenance if they don't get certain, if they don't go get an e-check or something like that. Could these regulations really be in place so that there is no disorder in the future, or is that just me going down a rabbit hole?
No, I mean, I think the definition of a crime or breaking a law needs to have a victim. If you don't do anything where you don't hurt somebody's property or their physical well-being, or you don't tear up, there has to be a victim in order for there to be a crime.
Okay, let me tell you something real quick. I know of two situations here where I live at where it was two young ladies. They were speeding and hit and killed a little kid. If it wasn't for their license plates on that car that they paid for, nobody would have ever found those females that did that, because these were hit and runs.
Mm-hmm.
So could it be that we have all these things for reasons like that when there is an actual live victim?
It applies sometimes, but it has nothing to do with the prevention of the crime.
I understand that.
You lay this out, so they had license plates and they were part of the system at some point, but it didn't prevent the crime.
It didn't prevent the crime.
Like the kid's still dead. And every day there's crime that's committed,
but Blake,
regardless of the laws and regardless of all these things that you're talking about.
But Blake, I understand that and I agree with you. But okay, well, can we also establish that justice was satisfied in the end run? Because these girls went to prison for that.
Justice can never be satisfied.
Justice was satisfied in terms of the law.
There's no valuation that you can put on a kid's life or an action that's happened that can't be undone. There's no justice that can ever be served.
I agree with you, but what I'm still saying is that if you had a country where there were no license plates or anything like that, people could just drive around in that box and they could just be, and you could pretty much do anything you fucking wanted because nobody could catch you.
There's always consequences to your behavior, personally, communally, in your own conscience. I mean, you act as though the imposition of force and penalty on the government side changes behavior. It doesn't.
Okay,
it doesn't.
Why shouldn't we drink and drive then?
Because it's a danger to you, number one. Mm-hmm. Because it's a danger to your property, because you could hurt somebody else, because it's bad for your health, even in the drinking aspect of it, not even just the driving. There's all sorts of reasons not to do it, aside from the imposition that law says, that the government says that it's against the law. There's endless reasons not to do something, not even including the government and law. There's real consequences for behavior outside of what the government says is right or wrong, and whether they'll allow you to do it or not. If people were given choice and things were clear, removed from the idea of government telling you you can't do something,
Blake,
people would choose to make better decisions.
You were given the choice to not drink and drive, and you said you chose to get a DUI. Had the government not stepped in and said, we're not going to allow you to drive, you probably would have continued to make the bad choice.
I've drank and drive since then. It makes, I mean,
Oh God. Why didn't you learn, Blake? You just hard headed.
I didn't hurt anybody. I've never hurt anybody. And I've drank
You know
and
it's a
gotten
risk
past
though.
but I've drank and gotten past the point of comfortability and not drove. I've made my own choice. I've used my faculties and my experience and the ability to see
Dice, though.
consequences. What's that?
You're rolling the dice. You know drinking impairs your driving.
Everything is
Whether
rolling the
it's
dice.
your
There's
level,
risk every
whether
day
it's
inherent
your
in
level
all life
of
activities.
comfort or not, you know you take a risk of harming someone else. Forget you. You're comfortable with it, but the person that you may be harming because you feel like you're at your level of comfortability didn't choose that.
Well, here, Trey, let me roll it over on you a little bit here. You smoke in the house, right?
I do.
Okay. Do other people occupy your house?
No. When my
You mean your
kids
children?
are around, I smoke outside or in the bathroom.
Okay. Well, are your kids dependent upon you? Do you have value to your children, not only monetarily, but in conversation and dialogue and wisdom and strategy and vision and perspective throughout the rest of their life?
Yes.
Okay. Then why are you choosing to hurt their future by choosing to smoke?
Well, I'm born to die. I personally smoke. So if I smoke, I'm only putting myself in danger. And regardless if I smoke or not, I'm going to die anyway. You're saying your decision is going to put someone else's life in danger. Me smoking outside or in the bathroom where they're not around it, no contact with it, only hurts me. It doesn't hurt anybody else.
Uh-huh. So you mean if you get lung cancer next year and all your minor children don't have a father for the rest of their life, that doesn't hurt them?
No, they're still alive. They're hurt emotionally, not physically. But they also know that I'm going to die anyway. No, if it's lung cancer, natural causes, a bullet, it's going to happen anyway.
So there's risk in all of your behavior, not just smoking, right?
But I was talking about your risk putting other people's life in danger and the need for the government to step in to try to stop it. But you just say you're a lawbreaker.
If I choose to go to the bar and I have 5 beers and then I drive home and nobody was hurt, what's the issue?
The issue is, sir, that you've broken the law. You're not supposed to drink and drive.
And you're putting and you potentially could have hurt somebody. Yep. Nobody got hurt because you were lucky, not because you were in a right state of mind to drive.
So when you drink at home and you get drunk, could you potentially hurt somebody?
Yourself?
No, you have neighbors, there's people that are in your house, you have people going up and down the road in front of your house. Could you just act like ridiculously and get in a fist fight or fire a gun? Or I mean, is there potential and dangerous things to drinking at home?
We're going to ignore that question and ask you a question. Have you ever sideswiped a car, a mailbox, backed into anything, knocked your mirror off impaired?
No.
Can I laugh out loud at this? We're going to ignore that question.
Yeah, we're going to ignore that question.
Yes, I have, though.
No, I've never done that.
I've only drove impaired twice, so I learned my lesson. I never got pulled over, but I learned my lesson because I didn't even when I realized I didn't even know how the fuck I got home, yet I realized I threw up while I was driving. I was like, yeah, I can't do that no more. But I'm saying it's helpful sometimes.
When I was pulled over for my DUI, I wasn't pulled over because I was driving recklessly. I was speeding. It wasn't because I hit anybody. It wasn't because I swerved off the road. It was because I was going 45 and a 35.
And probably doing it because you were drinking. Had you not been drinking, you would have noticed the cops and slowed down like most people do.
If I noticed the cops and slowed down, he would have pulled me over anyways. It doesn't really matter. I mean, the story was my girlfriend was in the passenger seat and we went to the convenience store to go pick up some beer for my friend. I was fixing to go to bed and I was going to work the next day. And I was looking at her because she was laughing and looking all cute. And I was getting ready to fuck the shit out of her when I got home. And the speed zone changed from 45 to 35. And he pulled me over because it was 11:30 at night. He pulled me over right after that speed limit sign. I was 2 blocks from home, and he wouldn't let me walk. He wouldn't let her drive, and I went to jail. $10,000 later, and 6 months with no license, and 2 days in jail, and I hurt nobody.
But you
Nobody.
you
And that
knew
was
the
justified.
consequences of that though if you drank and drive. You were forewarned of what would happen.
No, beforehand, I didn't know. I was not educated as to the consequences of.
So you
of
never
what
knew that it was illegal to drink and drive.
Well, you said consequences.
That is,
Yeah.
if you drink and drive, you go to jail. That's a consequence, Blake. You get arrested. Come on now.
You said you asked me if it was. You asked me about consequences, then you asked me if I knew it was illegal. I didn't know what all would happen on the other side of a DUI. I did know it was illegal, but the previous year they went from 0.12 to 0.08 and all that kind of shit. I mean, these people apply this stuff whenever the fuck they want to. You can't control people. You can't control people with laws. You can't tell people not to do something and then expect them to do it just because you said so. And it's in evidence. People do shit and they do it whenever they want, however they want, whether it's against the law or not.
Blake, I can't.
The reason to choose good behavior isn't because the government says so or not.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Mario chime in. XP chime in. Mario just dropped. Kev chime in.
Well, I mean, not to, be.
Hold up, Blake. Hold up. Let's stop because I had a brain fart, but it just popped back. And I said I can't believe what I'm hearing, Blake, because you sat here and said you didn't know there was a consequence to drinking and driving. You knew it was illegal, but
no, I said I didn't know what the consequences were. Obviously, I was aware that.
But you knew one was going to jail, and you were willing to risk that.
Yeah, I was.
So don't say you didn't know consequences. You didn't know the full parameters, but you knew at the least you were going.
I stated that I didn't know what the specifics of the consequences were. Right. Yeah, I'm not denying that I didn't know.
I hope Savage Red hears this. He gonna be like, I cannot believe Blake is making all these excuses for his poor decision making.
Well, you make poor decisions every day. Do you always wear your seatbelt? Do you quit smoking? Do you drink alcohol? I mean, every single thing that we do has risk tied to it. Every single thing.
Okay, can I ask you a question now, Trey?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, not to be sanctimonious, but I think that Blake is having a hard time trying to accept the fact that in terms of drinking and driving is a crime. And it's a crime that can affect all types of different scenarios on the road. And you're talking about innocent people. I'm not going to lie to you. When I'm at home getting wasted, I kind of like just wake up in the basement or somewhere the next day. I don't have the intention of harming anyone. But when you drink and drive, there is that what if factor.
Kevin, so here's one thing.
Every single one of you guys on here, when you're driving, you all talk on the phone. You all text. You probably even listen to YouTube videos.
First of all, my phone is hands-free, and I'm not texting shit while I'm driving.
Distracted driving is not impaired driving.
Even though it's still dangerous, though.
So here's my thing. Here's my thing about Blake. My thing is that if you are saying that you went through all of this court and you had to pay this big fine and the license was suspended, you should be the biggest advocate of not drinking and driving. So if that did not correct the action or make you see things differently, then there's no need to have the conversation because you already made it in your mind that you're gonna do what the fuck you're gonna do. And that's fine.
I don't advocate for drinking and driving. I advocate for choice. I advocate for people to make their decisions based on consequences and their level of awareness and behavior.
Wait, Trey. Your decisions are going to put others at risk. And the thing about it is when you go in front of a judge for manslaughter, you're not going to have any fucking left or right margins because you knew better.
And let me add on top of that and then respond, Blake. The government gives you the choice to do it legally or illegally. And if you do it illegally, they have the option to punish you for it because what you're doing is illegal and you have shown the ability to say, I'm going to do what I want. So then they have to take a step to get you out of the community, because at this point you are a risk and a danger to the society around you.
Why? I haven't harmed anybody. In order for there to be a crime, there has to be a victim. Do we agree with that or not?
So what if you would have innocently killed a family while you were drunk driving?
What if has nothing to do with it?
Okay, well, what if you
It
would have
didn't
done
happen.
so?
Then I should go to jail because I hurt somebody.
So the
Then I
government
should-
doesn't have a right to. The government doesn't
That's
have a
what
right.
Then I should commit my life to helping the family and restitution and maybe mentoring and maybe talking in the community. There's all
And-
sorts of different things that you could do on the other side of that. But it doesn't, you saying what if doesn't have anything to do with reality.
But we know reality is that when you drive impaired, that your chances of an accident are substantially increased. We know this.
How many of you guys got a gun in the house?
I do.
Who else?
I did. I can't currently have one until my case is over with.
Okay. Well, if you have a gun in the house, legally or not, doesn't really matter, and you drink and you smoke weed or PCP or whatever the fuck it may be, all risk behaviors increase. The chances of you shooting somebody or getting into an altercation with a gun increase by 20%. Increase
That's
20
a negative.
times.
That's
By
a
just
negative.
you having
That's a
a gun
negative.
in the house. Now that is
That's a
risky
negative.
behavior.
No.
Is it not?
No.
Playing with the
Your
gun while you're
vehicle-
drunk
your-
increases that behavior. It just
your-
being in
hold
the
on.
house is not.
Trey, if you are out on the highway, you instead of operating a moving vehicle, your vehicle now becomes a weapon. And you being incapacitated, you can swerve into somebody that has a newborn. You can swerve into a nurse coming home, a pastor. So my thing about it is, if you don't care about other people's lives, you now are a risk to society. So you being at home with a gun, I don't give a fuck if you have a fucking rocket launcher. The fact of the matter is, you are weaponizing your vehicle. I'm just saying you can't compare
got
the two
you, though.
because the fact of the matter, you're moving. If you're on the highway going goddamn 75 miles an hour and you swerve and you hit somebody else who can hit somebody else, that's a way bigger tragedy than you shooting yourself in the face or your son finding your gun and killing himself. There are
Even
multiple
going 10 miles
factors.
over can make a drastic difference.
I used to drink and drive, especially back in college. I thought the shit was funny. And the older I've gotten, I'm in my 30s now. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like, I don't even like getting into a car with somebody who's drunk. Like, I find it utterly appalling and disgusting that somebody would drink and drive. Like, you got Uber, you got all these things that you can do. You can even go to a local bar and just fucking walk.
Kevin.
To clarify my point here, what I said earlier is I don't advocate for drinking and driving. I mean,
You do
it's
advocate
dangerous.
it when you say you don't care about it, bro. When you choose
also
to do something,
said-
I never said I don't care about it.
You said
Please,
it
guys.
didn't stop you from doing it.
You said you recently have drank and
I
drive.
want him to have a chance to speak. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
There's choice. So you drink 2 beers, you drink 4 beers, you drink 6 beers. There's different levels of impairment. There's different levels of awareness, right?
Yes, I agree. Keep going.
When you drive or when you own a gun or whatever, there's always risk to every single behavior. There's 2 beers, there's 4 beers, there's 6 beers. There's weed in the house. We're smoking. We're doing this. If you have a gun and you drink, it increases the risk of everybody's chances of getting hurt around you. It increases
That's
yours, everybody else. So if you have a gun,
That's
in
not.
the same light as you have a vehicle and the ability to drive on the road, are
If
you
there's
allowed?
a gun in the house, and I'm not upset with. Hold up. I'm gonna let him finish, but if there's a gun in the house and I'm not upset
I'm gonna
with
get him.
anybody,
I'm gonna get him.
why the fuck would I be playing with the gun for it to endanger anyone?
Exactly.
If you
That's why I
own
said
a
let
gun-
him finish. Let him finish.
If you
Let him finish.
if you own a gun, are you legally
allowed?
allowed to be able to drink?
Yes, in your house. Yes, you are. You can't do
Why?
it in a car. You can't be in a public setting with both.
Why? Alcohol impairs your judgment, doesn't it? It impairs your physical
Because
coordination.
if you're at home, no one's life is in danger if you're not playing with the gun. If you get in the car impaired, somebody else's life is in danger, not just yours. You act like
Sure
the
they are.
gun. You act like
There's
just
always people
because a
around
gun
you.
is in the house, I have to play with it because I'm
Let's
drinking.
rewind. Can we rewind a little bit?
Nope.
Because I was really thinking about becoming a lawyer, and I want to point this thing out about Blake. Blake says that he got pulled over by the police. The police, he got pulled over a block away. I don't want to quote him, but something like that from the
2
house, and
blocks.
they wouldn't let him walk. Think about it. He was in the car with his girlfriend. If he got in the car thinking I can operate a vehicle fucking drunk and not let her drive, and then when we get pulled over, where the police ain't let her drive, why the fuck you ain't let her drive? You understand? He don't give a fuck. That's what you don't understand. If someone doesn't give a fuck, they normally say it, whether they say the words "I don't give a fuck" or they make excuses. You're saying the police should have gave you leeway, should have gave you pass. Fuck all that. You should have had the common sense between you and your girlfriend to make the decision. I'm not going to put myself at risk, her at risk, or anybody else at risk. You didn't do that. You didn't give a fuck.
And
Are you
that is
telling
why
me or are you
it's
asking me?
tough love.
I'm telling you, you didn't give a fuck. Just like you said, I'm brainwashed and I'm following orders. Motherfucker, I'm smart enough to know I've lost enough soldiers to drinking and driving to know not to do it. You didn't give a fuck. And can you imagine anybody on this panel when we're sitting in court and listening to you talk? Well, it's my right to be able to drink and drive. And they come across that goddamn the goddamn plaintiff to the defendant and beat that ass because you didn't give a fuck and you didn't kill somebody. Can you imagine that shit?
So to address what you're saying now and the things that you just brought in. Now, I've never heard anybody drinking and driving, and you join the military, so do millions of other people, and they actually hurt people. Now, none of these wars were in defense. None of it happened on our
Did you
soil.
actually get
Don't
out?
None of it happened on our
with the
soil.
intention to hurt somebody.
Let me finish. Now, these are choices that we make, are they not? Now, you choose to benefit from your joining the military, yet they've murdered, I don't know, a couple million over the
Do
past
you benefit from
19
it?
years.
You benefit from it, Blake.
Huh?
How many times have you been attacked on foreign soil except for 9/11? How many times have you personally in your lifespan been attacked on foreign soil on American soil by a foreign entity? How many times?
We don't belong on foreign soil as a military occupation.
Motherfucker, did you just hear what I just said? I said, how many times have you been attacked on American soil by a foreign country except for 9/11 during your tenure in your lifespan?
Never, because I never put myself in the
Never. And you
position
know why?
made the
Because the
choices
motherfuckers like me.
to expose myself to that risk.
Stop. Because the motherfuckers like me. That's why. Doing what the fuck they got to do, whether you respect it or not.
How does killing people in Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria have anything to do with my freedom?
Blake, I served. I didn't kill anyone. I was
exactly.
I was
Everybody
MP on a base and in front of a B-52 bomber. I shot no one.
You guys supported them, didn't you? I mean, would you work for a company that served meals to people that killed 1 in 100 folks that they gave food to? No.
You're an American citizen and you pay taxes. You support it too.
Yeah, well, everything that the military does, the Department of Defense, is not defense, and it's unconstitutional.
Are you not paying taxes?
We're murdering people. We're overthrowing governments. We're rigging their elections, and you guys don't give a fuck about it.
What do you mean, you guys? Are you not paying? He just asked you a simple question. If you're not paying taxes, then guess what? Blake is not contributing to what the military is doing. If you are paying taxes, shut the fuck up and benefit from it, because that's what you're doing. You're not fighting anything on foreign soil. You don't even give a fuck about the citizens on the street because you're driving drunk and you don't give a fuck about it. Let's talk about it. You want this tough love? Come get it, bro. Let's go.
How many people has the military hurt?
You telling me? You making statements? Shit, how many people the Bloods and Crips hurt? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I know what I
don't support the military. What I support is choice. And if you choose to engage and be employed by an organization that murders people on foreign soil, hey.
So you don't support the police. When you have an issue, you don't support calling the police because they've killed people, correct?
I support police in about 5% of what they do.
So how the fuck can you say the military is all bad when you just spit a small percentage right here on American soil? You pick and choose what you want to promote to be bad. That's the issue. I don't do that. I look at the facts across the board. The fact across the board is,
The actions of
regardless
our
if you hold
military
on,
and the Department of Defense
regardless
are
if you
defense.
do not like, regardless if you do not like the military, they do more than what you do on a daily basis. It's men and women who wake up before 5 a.m. on a daily basis and do more than what you do, that have given their life, regardless if you respect it or appreciate it. Motherfucker, they've done more than what you've done. While you
Hit the
grinding
like
drunk
and
and don't give
donate.
a fuck about
Thank
people on the
you.
road.
They gave their life for nothing, for
They
unconstitutional
didn't give their
activities,
fucking
killing
life for
people
nothing.
overseas,
And I'm gonna tell
killing
you right
people
now,
overseas in
if
our
you
Hold
own
on.
would say
backyard,
something,
Blake,
overthrowing
I
Blake,
governments,
would punch you in your
controlling
Blake,
fucking
assets
face.
that we'd have no right
I
to.
will punch you in your face. If
Blake,
we were face to
they,
face and you said, my brothers and sisters that was with me in Iraq, with me in Afghanistan, if they gave their life for nothing, I would punch you in your fucking face. I will
Mario.
use you to do something.
Every one
That's
of you
real
made bad
shit.
choices.
Wait, but I
That's
got
real
this.
shit. I will
Blake,
beat your ass.
Blake,
I will
but
beat
how?
your ass.
Okay, take a chill, Mario. Blake, how can you say they died for nothing yet? You said that you sit here and you enjoy the ability to make choices, whether right or wrong. It's kind of like a rhetorical question. Savage, go ahead and chime in. I think you're muted, Savage. You know these military people. I
Sorry.
never.
Thank you guys
I served,
for
but
your
go ahead.
service.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you guys for your service. Um, to when it comes to the military, like it's a necessary evil. Like you need the military, just like you need police. It's a necessary evil. Unfortunately, a lot of the wars, that's not the that's not the fault. That's not the fault of the people in the military. Like, if the CIA wants to arm other rebel groups, and we have to fight those rebel groups in 20 years, that's not the military that's doing that. That's the CIA that's stirring that pot. When the when the American people are lied to and said there's weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, the military's got to go to Iraq regardless. Like, it's not like that's the government. That's not the military. Like, a lot of people like to make blanket statements about stuff, but it's really only a small percentage of people that are making these decisions. Just like whenever you hear these comments about white people or racism, the elites are the ones that are running this shit. It's only about 5 to 1% of people that are making these decisions. Same thing when it comes to the military. You don't have the whole American people making this decision. You don't have men and women that are risking their lives to defend the country, because you have to defend the country. Like, there's no world or reality where you cannot have some sort of armed forces or the threat of armed violence and our life be good. So either way, it's a shit sandwich. But if you're gonna be angry about it, don't be angry about the people that served. Be angry about the top brass that are making this decision. Be mad about the motherfuckers in the Pentagon. Be mad about the CIA. But don't be mad about the guy on the ground. That's literally like being mad at the guy that makes $15 an hour in the warehouse at Amazon for Jeff Bezos deciding to give fucking $100 million to gender studies in some country. You might not agree with what he did with his money, but that does not in any way reflect the bottom person in his organization. They're trying to get a job, take care of themselves. You can't be like, oh well, Jeff Bezos is hunting huge lions and elephants and killing them. So the $15 an hour guy that started off at the bottom, fuck him too. Like, that's a false equivalent.
I want to address that. So my issue with people that enroll and enlist in the military is that year over year we find out more and more that the government does that's unconstitutional, that's illegal, the ways that they've lied to us, the things that they plot and plan against the United States citizens. and things that they've done overseas, the accumulation of deaths in the result of landmines and depleted uranium shells and Agent Orange and all these kinds of things. So every year we find out more and more and more, yet people still enroll and enlist in the military, knowing full well that the government is screwing over the citizens, not just in this country, but citizens of other countries, overthrowing governments, rigging elections, murdering people in their own backyard. And yet people still choose to serve, quote unquote, in the military,
Blake,
enhancing the government's ability to do these kinds of things when we know they happen every single year. More and more stuff comes out. Now,
Blake,
if you say,
who
look,
has more influence than the people in the military? The citizens like you who pay taxes and choose to live here, even though you know what the military does and you don't agree with it. Because you know what? Without taxpayers' money, there is no military. If people like you said, I truly don't agree with the government and left, guess what? You're not feeding the system that pays for the military.
defense, I'm perfectly fine with defense, but defense doesn't have to happen on a offensive level. Defense is preparation. Defense has no action to it. Defense is training. Defense is knowledge and awareness, and the Second Amendment broadly broadcast over all the citizenry. You can't have a Department of Defense and apply that label and say that's what we are, but then have it at the existence of the reality that we kill people all over the fucking world for unconstitutional reasons. You can't say that I'm without responsibility because I didn't do my research beforehand and I signed up to an organization that could pay me, give me free medical for life, give me a pension, retirement at 20 years, all this kind of shit, simply because, well, I'm just a pawn. I mean, that's all I know.
What you're speaking of are officers. People like Mario and I were not officers. That would be the elite section of the military. Most of us work for fucking minimum wage and free college.
Yeah, bro.
And I don't know how long he served. I served 4 years. I never took the ready to die for my country mentality, but I do respect what the fuck the military does and stands for. As Savage said, because it's a necessary evil and it allows you to do things like drink and drive. It allows you to do that.
What does the military do that you respect?
It defends the country.
So then why are we in Afghanistan and Syria and Iraq and Libya and all these kinds of places?
For money, power, respect, and resources.
So what does that have to do? What does that have to do with defense?
Bro, that's dude. That is.
It shows that we're bullied.
Bro, you're arguing like, red potatoes aren't real potatoes. Only Iowa potatoes are potatoes. Like, you're literally arguing semantics. Like that.
No, I'm not.
Blake.
These are real. These are real and clear definitions and lines drawn in the sand here.
Blake.
Here, let me give you an analogy. Okay, let's say you decide to sling some weed on the side, right? And you knew beforehand, and you knew while you were doing it, that the guy that you get all your shit from, that you pay for the pound every week, he kills somebody every 2 weeks. But you decided to just sling weed on the side and get his weed and pay him for it, just because you wanted a living, because you wanted some free weed, and you wanted to make some money on the side. But you give him money to buy guns and buy ammunition and buy off politicians to go kill people.
Blake, that is the worst example you could ever tell me.
No,
it's a good example because even in his life, you give money to the government to be able to do this when you pay taxes. XP, you've been quiet for a minute. Chime in. Oh, he's frozen. Go ahead, Sam. Can you hear XP?
Yeah. So I've been listening this back and forth about the military, and I want to say to those who have served in the military, thank you for all you do and have done. I do, however, I have an opinion about what he said.
Which one, Mario or Blake?
To an extent, some of the things Blake said, and I do feel like there's a lot of deep research that one can do to find out more about how these wars were senseless and the real agenda behind these wars. But I'm never going to take away from those who made the decision to defend our country by any means necessary. Um, I've had relatives that fought in Afghanistan. I had one particular cousin who came back from Afghanistan, and he now is having a hard time functioning into society. He has relapses of what happened because he actually had to kill somebody in the war. Uh, he was in a situation where a young child with a bomb strapped to him were coming at them, and he had to shoot to kill, and it literally made him lose his mind. So I can't sit here and say that. I can't sit here and agree with that to say that hey he fought for nothing. Um, that's
What
something
is
he
the
has.
combat?
He didn't even have a choice to go into battle. He was put in that job and told to go. He had no choice in there. When he signed up, I'm
Well,
sure he didn't have a
everybody
mind.
Right.
everybody always has a choice. His choice was to serve in the military.
Sir, when I go into the military, you pick jobs just like everyone else. They have firefighters, they have policemen, they have entrymen, but you don't expect to go to war. Nobody signs up expecting to go to war and wanting to kill someone, even the generals.
Right.
That's like a police officer saying, I have no expectation of using my gun. That's exactly what the military does. If anybody ever
But
said that publicly,
if you went
and
into the
if you're
military,
and Trey, if you're saying that publicly now that nobody wants to or nobody has the expectation of, then they're idiots and they're probably lying.
Blake, if I
Bro,
went into the military as a cook, I'm not expecting to go to war to kill somebody. You know why? Because I'm a cook.
Are you issued a rifle? Are you
No,
given training?
no, you get 8 hours of damn weapons training for shit that's not actually combat or police oriented.
So if you're deployed, even as a cook, as part of a unit to a forward area, an active area, you have full expectation that you might actually have to shoot somebody and kill them. You're
Mario,
given a rifle. You're given training. If you're part
I
of the
just
military,
I
there's
just
every
told you
expectation,
I just
every
but,
reality that you kill somebody.
but
What's
Blake,
up, man? What's up?
here's the actual scenario though.
What's
In
up?
basic training, no matter what job you're going to after basic training, everybody gets the same weapons training. It's 8 hours. With the Air Force, it was 8 hours of fucking training. With the 9 millimeter, 8 hours with the M16. Since I was security forces, I got additional weapons training after basic training. But a cook does not get any more training. So if a cook is thrown into combat, it may have been 7 years since he was in basic training. He has to now try to recount the 8 hours of training he got 7 years ago,
Let me
which
let
is
me
why they would be the last people to be out there in a war situation.
let me explain something if you want me to. So check this out. Here's my thing. You see, I calmed down a little bit. Um, in reference to the army, and let's use the cook scenario. You have a primary MOS, which is your military specialty, and a secondary MOS. Everybody's secondary MOS is a combat MOS, which is 11 Bravo. That means an infantryman.
You have to explain what MOS is, sir.
A specialty, your military specialty, your job. So you have a primary job and a secondary job. Basic training has to do with everybody across the board teaching everybody the same narrative or same specialty, which is being a infantry person. That means being able to march, being able to shoot, being able to read maps, being able to do hand-to-hand combat, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The fact of the matter is everybody do not see combat action. Some people go down range or off CONUS, which is from out of the military, and they never leave the fob. They never leave the place of danger. They never see contact or enemy combatantry. So my thing is to hear that where all y'all doing is killing and all y'all doing is this and y'all dying for nothing and all this other stuff. To me, it's I have to ask you, you must be doing something hellified in the community to say that the military is not doing anything. So I would like to hear Blake's point of view on that.
Are you telling me I'm not doing anything in the community? Is that what you're?
You must know. Listen to me.
Asking.
You must be doing something hellified in the community to say that the military, the only thing that they're doing is killing people and they're dying for nothing. So what are you doing in the community to say that what I'm doing in the community is more important than what they are doing? I'll be quiet.
Well, I never said that the only thing that the military is doing is killing, but that is the most significant and obviously the topic of conversation here now. The military spends a lot of money. They occupy a lot of different places. Obviously, they murder a lot of people. But the military, they train, they buy shit at the PX without paying taxes. They get free medical care for the rest of their life. I mean, there's a lot of shit that the military does.
I need you to do better, Blake. You sound jealous. That don't sound like valid points. That sound like jealousy.
A lot of shit I don't agree with. But what I do in the community is I've got a next door neighbor. She's an old lady, and she has almost no family left. Her husband is dead. Me and my daughter go over and visit her whenever she doesn't have any company or any family over there. I help people out with all sorts of different things. I housed a couple that was homeless in the middle of the summertime in my house for over a week. Then I helped them get a house. I help people do yard work in my neighborhood across the street and right next door on the other side. I mean, there's all sorts of shit that I do, but this wasn't about me, Mario. This is about the military. Well, so I don't know why. I don't know why you're bringing me to the floor here.
I can tell you why. It's because you offended military vets. Like I said, I served and I didn't serve as long as Mario, and I'm not as passionate about the military as he is. But that's disrespectful to say they're just killers and they don't do shit and just follow orders and they willingly sign to go kill people. That any veteran that hears this would be offended. Like,
well, all those things are true. I mean, you can be offended if you want to, but it's true.
But see, here's the thing: when you say you can be offended if you want to, then you're saying it with ill intent. And when you say things with ill intent, there's consequences to that. You understand?
Well, don't put a qualifier on it. Answer the question: is what I said true or not?
Is what true or not?
All the things that I've said.
No. Do people die in war? Yes. Do people die overseas? Yes. Are there people overseas that are doing way more than you do in your individual community? Hell fucking yes.
What you said about everybody signing up to kill people is false. So that's false.
That's like saying, "Oh, I want to become a police officer, but I don't want to arrest anybody." I mean, okay.
Bro. Like saying the same thing.
Savage, guys, before you go,
that's what happens in war. That's what happens. That's what the military does.
Okay, I got you, Blake. I'll give you that you won on their point. But again, you pay taxes and you still live here, so you financed that operation. Go ahead, Savage.
Okay, so earlier, Blake, you had said that it's like a police officer, a guy joined to serve as a police officer, and them not using their gun. The vast majority of police officers don't fire their gun in their entire career. Most, like, when I say the vast majority, it's like 90%. Like, don't ever fire their gun their whole career. Most people in the Army don't fire their gun. Most people in any armed forces don't fire. The vast majority don't.
Or get a gun.
Like, one. Two, my brother-in-law went to Iraq and Afghanistan, and all of his whole family are Marines. He's a Marine. After he ended up getting out of the service, he went and did private security. He did private security. So the fact of the matter is, like I said, you have to have the Army, you have to have the Marines, you have to have these things in place because there is a low form or high threat of violence for doing stupid stuff. That's why men don't talk crazy to each other in public, because they know there is a low level form of violence or the threat of violence. That's why you just don't walk down the street calling random man a bitch. You don't do that because there's an acknowledgement that it's probably not gonna go well. So you have to have the Army and the brand. You have to have the Army. You have to have the Marines. You have to have the Navy. You have to have these things. The Marines and SEAL teams go and they extract fucking hostages. They do all sorts of shit across the world. Like, they're not just out there killing. They're building schools. They're getting water to certain parts of third world countries. They're building roads. There's all sorts of shit that these people are doing. You can't be mad at them. You got to be mad at the brass. Either way, you have to have these people. You have to have trained people that are able to defend this country if things go bad. You have to. The problem is what people are making them do. That's the issue.
Well, they signed up, didn't they? They signed up to be a subject of the military.
You're right. We did sign up. You're exactly right, and I can't disagree with that. But here's the thing:
Okay.
when you sign up to do a
qualifier
job,
that you don't need to qualify that.
huh?
No, but
That's just a fact. I mean,
yeah, but again,
Hold on,
Blake,
wait. It's not about qualifying what you're saying. The fact of the matter is, it's checks and balances. You're right. They did sign up. However, the things that these people are doing, these men and women are doing, are phenomenal. And for you to ignore the phenomenal part and just put the twist and narrative on it, they just killing people. They're just following orders. They're just doing this. My whole thing about it is, if they're doing more than you do on a daily basis, a lot of these men, these teenagers who are leaving their homes to go fight these wars, regardless of why you say these wars are acting or being, they're giving you the privilege of being home to say, I can drive drunk and I don't give a fuck about no laws. They're giving you that privilege. They're protecting you. They're not protecting you locally, and some are. But the fact of the matter is, when's the last time you faced Taliban? When the last time you worried about a building blowing up and you were sitting in it? You haven't.
I don't want to go to Afghanistan. And I'll tell you something else. The things that I do in my community, I don't get paid for. And the military obviously gets paid in a number of different ways. When you hey, let me finish. The things that you're talking about that the military does, maybe on a positive note, if they're building schools or they're getting water, could it be that maybe the bombs and the bullets had destroyed those things that they're now rebuilding?
Are we saying hypothetically, or what you know for a fact?
In some places, but not all of them.
He's speaking hypothetically, and that's the problem.
You mean in most places?
No, Blake, you're speaking hypothetically. Blake, how many times you been out the country, Blake? Let me break this down for you guys on the panel, and let me show you how you break down his narrative. How many times have you been out the country, Blake?
Once.
Okay, I've been out the country 5 times. Okay, here's a case in point. How many people have you been around that support the community like you've supported the community, Blake? You say you gave shelter to homeless people. You fed people. How many people have you been around at one time has done the same thing that you've done?
How many people have I been around that
How many
that has
people
done
support the same narrative that you do? How many people you know that do the same thing you do, Blake?
Not very many.
Not very many. I know motherfuckers that have given their lives for a country that don't appreciate it. That's one. That have goddamn given not only to their community, but also overseas support. That have missed birthdays, family reunions, funerals, all types of shit. For you to have the privilege to sit online right now and talk your shit when you have no facts, the only thing you have is what you see on television.
What does the reality in other countries have to do with my freedom here?
You have no inside scoop on what the fuck is going on with the military.
The military provide that.
In what way? What does somebody in Afghanistan or Syria or Iraq have to do with my freedom here?
Blake,
are they attacking you? Are you worried about that?
Hold on, Mark.
Are you going to sleep at night? You said hold on or go ahead.
Yeah, hold on, because I have to point, I'm gonna let you go, but I have to point out, Blake, there are people in Afghanistan, true, but there are also troops here too, defending the borders every day. The air, they're defending the skies, they're defending the seas. Go ahead, Mario.
Did I not say that I don't have any problem with defense?
You
You
just
don't have any
asked
problem
what
with
the
defense,
other.
but you don't have any respect for it neither. That's the problem.
Respect.
You know what's the point? As a grown man, I can't make you have respect for it. The thing about it is, I can defend it though. So you can disrespect it all you want to, but the fact of the matter is, me being a veteran, not only a veteran, but somebody that was in the upper echelon that has a secret security clearance that knows shit that you don't know. So
I
if you
had
trying to say, hold on, wait, Blake, wait. You're saying, oh, well, the media is promoting this Black Lives Matter narrative. They're promoting this narrative. They're promoting it. Guess what? I was the person responsible for releasing news clips to the media. So when you say, oh, we're going off of what the media says, motherfucker, I was on the other side of the goddamn fence saying, this is what's really happening. So when I hear a man like this, I don't know if you're young or not, and when I hear a gentleman like yourself saying what you're saying, I say, this guy is uninformed. He's uninformed. You're not worrying about the Taliban at night. You might be worried about the Bloods, Crips, Vice Lords, GDs, Latin Kings, but you ain't worried about Taliban. And they'll do more shit than them motherfuckers. So
and
yeah,
The Taliban's never done anything to me. The Taliban's never done anything in the
Exactly. Why is that though?
like the local military that's not overseas is gathering intel and passing that on to the FBI and the CIA. Shout out to you, Russ. What's going on? Go ahead, Savage.
So again, you have to have a military. Like there's no way to get around it. Can you make it?
I didn't say that there shouldn't be a military.
Stop. Can you make an argument that we don't necessarily have to be in so many countries? Sure. Could we be less involved around the world? Maybe. But
Those
there's
are
things
primary.
that... What?
Those are primary arguments. Those are the primary points. It is not defense when it's not defense when we're occupying other countries on an unconstitutional basis, killing people, ruining their futures, destroying their buildings and their lives, giving their kids deformities for the rest of their lives. I mean,
Savage.
You act as though this is nothing.
Savage, listen. Hold on, Savage. Listen. I know you about to say something, brother. Listen. Let me say something to Blake. Do you have firsthand knowledge of any of this? You fucking don't. You fucking don't.
I've watched plenty of documentaries.
No, stop. Everything you're saying is goddamn secondhand or third party. You have no fucking firsthand knowledge of this. So for you to be so goddamn hyped up talking about, oh no, it's this and it's that, it's this. It's not. It's not. Do some fuck shit happen? Yes. But fuck shit happens with every organization. And if that is the only key point you're making, then it's a facade. It's facade. The military does way more than what the fuck you give it credit for. While you sleeping, somebody is fucking defending your your ability to sleep. That's real shit.
Are they?
Okay, so
Yes, they are.
again, you saying that they shouldn't be in another country, like if you're going to make an argument that we don't need to be so hands-on around the world, that is a point of view. That is a perspective. That isn't a fact. That you cannot have a fact because there's information that we're not included in certain things. Can we look back in hindsight and say we shouldn't have gone to Iraq because there wasn't weapons? Yes, we can say that. But you can't say that because of that, this proves that we don't need to be anywhere, because that's not the case. Like we have Americans right now that are being held hostage in foreign countries that have been gone for 2 years. Like you have all sorts of this stuff going on. Like it's not just black and white, yes and no. There is gray area when it comes to the defense of the country. The reason that this country is not being invaded is A, because of our military, and B, we are the largest armed population in the world. It's a fact.
Defense is a very black and white issue, and there is no gray area in defense.
No,
it's
not.
You either aggress against me or you don't, and that implies that there should be defense or not.
No,
I mean,
because, no.
If you say that Blake is part of his own defense strategy, what does Blake do? Well, he trains, and he stands at his door when his children are sleeping and whatever. That doesn't hurt anybody. But as soon as somebody hurts me, then I have the ability to hurt them back, right? That's called the non-aggression principle. Defense has nothing to do with killing somebody in and of itself.
Okay, so again, one, America has interests in other countries. There are other things. Also, we protect other countries' assets. All right? So we have allies. We have shared interest in certain parts of the world. All right? Not just that, but say we pull all the military from around the world and bring them back to America. All right? So then shit's going to go on, and you're going to have to deploy them. Like, okay, there's going to be some hostages that get taken in Afghanistan. You're going to have to deploy the military back out there. Like, just because they're there doesn't mean it's being aggressive. It doesn't mean that's an act of aggression.
I didn't say that standing in a place was an act of aggression. Killing people is. Destroying their buildings is. Overthrowing their governments is.
What did they do, though? Did they just go in and do it? Or did something happen to prompt this response?
Why are we in Afghanistan? Why were we in Syria? Why are we in Iraq?
The story of us being in Afghanistan and Syria and Iraq and them were helping out, and they had had smoke with Saddam Hussein since the fucking Gulf War. You know these things.
Not even that, but again, okay, so the military isn't overthrowing elections in other countries. That's the CIA. That's an intelligence organization. That's not the military. Totally different thing. Totally different thing. So when you have the CIA using Freya Ricky Ross to do coke transactions in the 80s, again, that's the CIA. That's not the military. Like, there are two different things that you're trying to lump together.
Facts. Okay, so the CIA overthrows a government, and you sign up for the military, and the military comes in and cleans up their mess and controls the area.
Yes, that's not killing.
How are they not tied together? I mean, if you don't have the military, the CIA can't really act, can they? I mean, there's no benefit to acting.
Do you even understand the protocols of war? Do you understand the protocols that soldiers have to partake in when they're in other countries and they're at war?
Rules of engagement.
You know what does that have to do with whether our presence there is even justified or not? I mean, you're talking beyond the sale here as though this is legitimate war.
I didn't, dude. I didn't say
the person who's trying to legitimize the choice of driving drunk. It's all perspective at this point. We think it's bad that you drive drunk. You say you're not hurting anyone. We don't think it's bad that we have a foreign presence in countries and that we respond to people who fuck with us.
When were we fucked with? Like, I don't.
In most cases where we responded back to somebody and we did something.
We should have no military bases in other countries. We should have no occupying force anywhere in anybody else's country. You wouldn't stand for it here in the United States if China had a military base in the middle of fucking Nebraska and they were going around telling people whether they can walk on the street after 6 p.m. or not. You wouldn't have an issue. You would have an issue if China was going around capping people and setting off fucking bombs. And
dude, you're okay. Now you're just being fucking ignorant because it's a fact that the Chinese
No, Savage, I am not ignorant. Please
shut the fuck up.
We have embassies. We have embassies everywhere.
Stop cutting me off, Blake. The Chinese government is in Mexico training the cartel. They're also in Canada. There are Chinese military in Canada and in fucking in Mexico. So this idea that there aren't other countries that are in there aren't other countries in countries that are not theirs occupying it's not a fucking crazy idea. We're not the only country that does it. And again, let's see, China,
Africa is we in bed.
China's in Australia. They're also in Africa. But the difference between China being in America and they already own a fuck ton of land. They actually have a whole city that they've purchased in America, and we're okay with that. But having Chinese military in America locking down cities is kind of different, seen as the fact that, you know, China pretty much does all sorts of shit to every country by stealing property, kicking them, stealing intellectual property, fucking with their currency. They do all sorts of shit to other countries. They hack all sorts of countries. We're not that close to allies with China. We're not.
Yeah, well,
And they're oppressive to their people.
this is sort of, yeah, our government isn't oppressive to our people at all.
Not on the scale as China's.
Bro,
Well,
China
this is
has
this. Hold on. Let me just say this one thing real quick. This kind of goes back to a point that you might have missed in the conversation earlier, Savage. And I have no reason or desire to compare myself to a serial killer. I wouldn't hold myself to that standard. There's better ways of doing things. There's better ways of living.
And in Rome, do as the Romans. If you don't, you get killed.
Just because other people do something doesn't mean it's good, and it doesn't mean I should support it.
You made an argument that you wouldn't like if China was here doing it. We shouldn't be in other countries. But China, the person you said, oh, well, you wouldn't like if they were in America, is in fucking the north and the south of us, and you're saying that we shouldn't be anywhere else. Like, you made that comparison. You literally said you would not like if China was here. They are.
I made a comparison, and my comparison was you would not like if China had a military base in the middle of Nebraska and was going around telling people whether they could stay out after 6 p.m. or not, and was shooting people and setting landmines and all this kind of stuff. That's what we do in other countries.
Blake, we're strong enough not to allow China to do that.
Bro, that's not what we do in other countries.
Yes, that is exactly what we do in other countries.
That's not what we do. No,
Mario told you what we do in other countries, and you dismissed that like all we do is go in and rape and pillage. Like we have no goodwill. Like we send no care packages to countries that we haven't bombed.
Bro, like legitimately, you don't even know the rules of engagement for soldiers that are in other countries, in active war zones. You don't even know what their fucking rules of engagement are. So you can't tell me that they just go around shooting people after 6 p.m.
The rules of engagement don't matter because they're not legitimate wars.
And let me point out,
bro, you do realize that as the military, if you're in Afghanistan and you kill a civilian with no just cause, you will get war crimes. You will get prosecuted by the military.
How many people do you think have gone through court martials that are in federal prisons right now because of that?
I don't know. I don't know, but we'll skip past it.
A lot. I said on court martials a lot. It's a lot of people right now who take actions into their own hand and they do fuck shit. So Blake, again, you are fucking correct. The military is not perfect. However, they do more than just go across the seas and kill people. Everything that you're saying you do in your community, the military also does in communities throughout the world. So you have to acknowledge,
and they also kill people, and they also get paid to do it.
Hold on, Blake. You have to acknowledge the good and the bad. But if you only have third hand and second hand knowledge, you will never be able to acknowledge what the fuck they actually do all the way around. So get you a veteran who's been on the inside, who's fucking been deployed, and say, this is my thought process. This is my facts in reference to what I heard and what I researched. What do you have to say? That's what you're missing.
Blake, let me point out. Hold on, Blake. You can go after this. Let me point out the stimulus packets that just passed had more aid in it for countries that we're not invading and bombing and killing people in than it gave to the American people. So that's another example of where we're in countries spending money and doing goodwill where we're not bombing and invading them. It's like you're painting the most horrific narrative of the military.
Well, the stimulus package has nothing to do with the military, but I mean,
I was
as
just
far as
pointing out how that's something good. You said the military
Yeah,
just
well, I don't,
kills people, and
not
Mario
only
was
do I not,
saying that they do a lot of good stuff. And I pointed out the amount of money that they gave to other countries where they're not doing bad stuff kind of speaks to Mario's point of the good that they're doing in other countries, building and shit.
well, if the military comes in and kills my uncle, but they plant his widow wife a garden, that's not really like that's not good.
So you're going to ignore
there's
the
been
fact that
500,000 civilians.
There's been 500,000 verified civilians in Iraq that have died. I bet there's not 500,000 people in federal prisons.
So you're ignoring where I said that they gave a shit ton of money to a whole bunch of countries that we have never done anything to negatively.
Bro.
Well, if that's what you want to talk about, I would imagine that all these things that they're talking about giving money to other countries are probably little boutique projects. I imagine that the people that are getting this money are probably connected on multiple levels to the people that are doling out the money. And we buy and control other countries in all different forms, not just militarily, but the reason to occupy Iraq doesn't have anything to do with their freedom. Certainly doesn't have anything to do with weapons of mass destruction. Our corporations are going over there and infiltrating their economy. We're going to run it. Do you understand that? This is colonialization on the ultimate level. We're not allowing them to be
Do we
free.
run
They
it
have
or
control.
Trey,
do we run it or do we allow them to?
Here's my thing. Here's my thing. If you think that China, you think that Germany or Europe doesn't have any influence on America, you are wrong. The same way that they try to infiltrate and orchestrate things in America is the same way that America, I will be the first one to say, does the same thing in other countries. My thing about it is, do we not say that the military is used as a bully at times? You damn right they are. But the fact of the matter is, the overarching scope of things is that they're not just killing people, which you stated. So you have to put the good with the bad. But if you don't only know the good or you only want to promote the negative, then that's the issue. That's the issue, because there's someone listening to you, you know what I'm saying, that's saying, oh, they only are bad. No, they're not only bad. And there are young people, there are people that say, go to war or go to jail. I don't know if you ever heard that slogan, but the fact of the matter is there are people that's forced to go into the military. There are people that volunteer to go into the military, but they're believing that they're doing something positive, because you know what? They're helping build sandbags in Louisiana so that way it don't flood again. They're helping give back to this community, or go over here, leave at the fucking drop of a dime. So you gotta pay homage. And if you don't, you seem kind of crazy, bro. It don't matter how much logic you got and how much you disagree with the government.
And again,
You know what I find whenever we get into these conversations is people will always imagine that I said something that I didn't, or they'll believe that I think something that I haven't expressed. And what I find is when people get very emotional when I talk about these kinds of things, it seems to surround guilt.
Blake,
And
you've expressed
No one's guilty over here.
every
Wait. I've led over 1,000 soldiers. These are all facts. Hold on, wait. I've led over 1,000 soldiers. Now, I don't know how many people you've ever been in charge of, but you feel a certain type of way when you see young people dying. You see goddamn young people pissing themselves on helicopters because you got tracer rounds flying all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I feel a certain type of way. But emotionally disruptive or not being able to have the conversation, I'm not. I'm listening to what you're saying, and you represent the majority of people, or the portion of people that say, well, you're dying or you're killing people for nothing and you're dying for nothing. Yeah, I got a problem with that. And you would too. So when you talk about the argument or when someone's being combative towards you, I've heard everything you said and I've gave it a grain of salt. The fact of the matter is you don't appreciate the military. You don't respect the laws that are here, that are in America. So I wouldn't expect you to appreciate it. But I'm going to defend what I need to defend. So don't take my argument as, oh, he's just being emotional. No, I'm addressing what it is that I've heard. Go ahead.
All of us have defended the military. Go ahead, Savage.
Again, I've only been in this conversation since I popped on here, and I never served. I don't have a dog in the fight, but you're making general vague statements to blanket things in. So there's no real way to pin you down to anything. So when you say people assume or they twist it, and no, bro, like you're like, they kill people. Like, okay, we shouldn't be in these places. We shouldn't be around we shouldn't be around the world.
Specific statements. That's not vague.
Those are vague because there's circumstances surrounding why this happened.
What I said was we shouldn't occupy other countries unconstitutionally.
Bro, you do.
I mean, I've been pretty specific in repetitive fashion here. I mean,
I got a question for you.
I got an answer.
Did Congress pass the Patriot Act?
I don't know how that came to be about exactly, but what does that have to do with the war?
Because the Patriot Act is what allowed the president to go into conflicts without congressional opinion. So the Congress did that, and that they're allowing it because the Congress.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying the Congress either. And you know what? We wouldn't have any of this. We wouldn't have any of this to the degree we do if people didn't continue to sign up for the military, believing that, well, yeah, I work for this company and some of what they do is good, but they do also kill people, but I get a paycheck.
But you literally feed the country. You feed into it, bro. You pay taxes and live here. You're funding the shit that you say is evil, and you don't get that, and you won't accept responsibility for that.
Do I have a choice to pay for taxes?
Can I ask something real quick? Here's the thing. Blake, can I ask you something? It's no shock or no shade to you, bro. Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I work for myself. That's okay. I do construction projects. I trim trees. I sell stuff on eBay. I do all sorts of stuff.
Okay, cool. So you're an entrepreneur. That's what we would call it. You're an entrepreneur. Yeah. Okay, cool. You're an entrepreneur. Okay. Entrepreneur mostly provides individualism. And what I mean by that is that you're looking out for self, trying to make a buck. Would you agree or disagree? You didn't say activist. You didn't say community leader. You said go ahead.
The biggest thing about business and entrepreneurship, even, or individualism, is
I have a master's degree in business. I'm asking you a question. Do you believe that what you do is
establishing
for the
relationships
or for self?
For everybody. Everybody that I interact with.
That's disingenuous.
Everybody that I interact with has to be a positive interaction. Everybody that I do business with has
That's
to be
not
a
what I'm
positive
asking. That's not no. If you're doing something to make a buck, right? And whether it's trimming trees or whatever you say your business venture is for that day, cool. What I'm saying is those people in the military, every day is for the defense of American freedom, regardless if you see it, respect it, or hear about it or not. So it's a different job. And you're right, they signed up for that. Just like you applied yourself to that entrepreneurship and you decided, this is what I want to do to make money. Cool, this is what they did to make money. Now, your job may not take you away from their family. Your job may not come with any hardships, but their job does. And I'm not knocking what you do. I'm saying, why say what they're doing when you don't have the ins and outs? Just don't speak on it. What I think is, that's not what you're saying. You should be saying what I think is X, Y, and Z. But you're producing it is what I know. And it's not what you know. And that's the problem that I have with what you're saying.
What have I said that I don't know?
You're saying that the military is predominantly about killing people and that they're dying for nothing?
No, I never said that.
Okay, correct it. You got the mic. Go ahead, correct it.
I never said predominantly. I never said majority. I never said any of those words. Do they kill people or not?
That's why Savage said you're making vague and blanket statements.
Well,
And
that's
you
a pretty.
can't be saying
That's not a blanket statement. Do we kill people or not?
It's not we. Americans kill people. You're saying that the military kills people? Yes, they're in a war. They're fighting a war. Whether you
It's
see
not
the
a war.
war, hear about it, know about it, they're fighting a war. A war is constantly going on, whether you want to agree to it or not. Yes, I will agree with you. Yes, they are killing people. Yes, yes. But no more than the cops, no more than anybody else or anything else that you know that promotes themselves as peace officers or defenders of some type of freedom. So what else do you got, brother? What else do you got? Go ahead.
Did we? I mean, I got a lot, but if you guys keep
I got a
derailing the
lot.
conversation, if you keep derailing the conversation and applying
Brother,
things
I'm
to
not
me that I
derailing the
haven't,
conversation.
that I
Stop. Don't do
haven't
that. Blake,
said.
I respect what you got to say, but don't do that. Don't say I'm derailing the conversation as if I'm scared to have it with you. Nothing you're saying is making me run for the border. Nothing you're saying is derailing me. Go ahead.
So
talk.
so let's say the military is a company. Would you work for that company if you knew that they murdered people for no reason, unjustly?
Again. This isn't Giant Eagle. It's not Giant Eagle. It's not a fucking car company. It's a fucking defense of the country. That's it. Like, you're trying to compare apples to oranges. You have to have a defense of the country. This isn't like, if you don't like Giant Eagle, you can go shop at Tops. You can go shop at another store. There isn't another military.
Did Iraq attack us on our soil? Did Afghanistan attack us on our soil? Did the 500,000 civilians that verified died in Iraq, did they attack us on our soil? I mean, I want to know. Like, did Syria attack us on our soil?
Blake,
What exactly are we defending ourselves against for an action that didn't happen on somebody else's land?
Okay, Blake, you asked like 5 questions. Savage, go ahead and answer.
So Iraq didn't attack us. The intelligence that was given to us was given to the American public was that they had weapons of mass destruction and that they helped the terrorists in 9/11 plan and help fund all this bullshit for 9/11. So that's what we were told. Is there information out there that it was true, not true? Is there stuff we don't know? Sure. We can all decide if it was a bad decision. Most people think it was a bad decision. But that doesn't change the fact that we're already there. We're already in there. And now we're responsible for that country because we fucked that country up. Like, for example, I live in the city of Cleveland, all right? So if the city decides to tear down a house, okay, the city's allowed to do that. There's an abandoned house, and they decide to tear it down. If they give the wrong address, all right, to the company that destroys houses, all right, and they destroy the wrong house, guess what happens? They're responsible for the fucking wrong house they destroyed. You're not going to say, oh, well, we made a mistake. We tore it down. We need to get out of this now because, it was wrong. Right? Correct?
I can't follow even what you're trying to get across here. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Because you're trying to say that we shouldn't be there, and we can agree on that. We shouldn't went there, but we did. All this shit that happened when we went there and later found out that we shouldn't have gone, we're responsible for what happened, right?
No. You say we as though we're citizens. You can't undo killing 1 million lives.
Soldiers are citizens.
No, we're having this conversation here.
Are citizens.
We aren't there, so you're saying we shouldn't be there. I mean, yeah, we shouldn't be there. Absolutely. Right.
Okay, so if I can collectively say we shouldn't be there, correct? Then I can collectively say we're responsible for what happened there, correct?
Who's responsible?
We.
The fucking military. We.
How do you undo it? How do you pay for it?
By fixing it.
How do you make amends? How do you make amends? How do you pay reparations for something that we collectively didn't do? It was specifically the military with false information and bad intelligence, intentionally bad intelligence. I mean, how do you recommend that we make amends for the things that we've done?
The same way that it's always done throughout history. The government and the military give reparations, restoration, and aid.
But guess what you can't do? Guess what you can't do when you're doing that? You can't fucking leave.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't rebuild. You can't build the fucking roads that you just bombed
if you leave.
And then leave and be like, well, you guys can figure it out. Now that we destroyed all your shit, here's some money. We killed 1 million people. Our bad. You guys have to figure out how to fix these schools and shit, you retards. Ha 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 ha. We're American bullies. Like, you can't have the coin on both. You can't have the argument on both sides. On one side, you say we shouldn't be there. On the other side, you're like, oh, well, we fucked up. We shouldn't be there, but we also shouldn't take responsibility and fix it. Correct?
How do you fix 1 million lives? That's what I'm getting at. The most valuable thing here is freedom and life.
The same way that
the generations of this country.
The same way
you can't make it any better. You can't make it better.
So apparently, the Germans in the world did for the Jews.
Like, do we just go? Well, since we already killed 1 million, do we just say fucking just like kill everybody?
Obviously not. I said we shouldn't be there.
Oh, okay. So we kill them, destroy everything, and just leave, and we're like, our bad.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's a weird situation here where, okay, so we were fed bad intelligence, I think intentionally, but then we go over and we do all this destruction for years upon years upon years upon years upon years, and we have no reconciliation. We never walk out. And what you're saying is we should make reparations. We should make amends. Well, we happens to include the citizens. Government that makes these choices, that intentionally does this stuff, is not accountable. They use our money. They feed us bullshit. And you guys are okay with the military because, well, sometimes they do some good stuff.
You're okay with it too because you choose to remain a citizen and feed into the system.
I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but I've kind of highlighted the fact that I try to stay away from paying any taxes that I possibly can.
But you still pay them. You try to stay away from it, but you still file your taxes. You still get a driver's license. You still pay property taxes. You still are a citizen.
Because if I don't do these minor things, they will put me in jail for the rest of my life.
You can leave the country, buddy. You can renounce your citizenship and leave the country.
I would rather make this one better.
By shitting on the military, who are making the country better too.
How are they making it better?
Bro, I honestly feel that I'd have.
No, I mean, really. What does the military do in Syria and Iraq and Afghanistan that's good here?
Well, they gave them democracy. It let them pick their own president instead of the shit being passed down from generation to generation in tyrannical rule.
Is that what you really think happens over there?
Do you
think that we pick our own president and our political leaders?
It's influence, but
yet you believe that happens in Iraq? No,
it's influence, but they at least have the illusion. When Saddam was there, you didn't have the illusion of it.
Illusions are great, aren't they?
It's better than tyrannical rule. Because even the president here that we don't choose still has checks and balances he has to go.
Well, you can fight a tyrant. You can't really fight illusions.
Again, the person that you said president, even that you said is not elected, it's elected. I'll go with you on that. But that person still has checks and balances, even if it's the people that selected that said president.
Yeah.
You know that you could always renounce your citizenship, go to Mexico, and then you could work from Mexico to make America better.
Yeah, my daughter's here.
Well,
My
that's a
family's here.
choice, but that's a choice.
Yep. Why
Take-
would I leave my family?
take her with
Why would I leave my family to fight in Mexico for the
Take them with you. Take your family with you.
Well, because of the government, I can't take my daughter with me.
Yes, you can. But you don't care about the government now. That's why you said if you don't pay taxes, then they'll fuck with you. You don't agree with the government, so just renounce it and run. They can't extradite you.
Yes, they can. They'll
No, they
extradite you
can't.
from anywhere.
Mexico has no extradition, sir.
All those, I bet all those special services and our special forces, and I bet they wouldn't do anything. I bet everybody just sit on their hands. I'm sure that's exactly what would happen.
Bro,
If you were rich, perhaps, but you're a regular person. It happens all the time. People flee the country with their kids all the time.
Yeah, well, that would also include me taking my daughter away from all the other family, and I'm not going to do that.
So then stop being bitter with the fucking military. Like, you have a choice. Just like you don't have to work. You could absolutely choose not to work at all. Is it going to make your life harder? Yeah, for sure. But you don't have to work. You choose to work because you like the things it brings you. You like how your life's a little bit easier.
You always work whether you're getting money or not. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know where this conversation's gone to. You work in your garden, you work around your house, you're not getting any money, but it's still work. So I don't know where this conversation's going.
Bro, I would seriously have.
You know what's funny? Like, the rates of suicide and addiction and broken families in military is like outrageously high. And you would think that in an organization that does such great good, that those numbers wouldn't really exist. I wonder why that is.
It's a hodgepodge. It's a hodgepodge of different personalities and people.
No. Let me tell you why. This is why they exist, Blake. And let me be the first one to tell you. They exist because when you have a soldier member, an active duty soldier member, who comes from an environment, whether it's suburbs or urban community, who now says, you know what, I'm gonna join this military and I'm gonna be the best I can be, whether it's Marine, Airman, Sailor, Coast Guard, it doesn't really matter. But they're gonna join the military. What happens is they now get put on missions. These missions run anywhere from 30 days to 18 months. That weighs a toll on people. That weighs a toll on families. So the divorce rate is going to be high. The suicide rate is going to be high. For you not to understand this is because you failed to do your research accordingly. Because you failed to talk to veterans who actually know what's going on. So you make statements that you have no facts or in just opinion to produce. So I don't know if this is your way of trolling or you really want to start the conversation, but let's have the conversation. Because obviously you don't know. The military is not a walk in the park. And for those people who have signed up, both men and women, they've subjected themselves to a hardship. And that hardship is, I may not be home when my daughter or son is born. I may not be home when my mother or dad dies. I may not be home for my anniversary. However, whatever I'm doing, I'm hoping that I get the support from not only my family members, but my friends and other civilians that I am protecting. Talk to me, Blake. What's up?
They're not protecting me, and anybody that enrolls in the military and then bitches about being away from home is dishonest to the ultimate. Okay?
They're not bitching.
And if you want to enroll in the military, you definitely shouldn't have a family.
They're not
because you can't make the case that being deployed overseas is serving your family or your community or yourself in any positive manner.
But you don't
Whoa.
apply that logic to leaving here and going to Mexico. You do not apply that same logic. That's crazy. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I can't serve my family, my community, or my child by being in Mexico.
So
I'm not
explain to
gonna
me
do
why. Explain to me why illegal immigrants come to a fucking America away from their family and work.
Facts.
because it's slightly better than Mexico.
No, because they send fucking money home for their family.
Facts.
What does that have to do with the military?
I was just saying the logic that you're using for the military, you do not use in your own life. You continue to feed into the very military that you say you don't like. You say it's a choice that they go to. It's the choice for you to pay taxes. It's the choice for you to be
No,
here
it's
and
not a
abide by
choice.
the child support laws. It's a choice for you to do all these things. And you have the choice to leave, but you don't.
My choice to, at minimal, engage with the things that the government says that I have to do, otherwise they'll throw me in prison, is not even close to what you're talking about.
Yes, it
But
is.
you
They
can-
pick a
but-
job, it's a choice.
You can go to prison, though. That's the thing. You literally can stop paying child support and go to prison and just live in prison. You could just do that. Like, the fact that you don't want to go to prison is the fact that you're making a choice not to go to prison. Another thing that you said about drug addiction and you said about divorce rates, how many people go to prison? How many people go to prison and stay married? Or stay with the same girlfriend? How many people get new jobs and move to another state and the spouse, their spouse doesn't want to leave the state they live in, or their girlfriend doesn't want to leave the state that they live in? What rate of long-term relationships have adultery or cheating and failure?
The point that I made is if you have a family and you enlist in the military, you can't be overseas and serve your family and be close and be with the community and establish and maintain relationships if you're overseas. Now, if you want to be a single man or a single woman and enlist in the military, that's fine. But you can't really say, well, I made a good choice to get in the military, but I fucked my family over and everything dissolved back home because I'm now overseas and I want to complain about it.
The same thing could be said about an athlete that's on the road for 6 months out of the year away from their family. The same thing could be said about an entertainer that
Good job.
travels most of the
Good
year.
job.
Go ahead, Mario.
Yeah.
No, that's
Well,
a perfect point.
I wouldn't choose those either.
So
But
here's
that's
the
what
thing.
someone has to do it.
No, they don't. We don't need
So-
occupying forces overseas, and we
I
don't need NBA basketball.
I really enjoy this panel because
We don't need drunk drivers either, but we have.
It's extremely left and extremely right, and I really enjoy the panel because it lets you know really where you stand in life. You see what I'm saying? If Blake, listen, if you happy, bro, and your family is happy and your daughter is safe or your son is safe, whatever child that you have, bro, I wish you the best. You know what I'm saying? Everybody operates on different, platforms and they're doing different things or whatever. But whatever you're doing, if it's working for you and making sure that you're providing for your family, I wish you the best, bro. That's really what I want to say. I want to get that narrative out there so that way you can hear from me. But I can tell you right now, there are more things going on in the military that are positive than negative that you hear about.
If you're getting ready to go out of here, you just wish me the best. Now, earlier you more or less threatened me. Would you like to apologize for that?
No, because if we were standing in front of each other, I'd have punched you in your face. I'm just being real. I'd have punched you in the face. It wouldn't have been a conversation.
You know, there are plenty of veterans that would say the same exact.
No. Trey, he was talking to me, so I'm saying.
But I'm just pointing out, though. He knows.
I don't know no Marine, no sailor, no airman, no coastman that would stand there and say, your people died for nothing. They would punch you in the face. Now, whether you can fight, whether you got weapons, whether you got friends around you, I'm telling you that you would have been harmed. I can respect the fact that you coming from with your. I can respect the fact that you have a perspective. But when your perspective is only one-sided, you're talking about something I have the inside knowledge of, so I'm going to defend it. I was with soldiers who died. That's the issue. And I know that they didn't die for nothing.
Mario, what did they die for?
Say what?
What did they die for?
They died doing their job.
Forget that, Mario. Blake, go ahead, Mario. I forgot what I was about to say.
I was just about to say they died doing their job, Blake. The same job that you do as an entrepreneur that you decided that you wanted to do, these are the jobs that these men and women decided to do. And if you don't think that it benefits you, that's fine. But however, there are a lot of Patreons, there are a lot of people who say, you know what, thank God for our military. There are a lot of people who believe in that. And me being from an urban community, you know what I'm saying? And understanding, at least as a black man, I know when I get pulled over, I have to act accordingly because I don't want to get my black ass in jail. Even though I did 20 years in the military, the fact of the matter is I hear you talk freely. I hear you talk passionately, but I also hear you talk as a white man. And regardless if you are privileged or not privileged, the fact of the matter is you're going to get certain privileges extended to you that I would not get extended to me.
Forget that. Let me go.
You had to bring race into it, didn't you?
Hold up, Blake.
I'm
Blake,
bringing facts into it, Blake. That's facts.
I got y'all.
Not race, fact.
Blake, I will say that I do not agree with Mario's contention of saying he would punch you in the face, but I do understand as a veteran where he and millions of other veterans came from. You saw what the country went through because a person kneeled for the national anthem, how veterans took that as a sign of disrespect. You're openly dissing military veterans and saying that they do nothing in your life to offer you the freedoms that you have. And you know damn well you can't go to China and say the shit about their government that you're doing now. You can't do it. They cut the internet off over there at a certain time. Go ahead, Savage, or Blake, if you want to respond.
Savage can go. I'll respond in a second.
Okay, so I agree. I totally agree with Mario when it comes to if you said that to a vet, like you are clearly being disrespectful and you know they're going to take it disrespectfully and you're disrespecting, like a woman might not hit you. I don't know many women in the military. I've not met many, but I know a man for sure is going to hit you.
A woman.
I know that. I know that for a fact. I do disagree with Mario because where he's talking from isn't from his white privilege or white skin. Because I'm white and I have agreed with you this whole time. Like it's not a race thing. And also, you would get afforded way different treatment as a military vet than either of us non-military vets.
Especially in San Antonio.
Savage, I don't think. First of all, I appreciate everybody's perspective. It's to me. What I'm saying is, I don't know if he's talking from a place where it's from a white privilege, or he's just talking just random generalized perspective. I don't know, so that's why I stated that. But what I'm saying is, for me, he said, "Do you want to
nothing to do with white privilege? He doesn't care about the color of the military, though. Just point it out. It's not white privilege."
And my thing about it is this. My thing is that if you feel that what you do in your community is way bigger and better than what people are dying for outside your community, then that's on you. But I have a right to defend my perspective, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what's not going to happen is if I'm going to be totally disrespectful, like if I said, I don't give a fuck about what you do for your community, you know what I'm saying? Those, almost like those people deserve to die. If you listen to it, hold on. He may say, oh, I didn't say they deserve to die. Well, you say they died for nothing. So the thing about it is you're not going to be able to stand in front of nobody that's been downrange and then you expect them to understand your point of view because your point of view is coming from a third party. It's not coming from firsthand.
And I wasn't downrange. And like I said, I wasn't even die hard. I'm ready to die for my country. And I still find the comments disrespectful.
But Mario, again, his whole piece has been anti-government. It had nothing to do with race. The military is not a race.
It wasn't Savage. I'm not saying that he's racist. I'm saying I don't know where he's coming from with his perspective.
We're
I don't
just
know if
getting
I
there.
don't know if he's right. Blake might be the coolest dude in the world. He might be cool. I don't know. I don't know where he's coming from. So I said, based on all of the facts, the fact that it is that he has a perspective and he stated certain things, and he stated certain things as a white man. Okay,
But
cool. I don't know. Hold
but
on. I don't know what your perspective is and where you're coming from. So I stated these are the facts that I have right now, and I have to take in those facts and I use them accordingly. So I'm not saying he's racist, and I'm not saying this conversation is about racism. Go ahead.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you are, but if he was black, you wouldn't bring up his skin color.
Nope.
He could have this.
Go
He
ahead.
could have the same. He could have the same points and clearly be anti-government, but him getting sunburned in the sun does not have anything to do with black people or privilege. Has to do with he doesn't like government. He said he doesn't want to pay taxes. He said he doesn't care about the fucking the government and laws in America. That's why he is okay with drinking and driving.
Right.
Nothing to do with race. The reason that he feels what he does is more important in his community because it's not the government. Like that, it's all government. Nothing to do with his race. Nothing to do with him being white. You saying because he's white and he says that they're not tied together. Like race is not that important in people's lives. It's really not.
I'm saying okay. Good point. What I'm saying is that I know Caucasian people who speak in a mannerism where I'm just going to do what the fuck I want to do. Fuck America. What I'm saying is I don't know what his perspective is. This is my first time really engaging back and forth with him. I'm stating the obvious. Whatever is not factual for him, then that's fine. He stated, hey, it has nothing to do with race. Cool, got it. I'm just stating this is the obvious stuff. The obvious stuff is that I am talking to a man that I don't know if he benefits or don't benefit from white privilege. I don't know if he's against systematic racism or with systematic racism. I don't know what it is.
Bro, listen. There's no thing called white privilege. There's not systematic racism in 2020. There's not.
Hey, fellas, let me jump in. Give me a couple minutes. I want to make a couple statements and for some more clarification, not just for Mario, but for everybody on the panel. Number one, we've been talking about the military for a long time. Let me say something positive, okay? People's experience in the military gives them a lot of stuff. It gives them confidence. It gives them a sense of brotherhood and belonging. Obviously, it's money for their present and future. It's security as far as the potential retirement, early retirement, and it's also lifetime medical. There's a lot of good things that the military offers people that I can definitely agree with, but those things don't have to be found in an organization that also happens to involve itself overseas in the ways that we've been talking about. Okay. All right. Now, the military can do a lot of things. The military can do things here. It can do things overseas. Whether they're positive or negative is what we're really discussing here. Okay. I would love it very much if the military did things here within this country, not only in the defense, but in public works projects, helping disaster relief, all that kind of stuff. That I'm perfectly okay with, along with defense and training and so on and so forth. Okay. We understand each other on those things. The issue I have is all those things are also possible on a civilian citizen basis when you don't also belong to the military. Okay. The things that I do for people in my community and in my life, I don't get paid for. The value is the interaction and the relationship and the impact. I don't need to get paid to do those things. And you guys have been fighting, I don't give a fuck about people and drunk driving and stuff. Fellas, I got to tell you, the last time that I actually drove drunk was probably 7 years ago. And I was in a very bad place in life for a number of different reasons. And I realized that that was a line that I couldn't cross anymore. Now, I have drank and drove, but I've not been drunk and drove, okay? So in my worst moments when I was drunk and drove, I was very emotional and within my own sphere of influence and not in a good place. In perspective, in emotion, in a lot of different ways. I make better choices now, okay?
I don't even drink on a daily basis. I might drink once a week, maybe, and I don't leave the house. So if you think that I'm a bad person or a bad citizen or I don't give a fuck about anybody, that's not the case. All right.
That's all we're saying about every member of the military. That's all we're saying. Apply that same logic. Everyone in the military is not bad. They didn't sign up to go to war and to shoot and kill people and rape and pillage.
But Trey, that's what I'm saying. There's lots of different jobs out there, okay? And with the history of the government and the things that we find out every day, that we can't trust them, that they feed us bad intelligence, that we're doing things illegally overseas. I can't understand why people would be okay with still working for that same company.
The same reason you're still okay with living for that country and company. You're okay living and feeding into that society.
I've never subjected myself to the force and the imposition of having to participate in those things.
Do you have a driver's license? Do you pay property taxes?
Yes.
So there, you're contributing to it. That money funds into the taxes that goes to the military.
It's certainly not by choice. I don't have a choice in it.
You do. We already stated that you can go to Mexico or the 5 other countries.
Trey, do you enjoy paying taxes? Would you like to pay taxes?
I plead the 5th. Go ahead, Savage.
Well, then don't put me on the spot and act as though you're any different, because you're not.
But I'm not. I'm not complaining about the military though. Go ahead, Savage.
You complain about government, right? Our taxes fund government.
On some stuff, I complain about.
I don't want to pay taxes. I would like to pay way less taxes. I still pay them. I still say, oh shit, the government fucked me again this year. Like, but I'm not saying, you know what? I'm going to stop paying taxes because, you know, there was a citizen that was in that fucking building that got bombed. They're doing bad things. I'm not going to pay taxes to stop that. Like, you have to have the military. Because you have to have the military.
I didn't say that we shouldn't.
But again, you have to have it. So there's no reason for people not to join the military. There's no reason for people not to join the military. And if you have bad people at the top wanting them to do bad things, like that's what's going to happen.
And you agree that we need a military, so somebody has to sign up for it. But
yeah,
you're calling the people that signed up stupid, although you agree that we need a military.
Well, like, if somebody, if your girlfriend, let's say, if you're in a relationship with a girlfriend and she happens to go off the rails, would you continue to be her boyfriend?
We need the military, though, do we not?
I don't need a girlfriend.
I didn't say we need one. What I said is I'm not against it. Okay.
We need one. You're not against it. You can say not against it, but everybody knows and agrees that we need the military.
The idea of defense. Let's say every citizen in this country had a couple weapons, right? And let's say we didn't have a centralized tax system, and let's say government didn't control every aspect of our lives. What would be the point of us getting invaded? And do you think that it could be successful?
Yes.
I mean, why do we have the Second Amendment in relationship to this issue?
Bro, listen. I'm telling you right now, if we didn't have a military, China would definitely try. China don't care.
Doesn't have guns, Blake.
Yeah, not everyone has guns.
We have the Second Amendment, but everybody doesn't exercise it. You know this.
Yeah,
I do. That's why I said let's say everybody had guns.
Bro, back in the day when China went to war, back in the day, they used to give the people in like the first 4 waves sticks because they didn't want to waste guns giving a gun to every person. They would send their dudes out there to just get shot and die. Just waves and waves of guys with sticks. And eventually, after you started running through all your ammunition, then they started sending guys out with guns. So if you're going to tell me back in the day, when they were like, fuck it, we got a fuck ton of people, we're just gonna let these motherfuckers get shot in the face. You're gonna tell me that they aren't gonna be like, well, America doesn't have a military. We do have 1 billion people. We have like 3 times the population of them. Fuck it, we'll just send them in.
Because they got guns.
They got guns.
Since that aren't military trained and don't know about warfare, they got guns, even though all of them don't have guns because everybody aren't gun lovers. Some people are scared of guns.
They got fucking missiles. They got aircraft carriers. They got naval ships. Like, they have a full military, and we're like, you know what? We don't need a military. You know,
submarines, tanks, drones.
Blake, Mario, and MoneyBoy, they're gonna defend the country with their 45
AK-47s,
AR-15s. Like, you need the military.
There's this conversation is difficult to have because my perspective and the things that I vision are off in the future. Okay. It's kind of like when people put public speaking libertarians on the spot, and they say, well, how can you do this? Well, we live in this reality. We don't live in a future. And, to outline things that are possible is difficult for people. There's a lot of things that I'm assuming, a lot of things that I've thought about, a lot of things that I've outlined and things that I'm aware of that you may not have considered. Okay. A lot of frame of mind that I'm in that you may not have ventured into.
Yes, called delusion.
I think I'm not gonna call it delusion. That's funny. I'm not gonna call it delusion, but what's so funny about it is if you're telling me that you have a 20-year military veteran, you have MoneyBoy Trey who's saying he's a veteran of the military, and Savage who's giving a lot of great points. You're telling me that nothing on this panel has opened your eyes to say, you know what, maybe I should think about this in another light.
Let me put some respect on the military's name.
I'm just saying, you're saying that nothing that has been presented has showcased reasonable cause to think about what you're saying a little bit deeper. And if that's the case, then that's what it is. But it's just interesting how you're saying, you may think a little bit farther ahead and people may not understand. And I'm just saying, well, if you don't have an understanding and people provide that understanding and that knowledge for you to have a better understanding, why not give the panel kudos and say, hey, you know what, you guys have enlightened me, and now I need to go back and further research some of the things that I've said.
We're talking about the things that the military does in a positive aspect. Not once did I disagree with you. In fact, none of the things that you said I've been unaware of. Okay. But if you're rebuilding a school after you bombed one, I don't, that is necessarily a positive thing. In totality, it's really absolutely fucking horrible. What my issue is not the all-encompassing action of the military, and I don't judge it as a whole. What I've spoken to directly, specifically, is the bad things that happens that the military does. At the beginning of my statements, I outlined very clearly the things that I see as positive experiences within the military. But I also said that those positive things do not have to happen within the military. They can happen on any number of different levels, in any number of different circles and relationships. You do not have to be a part of the military to have brotherhood, to gain respect, to get confidence, to get training.
You don't have to be an American.
You don't have to earn money. Like I don't.
You don't have to be an American citizen, but you want to keep ignoring that.
Bro, but you have to have a military.
I can't. For some reason, I can't hear you guys.
Okay, so A, you need a military. B, the people that join the military, they don't make crazy money, bro. They don't. Okay, so a lot of the facts that you put towards the military as negatives earlier was that they get paid to kill people. Is literally a line you said.
Hold on 1 second, Savage. I can barely hear you guys. Trey, did you perhaps hit the volume on the stream or something?
I didn't. If it's low, leave out and then come back in.
Okay.
Go ahead, Savage.
Okay, so he distinctly said that people get paid to kill people. That's what he said. But when you first join the military, you're only gonna get like $1,000 a month, $1,200 a month. At like, you're not making crazy money.
Yeah,
Like,
I already said for a lot of people, it's minimum wage in
yeah,
college.
you're not making a bunch of money. When you say healthcare for life, bro, until Trump decided to try to do something about the VA, motherfuckers were killing themselves because they couldn't even get the treatment they need at the VA.
And it's not like there's a shit ton of VAs in each city either.
Yeah, so like it's subpar treatment. It's not this glorious. You go serve for 2 years and then you get fucking the best treatment that was ever in America that people that have money can't get. You get subpar healthcare.
Blake, something hooked up with your. Okay, there you go. Go ahead, Savage.
Like, yeah. So, did you hear what I said, Blake?
I just heard you say something about subpar healthcare on the end. I didn't catch the.
Okay, so when you first join the military, you're only getting about $800 to $1,000 a month, and you're working damn near 15-hour days. Like, you work a fuck ton. You're on base. You don't get to leave base all the time. The only way you get more money is if you're married and you have to live off of base, but you can choose to live on base. Like, you're not making crazy amount of money. You're not.
I didn't say you were.
Yes, but again, you said your direct statement was you're getting paid to kill people. But again, it's not
I didn't say you're getting paid to kill people. I said you're getting paid.
You did say that.
I didn't say you're making a lot of money, and I didn't say you're getting paid to kill people.
No, you said getting paid to kill people.
And you're subject to the military's orders. That's it.
You didn't say they made a lot of money, but you said they got paid to kill people. Go ahead, Savage.
You said they get health care. Health care is subpar. Like, before Trump tried to fix the military, you had veterans dying to see doctors, and you had veterans killing themselves because they couldn't get the help that they needed in the time. So it's not this super premium best healthcare you've ever seen that normal people that are rich that have money can't even get. It's fucking subpar. There's not VAs everywhere in the country. Like, you have to travel to go to them. There's waiting lists. Like, it's not this super awesome healthcare system. Them going to school, they gave up fucking 4 to 8 years of their life, 6 years of their life. Like, there's no reason that if they want to get a secured loan, or they want to get a grant from the government to go to school, that there shouldn't be a problem. There are many other countries that allow their people to go to college after they get out of the military. So, like, it's not a crazy unheard of thing. The military, you have to have some sort of defense. You can't just like getting rid of all the police is a bad idea. You're going to have some sort of force to keep people in line. And if you look at how the military has changed since World War II, Pearl Harbor got destroyed. That never happened before. People didn't like that. And then we did all this, putting bases in Japan and bases over here. And, we did all this stuff so World War III wasn't supposed to happen. We tied the economy all the way together around the world so it'd be sheer destruction for everybody. We have nuclear. A lot of people have nukes, so that if someone sets off a nuke, we can nuke them. So it makes other people not want to nuke people so they don't get destroyed by nukes. After all that's said and done, you then have 9/11 happen, which was horrible. It was the second time that we've ever been attacked on American soil. So that's why the military has changed the way it has, and the way that the perception of what people were afraid, and why the government was able to get these Patriot Act bills and all this bullshit passed. But that's not the people in the military. You don't hear the people in the military bitching about being in the military. You don't. Most of the people that were in the military don't talk about their experience. Like, my brother-in-law has PTSD, and literally I've been able to ask him one question about the military. He has tattoos on his arms, and he has tick marks on his wrists, a lot of tick marks. And I looked at him and I said, "Hey, is that from when you were in the Army? When you were in the Marines?" And he gave me a dead serious look and said yes. And the look was, I swear to God, you ask me the next question, I'm going to smack the fuck out of you. That's all he'll talk about it. He doesn't talk about any of the time he was anywhere else. People that actually have seen combat and seen real shit, they don't talk about it. So you're not hearing people that are in the military bitch about the military.
Facts. Talk that shit, Savage. Facts. That's facts.
So yeah, a lot of these people that are killing themselves, a lot of these people that are fucked up, they're suffering in silence. Like they're not bitching about the people that you hear bitching about the military are usually people that are from Vietnam, the Vietnam era, that weren't in Vietnam, that didn't see action. Like most of the people that you hear bitch about the Army or the Marines or any of this stuff, they got kicked out in boot camp. They didn't qualify. Like they got dishonorably discharged. You're not hearing people that actually did a lot of time in the armed forces and then came home and now they're just bitching about the Marines. They'll tell you that you shouldn't go the Army. Like you're going to get used. Like it's not the best career choice. The government fucks you just like they fuck everybody else. But you're not going to hear them openly just bitching about how woe is me.
I think it's a great choice, actually, when you just look at it monetarily. I mean, if I could have gotten into the military and served for the minimum, and I got a lifetime of free healthcare and extra points on civil service exams and being able to get low interest loans and money towards college and all this kind of stuff, it's a great way to. What?
You don't get consistently low interest loans just because you were in the military.
I didn't say consistently. You qualify for them.
You qualify for either the GI Bill, which gives you school, or it gives you a house.
Right.
You don't just because you get one. For 4 years, you get one. You're still paying on the loan. You're still paying money. It's not free money. You're not getting a free $500,000 house. You're still fucking spending. If you give me a lower interest rate, you're not giving me money. You're just not making me pay more.
Right. So you're saving money. So when you get free money for college, that's money that you don't have to get a financial loan for, that they'll charge you 7% on, right? So it's money.
Sir, they have scholarships. They have scholarships for regular citizens that nobody complains about. That's free college.
Scholarships aren't guaranteed.
Yes, they are. Athletic scholarships aren't, but if you get an academic scholarship or a grant, which the government provides, the government does provide grants, you get free college.
Yeah, but also not just that, but just because you serve in the military, I don't know if you actually still get those, I don't know, there's requirements on it. Like you don't get it because you signed the paperwork and you end up going to basic training for the first month. Like if you get hurt and they send you home, I don't think you still qualify for those things.
What's a lifetime of free healthcare worth?
But it's not like that. You have
it's trash free healthcare.
If you're
dishonorably discharged, you don't get the healthcare.
Jesus Christ, guys!
If you're poor, you get free healthcare, bro. And you're just poor. That's it. If you're a female and you pop out a kid, you get free healthcare. You didn't have to be on a military base for 4 years. You didn't have to go through fucking boot camp. You did not get to see your family for years. You just broke.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know why this conversation keeps evolving into different realms. What I said is that you get free healthcare. Is that accurate or not?
Correct. It's
You get free
healthcare
money. You get free money for college, and you get a low interest loan for your house, right? And you get
I'm
extra
not sure.
points on civil. You get extra points on civil service exams, and
I'm
you can buy tax free goods at the PX. And when you're serving in certain zones under certain circumstances, you don't pay taxes when you're part of the military. Is that correct?
You don't pay taxes on base. You don't pay taxes on base.
Right.
And I'm not too sure. You'd have to ask one of the guys that served in the military about the loan, if it's low interest or if it's I don't know if it's low interest.
And free housing is available for you to use when you're serving. You don't have to live it. You don't have to live on base, but it's available.
No. When you don't live on base, you pay for it. But when you live on base, you live in a barracks.
That's what I just said.
Yeah,
I said free housing is available for you. Did I not say that?
But yes,
okay.
But it's a barracks.
Jesus Christ, then what the fuck are we arguing about here? Will you just fucking listen and stop?
Why are you getting emotional?
Blake, why you drinking? Are you drinking, Blake?
Blake went on and said, hold up,
Blake got mad. Like Savage is like, what the fuck?
You just showed
I'm
that
sitting
emotion.
You guys nitpicking and shit that I haven't fucking said. It's goddamn annoying.
But it's not free housing though.
I said, is housing available? Free housing. I said it is available, is it not?
No, that's not free.
Oh, Jesus fuck. Never mind.
I think reduced housing. I don't know. Oh man. I don't know about the reduced housing and the free housing. I think it is available.
It comes out of your payment one way or another. So it's nothing's free. It might be reduced, but it's not free. But go ahead. Y'all start.
But even if you live in the barracks and you pay no money, you're getting paid pretty much minimum wage, and you're living on the base. So like it's not free. You're working to live there.
Correct. Go ahead.
But that's it. That's the end of the conversation. That's all. That's all it is. I don't know why he got so mad.
Mic drop. Done, DeMarco. Well, I guess it's. I don't know. If he watches this back, he'll realize like that part where the reduced and free. I guess he was getting upset about that part, but a lot of the stuff that we've been addressing is exactly what he said. We weren't, or the only thing that you can infer when somebody makes a statement. That's why I agree with you when he's making blanket statements. He might not take it that way, but he knows darn well if we pin him down to something, he can say not all. And I didn't say, like he said, I don't say we need them. I say it's necessary. I say we have a need for them, but we don't need them.
Well, like Gabe's saying, you're saying in a dismissive way. I'm not being dismissive. It's not free. Free housing would imply that you're not doing anything for it. Like free healthcare when you're poor is free. Like you're just poor, so they're giving it to you. Like you're on a base working, making low money.
Free housing and welfare is free. I don't get it. It is, and then everything still boils back down to choice, and that's why I kept pointing out to him that if he thinks the military is so bad, he is literally paying taxes to help fund the military, and he has the choice to stop doing this.
But again, like he just is. It's like he started walking back his statement because he couldn't argue. He couldn't argue the point. Like the military is a necessary. Like it's a necessary evil. Like it's a double-edged sword. Like it like you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Like you have to have it. If people at the top are doing fuck shit, like then they're doing fuck shit, but you still need the military. My girlfriend does some fuck shit. I just don't need a girlfriend. Like I can buy hookers. I can have a boyfriend. I can date transgenders. Like, I don't need a girlfriend.
Exactly. Mario J, you got anything? We've been shit on for 4 hours and 15 minutes. You
Boy,
wanna
you about
say anything and drop your page and let people know where to find you.
hey, I mean, they see the motherfucking tough love emblem, Mario J. But the fact of the matter is, hey, I want to say something to you guys. You guys have had a phenomenal conversation, both not only tough and super difficult, but definitely easygoing, and you provided solutions. And I applaud you guys. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Savage, first time, really in being aware of him. But I like a lot of stuff that Blake said. The issue is that I think Blake has one perspective, and since I am privy to know more about the other perspective in which he doesn't know about, I would be remiss if I didn't tell him, let me talk to you, little bro. You know what I'm saying? So I think this has been a great conversation. This shit has been going on for a long time in regards to this stream. So shout out to MoneyBoy Trey for having this great conversation. I'm hoping that he do many more of these and I get invited, man. So shout out to Savage. I don't know if you have a page or not. Drop your link, bro. I'll make sure I subscribe to your channel. I have a little page myself. Tough love, Mario J. Y'all holler at me, man. Thanks, Trey.
Hey,
Mario J,
no,
I'm definitely gonna link you and hold up, Savage. I'm definitely gonna link you and Savage together because I saw a little fuse when y'all were talking about that systematic racism. I saw the spark light up between both of y'all. So
I
definitely
saw his face.
gonna have to come back for that.
I saw his face, but I got it. I like it. I like it though. I like a good, healthy debate, a good, healthy conversation. So again, I don't mind anybody standing on their perspective. So I'm with that. Do that.
Okay, so my page is Savage Red Recovery. That's what my YouTube channel is. But Mario, so I gotta go real quick. Like not real quick. I have to go here in a second. But real quick, explain to me what white privilege is.
Well, here's the thing. White privilege, just to get straight to the point. If you say that white privilege doesn't exist, black people wasn't here first in America. So therefore, Indians were here first. What happened is, of course, you probably already know this history, but I'm saying just to play into this narrative, white people came over, took over the lands, and then they kind of controlled everything since then, whether it's slavery, whether it's how the Constitution went, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So to say that white privilege doesn't exist now, it all depends on who you hang around. You look like the type of guy that you get along with everybody, and so do I. The fact of the matter is that we probably are not the clean cut people that are privy to white privilege, and you may not be that type of person that's privy to white privilege or whatever. So it may not benefit you because you may have a homeboy named Raekwon. You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying, and I would love to have this conversation more in depth with you at a later time.
Well, just so you know,
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
just so you know, the Muslims started the slave trade. Indians owned slaves here in America. That's not said much. The first registered slave owner in America was a black man that had indentured servants that fought with the government to be able to make his indentured servants slaves that he owned outright. Also, another thing, I didn't say that white privilege didn't exist in now times. I said that white privilege doesn't exist, and I said that systematic racism doesn't exist as of today. But so, are you tall?
I'm 5'6".
Okay. So would you consider that to be an advantage or a disadvantage?
If I was playing basketball, if I was playing sports, depending if height is required, disadvantage, yes.
Is there any benefits that being short?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. It all depends on if it's a sport where it requires more brain than brawn. So can I outthink a motherfucker? Hell yeah. Can I strategize a game plan? You fuck yeah. But I just happen to be one of those guys that if I punch you or if I run, I run a football or whatever, I just happen to have a little bit more power to me. So it all depends on who that person is and what you built like. You know what I'm saying? If you are a person that you can talk about juvie with me, you can talk about jail with me, you can talk about the military with me, you can talk about credit with me, we can talk about politics. So it all depends on what you come from and what you're made of that depicts your character and your morale. So a lot of times when I'm talking to people, they don't have as much experience as I do. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm listening.
So we can both agree that being tall is an advantage and being short is a disadvantage.
I agree. Go ahead.
And being short is also, there's advantages to it, and being tall, there's advantages to it, correct?
Again, I agree. Go ahead.
Okay, so we can both say that there are advantages to being white, correct?
I think there are advantages to being white in certain areas.
And there's also
being white in the hood is not an advantage. Being white in the suburbs, when the police come up and show up, you may have an advantage.
Okay, so are there advantages to being black?
Fuck yeah, there's advantages to being black. People believe that black people can dance better, they dress better, they have a better swag or a better, mojo about them. There are certain they play better music, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of scenarios that go on with both nationalities. However, people also believe that there are advantages to being
Mario, you forgot the most important one: big penises, sir.
Right. Okay.
So I got a question.
But I was just trying to stay on board with what he was saying. But yeah, that one too. But the fact of the matter is, I think that with each race, there are advantages and disadvantages to that race. But I don't want to get off of what Savage is saying. Go ahead, Savage, because he's driving it home to someone. Go ahead.
Okay, so there are advantages and disadvantages to everything, right? There's good and bad.
Agreed.
So you can't say that there's a such thing as white privilege, because there's privilege, and privilege is just an advantage. So as much as there's an advantage for you for being black or being short, or your parent having both parents, or having a 10-foot dick, there are the same advantages and disadvantages to all these things.
I think the advantage, and I see where you're going with it, and I'm glad you said it like that. The advantage is that most black people are not in high positions in law enforcement. They're not politicians. They're not judges. They're not lawyers. So when you have a minimum majority of people that are black that fit those narratives, they don't control that much. They try overly to fit in, or they try overly to say, you know what, I'm black, but, and a lot of those people get called coons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if we say that we don't believe that Caucasians run the government, if we say that Caucasians don't run America, then that would be a conversation that you need to have. I'm sorry, what'd you say, Trey?
Fuck, did my phone volume go out?
I don't know what you just said, bro.
Your shit's cutting out.
Me or you?
MoneyBoy was going in and out.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna come back. He's probably gonna come back. Go ahead though.
Okay, so what percentage of black men are middle class?
I'm not gonna play you like that, Savage. I have no numbers or nothing to give you in reference to percentage. Okay. None of that. I mean, unless you're good at it, I don't know.
I know, I have the statistics. So 51% of black males are single without children. 64% of black males are in the middle class. If you are a white man and you make $100,000 a year, you are 10% of the population. If you are black and you are making $100,000 a year, you are 8% of the population. You're in the top 8%. As you know, blacks make up about 13% of the population, a little over. So if you are 13% of the population and you make $100,000 and you are in the top 8%, and white people are about 65% of the country, or 60% roughly, and you make $100K and you are in the top 10%, literally 2% more compared to 13% compared to 65% or 60%, there isn't much of a difference there. If you look at
Savage.
Correct.
Savage. I want to respectfully interject. Big brother, if you say that there is a 2% difference, then that means the narrative is that white people have a lead. That it's not. I don't care if it's a half a margin, half percentage, 2%. It doesn't matter. So that means the argument that we're about to have, which is a respectful, conversation, is futile. That means that there is an advantage. If you have a lead, then you have an advantage. It doesn't matter the percentage. If you have a lead, then it has an advantage. I'm gonna be quiet. Go do your thing, bro. Come on, listen to me.
Okay, so technically, if you only make up 13% of the population, and as a man in the 13%, you only equate to about 5% because there are more females than are males in any group. If you are 2% ahead of me, making 100K, but I'm 65% of the population. 65%. I'm the majority. But you beat me making the same amount of money I have to make if I have to make 150K to be above the 8%. So my point being is, if anything, there isn't much of it. That's not a big privilege. Like 2%, you have a 2% gain at 8% with 100K compared to 65% of the population.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Would you rather go into a court system as a black man or a white man? If you were facing,
honest to God, me personally,
if you were facing a murder charge and it was by a jury, had to determine your fate, would you rather go in as a black man or a white man? I'm going to find out what you made of right now. Go ahead.
For me, as of right now, I'd rather go in as a black male.
Can you explain for us why?
I will. Okay, so you remember that movie back in the 90s called White Men Can't Jump?
Hell yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so can I make a movie called Black People Can't Read? How would that go?
I don't know. You tell me. I've never seen it, but go ahead.
You would know damn well if I made a movie called Black People Can't Read or Swim, or I made some stereotype about black people as a movie, I would get lambasted. I would not have a career. Now, Jacob Blake, he whooped his girlfriend's ass, who had a restraining order against him for attempted rape. All right, had a knife in his hand, did not comply, and got shot. All right, and people still said they shouldn't have shot him.
I don't believe the knife comment because no knife was ever discovered. But go ahead.
There's a picture with one. There's a picture with one in his hand.
No. I've never seen a picture with Jacob Blake having a picture or a video with him actually having a knife that he did not use in his hand. But if you've seen that, feel free to send that shit to me, bro.
What was he gonna do with that car that he hopped in?
Regardless, he was at a place where he had a restriction.
You made a statement, and I'm just saying I've never seen him having a knife.
Yeah, but let's just say on your premise, you're right. All right, say you're right.
Dispute he didn't. That's why they weren't charged.
Yeah, but let's say you're right. There was no knife. I'm just mistaken. I know for a fact there is, but we'll go with your premise.
Okay. Chris said it was discovered, but go ahead, Savage. I'm listening.
But even if it wasn't discovered, he had allegations of sexual assault against a woman who he was attacking and took her car keys
There's a fact.
at the house.
Facts.
The black woman said, "Hey, I need your help," and the police came. Okay, so then even without a knife, he already was violating a restraining order on a sex abuse and being violent. So that's already bad. Then on top of that, he was resisting arrest. Gets worse. On top of, he went to get in a car, which you and I both know cars run people over. And a cop's job is to protect the public. Shooting him from you don't know if he got a gun in that car. If you were overseas in combat and you were having someone that you couldn't see where their hands were, would you not shoot? If they were being combative with you, if you were there was shit going on and they hit hands trying to get into a room.
None of my soldiers. Okay. None of my soldiers, to be honest with you, Savage, based on the videos, that footage that I've seen, once we got into a confrontation with Jacob Blake or whoever it was, Taliban or whoever it was, none of my soldiers would have let up until the suspect was subdued. You see what I'm saying? We wouldn't have let him get up, walk around the vehicle all freely. So it's difficult for somebody who's been in an enforcement type situation versus someone who's just looking at a video. But I will tell you, from my perspective, from my training and from my soldiers, we would have, once it would have been an altercation.
You do know there was an altercation, right?
I'm sorry, you cut out. Say it again.
You do know the police tried to get him to the ground and he got back up. They couldn't keep him down.
Yes.
Mario, cut your volume down some. It's echoing.
Gotcha. Let me cut it down a little bit, brother. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
So
what I'm saying is, Savage, is that I feel like my team that was with me in Afghanistan and Iraq, once we get into a confrontation with you, you're either going to lay down peacefully or we're going to escalate force. For some reason, those cops, either one wasn't trained, two was absolutely scared and terrified, or three, they just wasn't about that life. You understand what I'm saying? That this one dude was able to escape or elude two people or whatever case may be.
Or it could be a heightened sense of police brutality going on, and no matter what police do, people will always find them evil. So they gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, I agree with Trey. I agree with you. I don't think me and Savage is about to disagree a lot, but I just think that he has a point he wants to make, and I want to make sure he say his point. Go ahead, Savage.
But that's my point. Like the point of it was there was 3 cops, one was a woman. If you look at 99% of all cop videos that has a woman in it, the woman never she never attacks anybody. She's always a liability. So really there was only 2 cops there. Those 2 cops tried to get him down, they killed him. They shot him. The guy kept telling him, "Do not get in the car, do not get in the car, do not get in the car." He got in the car, he shot him. People still said that they should have never shot him.
Savage, here's my thing, brother. I think a lot of people that don't understand, you come across, first of all, your name is Savage, but you come across as a person that will understand this. A lot of cowards use guns, and just because they wear badges don't make them heroes. The fact of the matter is that man was walking around the car. I'm sure if they saw a knife, you know what they would have did? They would have did something to maim him. I'm gonna say this again.
Mario, those kids were about to be kidnapped, sir, and taken on a high-speed chase.
They were his kids. He brought those kids there.
You don't. We
Those
know.
kids-
We do
Trey,
not
wait,
know
wait.
if he brought them. We
Trey,
do not know if he brought them.
That was his. Stop, Trey. That was his vehicle. Those kids didn't get in the car just off osmosis. Those was his kids.
So why was he there then? Why was he at a place where he wasn't supposed to be?
Car, Trey.
Okay, why was he in his car and the kids at the woman's house who accused him of sexual assault where he had a restraining order?
Because guess what, guess what? Baby mamas, let me tell you something. You already know this. But let me explain something to the audience. Can I explain something to the audience? Ladies and gentlemen, This man pulled up to that house because the baby mama was allegedly messing with somebody else. He pulled up with the kids. I don't know if it's after daycare. I don't know if the kids was home all day. I don't know. I don't have that information. But based on the information that was presented, he pulled up based on accusations that the mom was messing with someone else. So
But
he
he had
pulled
a,
up
but
to
he knew he had a warrant out for him though, right? For sexual assault, and he knew that there was a restraining order out. Me,
Trey.
for instance, I've had a
In the
restraining
hood,
order out for a
Trey,
year,
in the
and
hood,
I
what
have
does that
not talked to that
matter?
person in
Who
3.
cares? Trey, who cares? In the
All of
hood, who cares?
it needs
Nobody
to.
cares.
You should care
No,
because
no, no.
that
That's not me.
situation could have been
I'm saying
avoided.
who else? I'm saying the people that's in that environment. The people that don't give a fuck. Like, I'm going to smoke weed and blow smoke into my newborn infant's face. People like that don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. I'm going to pull up with my kids and I'm going to see if you messing with another dude. Whether him or her, their actions is fucking crazy as fuck. The logical piece of this is when the police pulled up, what did this man do to deserve to be shot?
Savage. Well, hold on. I got you, Mario J. They provided a community service based on that logic of you saying some people don't give a fuck, and apparently he was one of those guys. Go ahead, Rush. What you got to say?
I want to chime in from what Mr. Savage was saying that he'd rather be a black dude incarcerated. I kind of don't believe him
We
because
said
it's
in
like,
court. In court. Going to court right now.
yeah, like here's the thing, right? The situation with the guy that has a restraining order with the baby mother, like his decisions and his feminine energy caused him to be in that situation. You know what I mean? Like, yo, if I know I got a warrant out against somebody that don't want me around a situation, I'm not gonna come through because I'm not. The last thing I want to do is get locked up because I got to keep up with this child support and be around for my kids. You know what I mean?
Blake, that's a good point. How did he get his kids from baby mama? That's why I said those kids were going to be in danger. He kidnapped those kids.
But here's the other issue with that. So right here, you can see the knife in his hand in this photo, walking around the front of this car. That's a hooked knife right there.
I don't think the screen's sharing it. Hold on. Are you trying to screen share?
Yeah.
Hold on. Give me a second. I got to switch it over to desktop site.
But second, if you are fine with the police getting in your car, that you're putting your kids in danger. The police don't. You're already unruly with the police. They don't know what you're gonna do with those kids. But the argument that I'm making is that people think that he didn't do anything wrong. So what I'm saying is right now, right here's the knife. You can clearly see that that's a hooked knife in his hand. I'm not saying that he should have been shot or not shot, but what I'm telling you is that was a situation he put himself into that was not good in any way. But you have people that are saying that he shouldn't have been shot at all. They should have left him alone.
If he had a knife,
Hold on, let me chime in real quick. They could have a different way to restrict them. Like some police officers, they also have tasers too, so they could have easily detained them and took away the. You know what I
Tasers
mean?
don't work like that, bro. And they
They
tried
to.
They tased him first. They wrestled him. They tried to tase him, and then they had to shoot him.
so let
If you
me
watch
let
the-
me say, let me say this to you guys.
Hold on, this Mario real quick. To be honest with you, he being a white boy, they never would have killed him like that. To be honest
That's
with
not true.
Tony Temper, sir.
But that's not true. That's not true because more white people are killed by cops every year than blacks.
That's than us. You know that.
Run DeMarco.
There's more white in the States than
Correct.
black. That's why we
Okay.
consider
let me get this one, Savage. Yes, you know what, Rush? There are more white people in America than us. But you know what? And that means they would that means they don't encounter the police as much as us, yet they're killed more. Black people are heavily policed by the police in our communities, yet white people are killed more. Respond, sir.
I just respond. There's more of them.
Again,
Do
there are more white people.
right. If you do the right, it's a high percentage of certain race that's more visible than another race because of the. You know what I mean? So if
It's
I'm
not.
going on, let me use this analogy. If I'm going to the club, club 7 times a week, that's like every day, right?
Rush, that's bullshit to get a smaller number to make yourself out the victim. You ignored the point where I said there are more white people. They don't interact with the police as much as black people do. They don't have a lot of interactions with the police, yet they're killed more. Explain that. They don't run into the police a lot, because remember, y'all say that black people are profiled, so white people aren't profiled by the police, yet they're killed more. Explain that, sir. Fuck all the percentages and all of that. They are literally killed more in a whole number, yet they have far less interactions with the police than we do.
I answered it, but I guess we're not going to come to agreement with this, but
Let me.
I see I can see why you would think that you're right, and I respect it. You know what I mean?
Well, it's based on numbers. So if you look at the FBI crime statistics, all right.
Are you sharing the screen again?
No, I can pull the screen up. But
I'm saying, just let me know if you want to do it, because I got to go back to the other outlet.
Okay, so FBI crime statistics show that 51% of violent crimes are committed by black males, 18 to 45, which would be about 5% of the population, which of the black community, which would be even smaller. It'd be smaller than that, because not every black man from 18 to 45 is clearly committing crimes, but they make up 51% of violent crime. So they're overrepresented in the crime statistics, but they're still killed less than white people who commit violent crimes at a lesser number. The reason that you don't have a bunch of police in suburbs is because you don't have a lot of murders. Anyone here that sold drugs knows that the quickest way to get pinched is when bodies start showing up. Correct?
Yep.
Not only that, but purchasing crazy items like a Ferrari or something. But I see where you're getting at.
Correct. So don't get me wrong. Like, if you want to make an argument about single parent households being an issue in the black community, I'll totally agree with you. If you want to make an argument about the Democrats putting welfare in the black community to take the black father away, I will totally agree with you. If you want to talk about the fact that the CIA put drugs in the black community, I'll totally agree with you. But again, if I come to your house with 10 keys, do you have to sell it?
It depends what kind of circumstances the individual is in.
It don't depend. You do not have to sell the shit, sir.
Listen, we all know as a black male in the United States, we got a social disadvantage. So let's not even
Rush. He asked you, if he brought you 10 keys to your house, do you have to sell it? Before he brought the 10 keys to your house, you were already fucked up, poor, disenfranchised, whatever you want to throw out. You weren't selling keys. So just because they're there does not mean you now have to sell them, sir. Come on.
I mean, personally, I want it no matter what circumstances I'm dealing with, but not everybody has that strong will.
Again, I agree with you. But again, you can't get into the dope game and then be like, well, that's not fair. Like, that's the issue. You get into the dope game, you're more likely to get killed or be imprisoned, or the police watch you, Like, why do you think when people in the black community get rich, they move out of the hood?
I mean, you make a point, you know, but we can't ignore that things is a lot more harder than for things are a lot more harsh. Our reality is a lot more harsh than you guys. You know what I mean? And
Don't do
we,
that, Rush.
Yeah,
but
Rush, check this
I'm
out.
just,
Check this out, and then go ahead.
uh-huh.
Jussie
No,
Smollett was able to fake a hate crime and file a false police report, and he didn't get charged. He did that little booking session, but he hasn't been charged. He hasn't been prosecuted. So you can't just say it's color, sir. It's class, it's status, it's money.
so do you know what the median income for a black man is in America?
Tell us.
$41,000. Do you know what the median income for a white man in America is?
$42,000.
$52,000. It's about $11,000 off.
I could buy a lot of Jordans with that $11,000, Savage.
About $11,000. There's not that much of a disparity, but again, there's more white people on welfare than there are black. But if this was a white supremacy, white privilege, like if this really was about race, then there would not be any white people on welfare, and there would be no rich black people. There'd be none.
what about red line credit card line? Red
So
credit card redlining.
Works for
That's
white people too.
So
That's what
redlining happened in the 50s and 60s. It doesn't happen in 2020. It didn't happen in 2010. And your credit score is what's based off of what loans you can get. So
it still happens, Savage. Now they just use your zip code to determine how much income you make. But that's why I said it happens to all Americans, because if you're in a shitty zip code, no matter if you're black or white and you apply for credit, they will approve you for a certain amount of credit based on your zip code.
To the zip code zone, man. Black people. You know what I mean?
Bro,
So Rush, that's not a simply black issue. That affects anyone in a fucked up zip code.
I live in East Cleveland, bro. I live in the east side of Cleveland. My insurance is higher where I live. I used to live on the west side. My insurance went up $60 a month because I moved 4 miles east because of the zip code I live in. Just for moving. Same.
That sounds about right. Anytime you live in the hood, they gonna raise your insurance.
So that credit card redlining affects him, a white man.
Something's prone to happen to you because you live in the hood. That's nothing new.
It affects him as well.
But I'm white.
White people stay in the hood as well, Rush. When we say credit card redlining, we're assuming that all white people are rich and it doesn't affect them.
But it does. The things that affect this community affect white people in the community too. Like it's a class issue. It's not a race issue.
Yeah,
I guess we'll agree to disagree. You know what I mean? Like
you're disagreeing with facts, though, sir. Everything we said isn't a fact. He just told you he's a white man in zip code. You know there are poor white neighborhoods even where you stay at, so they are affected by the credit card redlining either. So why would you disagree with the fact?
Like, I understand that in 1963, 1962, there's a very strong argument to be said that it was a race-based issue. But we haven't become more racist since 1964 when the Civil Rights Act was passed. We also you can literally call white people racist for anything. If you see a fight, you could come slap my kid's mom in the mouth and I punch you. If someone takes a clip of that fight, automatically it's because I'm a racist. Automatically. No one's going to say, well, maybe that man called him a bitch. Maybe he called him gay. Maybe he smacked his baby mom. Maybe he tried to steal his car. Maybe
The
there's
percentage
something else going on.
of me or somebody slapping your baby mom just like a slim chance, and somebody catching the clip and just
So
holding the clip against towards you. Man, that's like what you're talking about face every day during the week. If I'm not on point, I could be locked up. You know what I mean? Just to pick my skin. You know
That's not true, Russ. Have you ever been locked up in your
what
life because of the
I
pigment
mean?
of your skin?
It's true, buddy boy. Come on,
Have
man.
you ever been locked up? Since it's true, then that means sometime in your life you have been locked up because the pigment of your skin.
I've literally been pulled over by the police and told, "What are you doing here? You're white. Are you buying drugs?"
If you're going to a black neighborhood that's an aggressive environment, you're gonna get those kind of
But how many times have you been pulled over and said, "Why are you black in here?"
plenty of times in the white neighborhood,
Where?
Morris County.
So they said because you're black. They literally said, "You're black. Why are you in this neighborhood?" That's what they said.
So
Word
it's
for word.
not directly, but it's because
So you're assuming.
in a wealthy white neighborhood.
So you're assuming.
It's
But
not
I
assuming.
literally, I've had black cops tell me to my face, "I am white. I don't. The only reason you're over here is because you're buying drugs." See,
Rush, it's in a. Go ahead,
I
Sam.
get told that I get told about my race. When I make an argument with you, you will say, "Well, that you're white, so," or "Your point's not relevant because you're white," or "White people think that," or like I'm in the hook.
That you're giving me, it doesn't. It's not gonna. I'm not calling you a liar. It's hard for me to believe that you'll be caught up in a jam as much as I would if I got caught up in the same situation with you. You know what I
No,
mean?
but Rush, you specifically said that you were pulled over because you were in a white neighborhood. I said that's an assumption, and you said no, it's not. But when he asked you, did they say, "What are you doing in this white neighborhood?" You said no. So it's an assumption because you assume that no other black people live in that neighborhood, and they're not used to black people
So why
being
else
in that neighborhood.
right? Why else would they pull me over?
What did they say you did?
They claim that my brake light wasn't functioning correctly, but it's a lie. It was working.
They do that to us. I've been pulled over in white neighborhoods saying that I crossed the fucking triple. I ran 3 stop signs.
Hold up,
And they
Savage.
run one.
Rush. Now, Rush. Now, you do know that police tend to profile cars. If your car is an older model car and they think that you can't afford insurance, they will find a fuck reason to pull you over based on your car model, white or black. So you said, why else would they pull you over? Well, for the reason that they gave you, and 9 times out of 10, they want to, when they pull you over for bullshit like that, they want to see if you have something else. If you weren't dirty, you weren't dirty, so the stop went well, right?
I dropped a 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Cool. Shit is not an old whip.
Okay, well, I'll throw that one out. You were clean, though, right? You had no drugs or no reason for you to be arrested or given a ticket, though, right?
I had a firearm on me.
But was that illegal?
Nah, I have a license to carry.
So again, that comes. So you assume that you were pulled over because you were black. You gave them everything. You were able to prove that your light was functioning either in court or right there, and everything was normal. What's the problem?
Problem is, I got pulled over.
They pull white people over all the time, bro. I get pulled over, bro. I've been pulled over.
I'm not crying about it. I just know what it is. You know what I mean?
White people get no tickets, Russ.
Bro, we get pulled over for fuck shit too.
It's like, more of them, but y'all don't get pulled over as much, Savage. Y'all don't get pulled over.
Like, I've had my license suspended 4 times in 1 week.
Black people the only ones with cars.
Yeah, like I've been told straight up that I shouldn't be over here unless I'm buying drugs, and then I need to leave. And if they see me over here again, that they'll arrest me. Like you're very rarely gonna ever hear of a cop blatantly coming out and telling a black person that they're black and they don't need to be here and that's why they're pulled over. Very rarely. But they don't give no fucks, you white. They give no fucks. Because you can't be racist to white people.
They're gonna do that in the suburbs like that, man, because they know the area that I'm living at. They know I probably got lawyer money, which I do. You know what I'm saying?
But they don't care if you have money, bro.
No. Here's the thing, right?
They don't know you have money when they pull you
Why?
over.
Hold on. Why you think there's no tyranny coming from the police in the suburbs?
Because it's not high crime areas.
No,
And
well, that's a good reason too. That's one good reason. That's one reason you can factor in. But you can't go around pulling niggas over on some bullshit in the suburbs because chances are they got enough money to bring you to court for that bullshit, man.
Rush. If white people are killed more by the police, it's happening somewhere. It's not just all in the city. It's not just all in the suburbs. And even still, if they think that the people have money to pay it off, that means they are still pulling those people over for fuck shit to try to fuck them out of money, no matter what color they are.
Tell me this: why every time I turn on television, there's another black man getting killed by the police?
Because that's what the media wants to show you.
It makes you emotional.
And that's what the media
wants from black people.
Cut and dry. What he said, cut and dry.
I agree, man. I totally disagree, but
okay, I got a question for you. Do you know Reverend Jesse Jackson?
Yeah, I know that crook.
I don't
know him personally, but I've heard of him. Yeah.
You know Al Sharpton?
I've heard of him too.
Do you know what Al Sharpton's been doing for like the last 40 years?
You tell me, man. Educate me.
He comes out and says, this is racist. This is racist. That's racist. And he extorts money for racism, right?
Listen, man. There's going to be some crooked people that's in position that's going to do that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's a part of politics.
Yes,
we all know wolves is covered in sheep clothing and when you're dealing with a politician or in that lane, in that realm of politics.
So they're not racist to him though. Just him. They just take a pass out for him.
Like, this is the thing. The people that are in the media pushing racism, like, I'll give you an example. Mm-hmm. The people in the media that are pushing racism are fucking like loaded. They're rich, super rich. Like Al Sharpton is like, he's recognizable, got money. All right. He comes out and says that's racist or this is racist. He gets a bunch of money and he wears $15,000 suits. But every year there's like more racism that keeps happening. You have a bunch of these fake hate crimes that keep coming out. You had that biracial NASCAR driver that had a noose in his garage. Found out that was a lie. You had Jesse Smollett come out and say he was accosted by white men in the middle of Chicago at 3:00 in the morning wearing mega hats, pouring bleach on him, trying to hang him. Found out that was a lie. There is so much racism in America, and black people are under the gun and just being murked down every day that they actually have to make up racist fake hoaxes.
Don DeMarco.
I mean, that's one scenario you're talking about. I mean,
there was a guy that just got arrested for insurance fraud. He spray painted the N-word and swastikas all over his car. Here to find out, he did it. The girl that had fucking a swastika painted on the side of her house. Fake.
Let me ask you a question, Rush. Let me ask you a question. You said you feel like if Jacob Blake was a white man, he wouldn't have got shot. Well, let me point out to you, a female Trump protester yesterday got shot in the face by police and killed, and 3 more people have been killed during those protests. You want to guess what color those people were that were killed that were unarmed by the police or security forces or the FBI?
They're white.
He knows. That was a Don DeMarco.
When you look at George Floyd, a year, like 2 years prior to George Floyd, there was a guy named Tony
Tempa.
Tony Tempa. He called them for help because he has mental problems and he was on drugs and he was having a mental breakdown. He called the police for help. They put him on his chest and they kneeled 3 cops on his back. He begged for he cried and said he couldn't breathe and he begged for his mommy, and the police laughed at him and laughed and mocked him while he cried for his mother, and he was mentally ill and he died 3 years before. It wasn't in the news. You didn't hear about it. There was a 6-year-old white kid that was in the suburbs. He was in like the country, got shot like 9 times by police and killed over a turn signal. Wasn't in the news. Like, the reason that you don't see white people in the news is because there's an anti-white narrative to keep the races separate. Like, the whole idea of privilege is it's just a view. It's a point of view.
Nah, white privilege is real, man. That shit
Black
is
privilege is real too. By that notion, black
Yo,
privilege
what kind of
is real
privilege
too.
we get? Yo, what kind of privilege we get, man?
You're able to
Yo.
you're able to walk around and call white people racist in 2020. You're able to dox them. You're able to call and get their jobs taken. We're able to do a lot of shit.
Yo, man, I guess
we're able to do fake hate crimes in the public and get rewarded for it.
When Trump became elected, there was a mentally challenged kid that was 16 years old that was abducted by 3 black teens, and they tortured him and yelled at him that he was a white person that voted for Trump. Those kids were not charged with kidnapping or a hate crime. They were not.
But what about your ancestors that used to feed black babies to alligators? They wasn't charged for that shit either.
What about the black ancestors that did the same thing during the tribalism? They weren't charged for it. Dude, stop that shit. That's just how that was the times that we were in. And we can't even prove that happened, sir. There are no actual photos of it. All those pictures are drawings, and we're going off fucking hearsay.
And again, if you got to go back 156 years, like that's a very bad thing to justify white privilege in 2020.
That's what your peoples did, though. Y'all know some rape pillage and all that. That's what y'all know.
Hold up, Savage. I got this from Rush. But does that logically make sense? They're saying that white people who hunted gators before slavery, they decided, well, in order to hunt gators now, we are going to throw the babies in there. We need the babies because the babies end up growing up to be younger and stronger slaves, and they produce more slaves, but we're just going to throw those in there, not the old people. We're going to throw babies in there. Does that make sense to get rid of the people that are going to keep providing the slaves?
This is what they did.
You don't know that. We've been told that, and I'm telling you to apply logic.
So
yes, you've been told that
slavery never took place.
But no, what I'm saying is, Rush.
Dehumanized never took place.
Rush, no, I'm not going that far. I'm saying we're going to say we've been told that they use black babies as gator bait. I'm going to go with that narrative, but that's what we were taught. Okay, but logically speaking, if you were a white person, a slave owner, would you rather kill the older slaves using them as gator baits or babies who are going to continue to produce, because they're going to be babies, they're going to grow up and they're going to be young and strong and healthy, and then they're going to produce more slaves? It doesn't make sense for them to use babies as gator bait is what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense.
So you have to understand something, okay? Mm-hmm. So one, the Muslims started the slave trade, for one. Two, only about 1% of whites owned slaves. Out of the whites that owned slaves, there were other poor white people that worked on those same plantations next to the slaves.
Nah,
Indians
that's not
own.
true.
It is
That's
true.
not true.
It's 100% true. The only
If you from Ireland, yeah, maybe you went through some situation like that, or even
bro,
from Italy, but nah, not in
I didn't.
America. America was known for the slave trade, and
No.
they overworked us, and they did a lot of
The
they did a
Arabic
lot of work
slave trade
too.
happened before the American
America's
slave
wealthy
trade, though.
because it got free labor from the blacks, man. I mean,
Stop.
so what? We gonna forget about that situation?
You
The
made an
Arabic,
argument. Listen, you made an argument that I didn't make. I didn't say there were white slaves. I said there were poor white people that worked next to those slaves. That's what I said. I didn't say they were white. I didn't say there were white slaves. There were Irish slaves though. There were. There's actually a law, if you want to go look it up, that it became illegal for you to take your Irish slave and to breed him with black people, because black people as slaves was worth more money than Irish slaves. And what they were doing was they were mixing the slaves and then selling the offspring for the same amount that they were selling black slaves for. So explain something to me. If you have a $10,000 car and you have a $1,000 car, are you going to beat the fuck out of your $10,000 car and treat your $1,000 car like gold?
I mean, the logical thing to do. Nah, hell no.
Correct.
And we act like these people had no logic back then.
Black slaves were worth more money. You can look it up historically. They were worth more money. They were considered to be property. Like, you're
valuable property.
Yes, you're going to treat property worth more better. So it's not going to be an argument about who had it worse or whatnot. I'm not saying slavery wasn't bad. Not making that argument. But it wasn't all white people. That's not true. It was only 1% of the South had slaves.
And black people owned slaves as well.
There were.
Well, we the ones who invented. Well,
no, the black people owned slaves as well. Continue, Savage.
The Africans did it. You know what I mean?
No, in America. No, in America, black people owned slaves, sir.
Correct. During the time in which African slaves were being taken from Africa to America, there were more white Eastern European slaves taken from Europe to Africa than came from Africa to America by the Muslims.
See, Rush, I hate to hit you with that red pill, unpro black shit, but like it's true. Like, how do you not know that black people in America own slaves? How do you not know that?
I mean, there's no documentations that could prove this. You know what
yes,
I mean?
it is. You know what I mean? Dude, you can do a simple Google search and it'll give you plenty of documentation. What are you talking about? Savage, if you about to do a screen share, hold on, let me change the format.
Yeah, I'm about to.
See, this is what they don't tell you in Hidden Colors, Rush. That's why I'm wary of that's why I say a lot of shit, if you just apply logic to it, you'll be like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. I know what you're saying happened, but it doesn't make sense because slavery was big business worldwide. It was a business.
Correct. And it was happening for hundreds of years before the Europeans had ever even got into the slave trade. And I'm not saying that the slave trade was good. I'm not saying that black people deserved it. I'm not saying that they didn't have it rough. I'm not making that argument. What I'm telling you is the way in which that the slaves, like the way that we're taught about white and black history, is completely and utterly to keep there to be division. So right here, first slave owner in America. You can see right here. So this is a picture. Come on. America's first slave owner, documented in the colonial Northampton court records in 1654, was a tobacco farmer, Anthony Johnson, a black man.
Don DeMarco.
There was not as many black slave owners as there were white slave owners. You're right. But again, slavery wasn't a race thing. It was a profit thing. It was legal to be a slave owner. So there were people that could afford it that were slave owners. Now, did there later become racial tension between the people that had slaves and their slaves? Yes, I'm sure. But it wasn't the cause of slavery. It was literally, we can get fucking cheap labor from Africa. They'll sell us these slaves and we can make money with these slaves. Like, it didn't start off. It did not start off with they're black people, they're animals. Let's go do some slavery. Like, the slave trade was already existing. Right here. So the London Company wants it says settlers to go to Virginia, free land, free ship fare, sign up to work for a what's that say? Manter? A Virginian planter. Work for 7 years to pay back the planter for your fare to Virginia. After 7 years, you will receive land, clothing, same livestock, and tools come to be. So this right here is
that's an indentured servitude contract, right?
Yeah, this right here is an indentured servitude contract. So you had to work for 7 years for free with the hope of getting the ability to own land and stuff, which, if you look back, indentured servants didn't ever get any land. When it came down to doing dangerous work, are you going to have the guy that is going to be free in 7 years, or are you going to have the guy that you own for life do the dangerous work? Like, who would you be more willing to lose? The guy you own his entire life, or the guy that you have for 7 years?
I mean, the logical thing is the guy on the contract for 7 years.
Yeah, so you're gonna not give him the super dangerous work. So, like, the indentured servants got treated worse because they were worth less to them. So, like, just history is taught to us to give us a certain view, and this view has made black people see race in every single thing. Like, everything's about race. Like, earlier when we were talking with Mario made a comment to Blake about, well, I don't know if you're coming that from white privilege. No, his argument is, I don't like the government. Him not liking the government had nothing to do with race, because I'm sure there's plenty of black people that don't like the government. I think it's a fair statement.
We all could come to agreement that the government is not really for the people.
Correct.
You know what I mean? That we could come to an agreement for. With, you know what I mean?
So,
but as far as yeah, that's like one guy that owned a slave. Okay, cool, that's black, whatever. But I still can't forget the other things, the other events that took place in the United States towards my people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But we have to apply logic and see, were things really as bad as was portrayed to us?
Not even that. I'm not even gonna go that far. Let's do this. All right. So 1% of white people own slaves. Okay. So not everybody. All right. White people that didn't own slaves, that were poor, fought to end slavery. Like, they fought in a war that ended slavery. Correct.
Right, but the only reason why
ain't no but. Yes, go ahead, Savage.
Why that happened?
Now we're gonna just rush, just leave it at yes. He ain't want an explanation, he just wanted yes. Go ahead, Savage.
Okay,
Yeah.
So when they went to ratify the Constitution for independence, they actually were trying to get slavery to be outlawed in America. The reason that slavery was left on the books, because they could not get 2 of the colonies to sign the Constitution. They couldn't ratify it. 11 states in the Union did not want slavery. They did not. 2 did. So the other 11 compromised and kept slavery in the Constitution. But the founders that wrote the Constitution believed that slavery was wrong, and they put that into the document, saying we the people are created equal. So even if they couldn't get it right then and there, they left the foundation for it to be able to be amended. That was the whole point of the Constitution, that you can change things as things go forward. So this country isn't this super bad racist place. Are there bad people that done stuff? Every bad thing that you're going to say to me about what happened to black people happened from Democrats. Every single one. The Dixiecrats owned slaves. The Dixiecrats were the KKK. The Democrats took fathers out.
You know, the Republican Party is the people that want to end slavery. We all know that. You know what I mean?
I understand that. But what I'm telling you is, do you know who controls the history books? Do you know who is in control of schools?
You guys.
No. Not. Don't say you guys, because I don't control shit. My uncle is not a senator. My uncle doesn't know the president. My uncle doesn't know anyone in power.
The elite. I said the elite for conversation's sake.
So you're elite because you're white, Savage. Glad to know that.
So do you know what group of that elite dictates what's taught in school?
Enlighten me.
Democrats. So who owned the slaves? The Democrats. Who teaches what happened?
Hold on. Like, yo, I'm not a Democratic. I don't roll with the Democratic Party. I mean,
I'm not
matter
saying
of
you
fact,
are.
there's a lot of shit that they do I don't agree with.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm leading you down a road of logic here. So the Democrats owned slaves. The Democrats did the Red Line. The Democrats did segregation. The Democrats did the KKK. All the bad shit that happened to black people, Democrats. Now the people that want to teach you about slavery and how bad it was the Democrats, correct? They control the schools. They control colleges, right?
I see where you're getting at, but yo, it's just not going to change my mind on what happened, what history took place.
We don't need you to change your mind. We just need you to apply logic to what you think you know is history, because logic also tells you we don't know. It's word of mouth. It's a folk tale. Some of the stuff.
It's not a folk tale.
I said some of the stuff, like
what
the
white people do in the United States. It's like this all over the world.
I'm saying like
You know
gator bait. I'm saying gator bait, for instance, could be a folk tale. Black people being whooped and their feet being chopped off.
It's not a folk tale, man.
You can't prove it, but you can't prove it, and it makes no logical sense to get rid of the babies. The babies are the ones that grow into strong adult slaves and produce more. If you kill the babies, you can't produce more slaves, you nut. That's logically speaking.
But I mean, that's your opinion. That's your perspective.
No, that's logic. How can a population, if you kill all the babies, if you kill all the babies, how can you keep reproducing slaves, sir?
Because the first two slaves you have to pay for. Every baby after that's free money, right? Like, you didn't have to pay for that slave. Right?
We don't know what percentage of babies they was killing off, man.
But any amount of babies is a loss.
Because it's all profit.
That's your profit. You would literally be taking your profit and throwing it into the fucking gator.
To hunt a new way when you've already known how to hunt gator. But you literally cannot reproduce. If they were killing all the babies like that, then there would be no new slaves.
Like, do you know why in the Middle East you don't see black people? You don't see black people in the Middle East where they had slaves. Do you know why?
Enlighten me.
They castrated the males. They bought the slaves, castrated them, and then took them to the Middle East so that they couldn't reproduce. They didn't do that in America. They didn't castrate all the male slaves because they wanted them to reproduce. But the reason that I'm telling you this is because the Democrats did all the fuck shit. The Democrats are now who teach slavery. They teach you what happened, okay? Who are the people that say they're for you? The Democrats. Who are the people that tell you that the Republicans are racist? The Democrats. So They're the ones that did all the fuckery, and they keep turning this wheel of emotion about how bad slavery was and everything's race-based, but then they point it to the other direction for their own power.
Racism is big money. We know that. On the black side, racism is big money because you said Jesse Jackson and them are crooks. They race bait. It's big money. The same thing with the media. It's big money. If you keep tension between black and white people.
Not just that, but LeBron James, when Aubrey got shot, he said, I am afraid for my son to walk outside with all these white people. Do you know where LeBron James lives?
He lives in a wealthy neighborhood.
A wealthy white neighborhood. So tell
He's
me.
never been pulled over and asked, what you doing here? You black.
Well, I mean, LeBron James don't count because he's rich.
Yes, but follow logic. That's class. That's not race. It's class. He doesn't get affected by the racism because he's rich. So then it shows you that it's a class issue, not a race issue. But if he's so afraid of all these white people just shooting down his son because they're just out here murking black boys.
Yeah, we know he's just talking shit. Yeah, we know that.
But guess what? So you agree that slavery is bad, right?
Of course slavery was bad.
Okay, so you know that LeBron has a sponsorship with Nike, right?
Okay, yeah.
You know that Nike is made in it's a Chinese brand that's made in China with slave labor, right?
Don DeMarco make you feel different about your LeBrons and Jordans, right?
I don't wear LeBron. I'm not even a fan of LeBron James.
Well, whatever.
But guess what though? Are you a multimillionaire?
Of course not.
Are you on TV?
Of course not.
But a man who's wealthy as fuck gets on TV that makes millions of dollars, rich as fuck, who has a deal with a company that uses slaves to produce his stuff and pay him money, all right, tells you that you need to worry about racism. They're going to kill you, all the white people.
Right. Well,
because he's rich. They ain't gonna kill him because he's rich, but
right,
they're gonna kill everybody else.
But I'm not easily influenced by people like LeBron James anyway. So it's like
I know you
agree with his message though. You agreed with his sentiment because you said earlier you feel like you were pulled over because you were black.
Yes, you wasn't there with me, nigga.
So you agree with his sentiment, and I
wasn't
there with
that's
you.
One scenario, MoneyBoy Trey.
I know, but I was just
that's one scenario. So you can't take my one scenario and compare to that bullshit.
No,
I'm telling you what the fuck I went through. It's my situation. I have the ability to discern what the fuck was going on, my nigga.
But you said
because I was black. You know what I mean?
But you weren't told that, so you don't know. So it's an assumption. It's okay to say that it's a rational assumption, but it's an assumption nonetheless. Because they didn't say.
The nigga holler at your baby moms, right? You try to slide up in that pussy, right? You are you gonna say it's just an assumption, or you got the discernment that the nigga try to sleep with your baby moms, nigga?
Yeah, but we both know when men interact with women, it's for sex. You don't know that when police interact with black people, it's because they're black. Name one chick that you went over at 3:00 in the morning to hang out with that you weren't trying to fuck. Name one.
You just said LeBron is black in a white neighborhood, but he's rich, so his color didn't factor into him being in that rich neighborhood. We know black people live in rich neighborhoods. They don't know when they pull you.
Some things you can get away with. Yes, I'm not disagreeing with that. You know what I mean?
They didn't know who you were when they pulled you over, sir.
For you to say
they didn't know who you were when they pulled you over.
Hold on. For you to say that I didn't know what was going on and I'm just making the assumption, it's an assault to me. Because as a man with discernment, I know what the fuck I'm dealing with. You know what I mean? You wasn't there with me, my nigga.
Rush, so you're a man with discernment. So you know that if you weren't specifically told that you were pulled over because you were black, it's an assumption. I'm not saying your assumption is wrong, but it's still an assumption. Your assumption could very well be right, but it
Nah,
could be wrong too.
it's
Hey,
not wrong, son. I'm 100% correct. I know
hey,
what I'm dealing with.
I'm sorry. I'm supposed to go do some work, and I'm running late.
Go ahead. Handle your business.
Well, yeah, but long story short, what I was telling you was a guy that's rich that doesn't receive racism, that receives money from a company that is about slave labor, which China also doesn't like black people. They're racist against black people. They don't like black
Right.
people.
They hate us. Yeah. I would know this. Yeah.
They are racist, but he gets money from them. Doesn't say anything bad about that, but tells you need to worry about white people in your life. Like, what you have to understand is when you have all these people keep on being on TV telling you about these racist stories, all right, you're going to get an idea that racism is everywhere, all around, and everything is racist. And that's going to shape the way that you view things, because viewing things is a perspective.
Right, but the situation I went through at my neighborhood is not influenced by LeBron James. That's a scenario I had to deal with.
But I'm not saying
you know what I'm saying? So that's not.
Listen, but I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is when you have LeBron James say it, okay, then you have Jesse Smollett come out and say he was targeted. You have your mom tell you about racism. You have all these people around you telling you this story, but there is evidence of statistics and facts that show you that that's not the case.
And they're Democrats.
So tell me this. So tell me this. In '97, when my mom was working at a predominantly white bank, right? Why they carve nigga on the fucking hood on the car of a vehicle?
Because
why they do that?
That was an isolated incident.
That was a racist person.
So I'm supposed to just ignore that and say, yo, that never happened, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But that's like that's literally.
If there's a large amount of people saying that racism was around, there's some truth to it, man.
You're supposed to take it as an isolated incident. Go ahead, Savage.
I didn't say there wasn't racism. You told me the argument was about white privilege. What I'm telling you is there's black people that are racist. There's Chinese, there's people that don't like other races in every group. But to extrapolate that your mom had that wrote on her car means that white people are racist is effectively me living in a black neighborhood and my bike got stolen 5 times. So that means all black people steal bikes. That means that LeBron James, even though that motherfucker's rich, he's black, and I've had my bike stolen 5 times by black people. He might steal my bike. Like that's what you're doing. That you're equating that an isolated incident.
What you're doing is you're discrediting everybody's past history with dealing with racism. You know what I mean? My mom went through it. My father went through it. My whole family went through it. We all could give you a testimony on how we got shitted on by white niggas.
Bro,
your
mom.
I'm black and I can't.
That's you, MoneyBoy Trey. You know what I mean?
I know, and there are people just like me, and there are people like me and you.
Your mom is how old?
She dead, man. She died when I was 17.
Okay, so how old would your mom been today?
In the 50s by now.
Okay, so she was born in the 60s.
Yeah.
Okay, so in 1964, the Civil Rights Act was passed. To equate 1964 as 2020, it's not even the same. We've had a half black president. We have black millionaires that white people.
Yeah, he black, but he wasn't really for the people though.
But he was still black. If race was such an issue, though,
that's half white.
Voted for him.
That's half white.
But he's still half black.
Black people still voted for him because he was black. They didn't say he's half white, so I'm going to vote for him.
And white people voted for him because they liked him as a candidate. They didn't vote for him because he was half white.
And they didn't call him half white because white people generally don't accept mixed people. That's what black people do.
Like my son's mixed. When people ask me, I say he's mixed. That's what I tell them because he's half white and half black. I don't say this is my white son, and I don't say this is my black son. He's mixed. Like what I'm
No.
telling you is we don't live in 1964, and things have changed, and things have changed so much that you have 13% of the population that want to be the majority on television, the majority in movies. Like if white people can't hire all white crews, but you can openly be black and say I'm not hiring white people, and that's okay. If you look at the numbers when it comes
But
to,
how many black people actually own anything? We don't own shit.
but that's
Doesn't matter.
Y'all
You can
own
it don't
everything.
make it because
Rush,
that's
it
Y'all own
doesn't matter.
everything.
Rush,
that
it doesn't matter how many. It's the fact that you're able to say, I got a black on this, I got a black on
No,
that,
it
I got
does.
a black
It does matter.
entertainment television. Doesn't
It
matter
does
how many
matter.
people are. No, it doesn't. If you're able to do it, you're able to do it. Any black person can say. There's a whole sector called the pro-black sector.
listen, I'm gonna leave on this note right here. This is the issue. Back in the 30s, back in the 20s and 30s, black folks did businesses, they started something, and they had a mindset that was about being self-sufficient.
Right. But
Steve,
what fucked that up was Martin Luther King when he had everybody integrated with each other. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying I'm not saying that's not true, but the problem here is you don't have black people that are doing this. Like they're complaining about not owning something, but they're not
Trying to
as
own something.
they're not in a mass trying to own something. How many black celebrities have enough money to build Black Wall Street again? Are there not enough black celebrities that have the money to do that?
Yeah, but those celebs, man, they move on a different note. They're not for the people. They're not
But
they're
again,
not allowed to spend their money on their own people.
Yeah, yeah.
yes,
Who
they
the
are.
fuck tells them how to spend their money, bro? That's bullshit. They give back all the time. But yeah, let's finish building, Rush. I'm not saying that your assumption is wrong. What I'm saying is when it's an assumption, it's not a fact. Just like you said they pulled you over. Maybe the lighting from where they were sitting caused him to think that and pulled you over. You're just assuming that you were pulled over because you're black. You may be correct, but just because it's an assumption means that you could also be wrong too, is what I'm saying. I'm saying like you're almost programmed to automatically think the worst. And I'm saying that's like literally the
I'm not
programming
programmed.
that
I'm
I'm
not
saying that
programmed.
no,
Through
I'm
life
not
experience, through life
Rush,
experience,
Rush. I'm
I
not
have to
Rush.
through
I
life
said it,
experience,
Rush,
money boy
Rush,
trade. Through
Rush.
life
This is
experience,
Rush.
I have to move a certain way so I don't get caught up in a serious jam.
Rush, what I
That's all
said,
that is. I'm not
Rush,
programmed.
Rush,
Yeah.
this is what I said. I didn't say you're programmed. I said, and I quote, it's almost like you're programmed to think the worst of everything. That's what I said. It's almost like you're programmed. I'm black just like you, and I don't feel that I have to move a certain way to escape the wrath and the ire of white people. That's why, like I was saying, your situation is isolated. My situation, I haven't experienced it. It's isolated. Little Wayne's situation is isolated. So it's not fair for all of us to run around and act like our isolated incident represents the majority and then shit on the people that say, well, I haven't experienced that and discount us. We all have different experiences. I've never said racism didn't exist. I'm saying some of the shit that we've been taught as far as how fucked up it is doesn't make sense logically. Are there people that say nigga? Yes, it is. Are there black people that call white people hunkies and crackers and peckerwoods? Yes, there are. Shit happens. But that doesn't mean that they're out trying to kill you or any of that shit. Those people are typically just ignorant and they're harmless.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, like, no disrespect to you, man. I'm just saying, man, like, you know,
No, you
we're not
can't
gonna come
disrespect. We building.
yeah, we're not gonna come to an agreement with this, but I do respect your perspective because of what you do, and you're a cool dude. But yeah, man. I mean, a lot of craziness be going on. You know what I mean? And only thing I could do is just handle everything accordingly, like I gotta handle it. You know what I mean? Whether whether if it's whether it's dealing with racism or whatever.
Word, word. That's just like we can I think we can all say racism in 2020 ain't like racism in 1950s and 60s, and then we still have to ask, was racism even that bad in those days when we were in our own? When we had the Negro Leagues, the people in the major leagues weren't running around coming down to the Negro League games calling us niggers. It wasn't until we integrated that they started doing it. Those were paid fans that did it. Sometimes it was players, and sometimes it got dealt with, sometimes it didn't, but it wasn't everybody in the stands doing it. It wasn't every player. But they weren't coming to our restaurants fucking with us doing sit-ins. We were doing it to their establishments.
I mean, I guess from coming from your lens of that, yeah, but you know, that's
But
still
isn't
it's
that what
still
happened though,
it's
Rush? Isn't that
it's
what happened? Forget my lens of thing. Is that not what happened? We had our own section of town. They had their own section of town. We had our own schools. They had their own schools. We had our
yeah,
own
but you gotta
doctors.
thank Martin Luther King
Wait,
for that
wait, let me
though. He
finish.
he, he the one
But
he the forerunner of that. You know what I mean?
but let me finish though. They had their own section. We had our own section. They weren't fucking with us and coming to stop the Negro Leagues or any of that. It was when integration came is when we started hearing about how bad racism was. And can you be upset with those people? They already are coming. Some of the ones that were upset are the ones that typically lost slaves and lost a lot of their free labor. So those are the people that are upset. They've already upset they had to free them. So then they got their own part of town. And now the people that were just their property who they lost are now trying to come to their area when they have their own. And we expected them to be nice.
Of course not.
So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like some of the shit
Nah,
that some
I'm
of the
aware
shit.
of what you're talking about. I'm just saying the nigga that fucked that shit up was Martin Luther King. Towards
I
the end of
won't
his
even blame it
so
on him because he wasn't the only one pushing it.
but he's the forerunner of it. He's the face of it. So I'm just
Yeah,
gonna use him for conversation's sake. You know what I mean? He the one he the one that wanna integrated the whites with the blacks. You know what I mean? And at that time before he made that move for us to integrate with the whites, our money was circulating through our own communities. You know what I mean?
who came first, Jackie Robinson or Martin Luther King? Come on. Who came first, Jackie Robinson or Martin Luther King?
I mean, what does it even matter?
Jackie Robinson came first. It matters because Jackie Robinson was instrumental in integration. He went to the Dodgers, he got paid. And you know what started happening? They started playing the black players more than what the Negro leagues could play. And so all the black players went to the major leagues, which defunded the Negro leagues, which subsequently happened with all the other shit that we had and owned when we pushed for integration, which came
So
well before Martin.
it makes it okay for them to treat us the way they treat us because we was good at something.
No, what I'm saying, no, dude, what I'm saying is the racial tensions really did not start. And even in the baseball, they didn't have to pay us to come. So that happened. That's not how they started treating us like that. Baseball ended up being cool. It was a business thing. But at the same time, remember, I just said these are people that they just had to free. Some of them had owned slaves, and so they just walked away. Y'all have y'all's own set of everything, but you want to come over to ours. Why can't we have anything sacred? It's the same mindset you have in 2020 when you preach your tribalism and black power. It's can't we have our own? It's no different than them, except for they were forced to accept us. And they were upset at it back in the day. Not so much now in 2020. Back in the day, yes, it was still fresh. Now, not so much. That's just a byproduct of integration. People being forced to accept you, not wanting to, and they have to. They have to get over their being mad from losing you in the first place. Then they have to get over being forced to accept you. It takes time. Those people back in those days are dying out slowly but surely. Even our pioneers from that day.
I mean, I guess coming from your perspective, I'm
I hate you keep saying this.
what you want me to say, man? What you
You
want me to
keep
say,
saying that
man?
shit like I got an alien perspective of something. I'm speaking
Nah,
very logical.
it's listen, man. Money Boy Trey, man. It's not like that, man. You know what I mean? Like I'll look things towards a different lens because we had this conversation. You know what I mean?
And that's all it's about. It's not meant to change your mind, but it's meant to make you think, hey, wait a minute. It's because, like I said, they trick us into thinking that Martin Luther King was the start of integration. No, 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 it wasn't that. He became the face of equal rights, not really civil. He became the equal rights face. Little Rock Nine and all of that shit. I want to say Little Rock Nine happened before Martin Luther King. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that happened before him.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, man. These situations took place. You know, and you know, but from what you're talking about, I look at things in a different perspective. You know what I
Russ, you
mean?
know ain't no white man out here trying to hold you down. Keep it real.
I never claimed for that. You know what I mean? Yeah,
I
things is a
know.
lot harder, but
I
you
know,
know,
and I want you to preach that message more than the man, the system against us, because you personally can say that that's not happening to you. So be a beacon of the ones that say that. There's no need to join the plight of we know what happened,
but
we know
but
what happened.
I can't ignore how hard the obstacle is for us.
You don't
So I
have to
can't just ignore
ignore
that.
it. You don't have to ignore it. You can acknowledge it happened while pointing out you personally don't feel that way and aren't experiencing that in your life.
Okay.
Because you're literally promoting something that you personally aren't experiencing in your life. You don't think that's fucked up? That's why dude was pointing out LeBron, like LeBron, you and your immediate family are not experiencing the shit that you talking about. We don't want to hear from you. We would rather hear it from a Crip or a Blood or somebody that's actually, you know what I'm saying, experiencing that shit daily. Because LeBron has not come out in his 18-year career and gave us a specific instance of racism, except for that one time he said nigger was spray painted on his wall, which by the time the police got there, it had been spray painted over and there was no security footage. That's the only story he got. He ain't never had no story about driving in Beverly Hills, Brentwood, Miami, anywhere, and the police fucked with him because he was black. In fact, this mug has police escort damn near everywhere he goes.
Right, but we can't ignore what goes on for our peoples though. You
I
know
ain't
what I mean?
say ignore it. I didn't
I
say
mean,
ignore it. I didn't have I ignored it at all during this conversation. I said I don't think it's as bad as they've made it sound. but I haven't ignored it. I haven't said it didn't exist. And I even gave a logical explanation of why the racial tension would even be there. And you said you could understand that. It's just like right now, say you own Russia's all black whatever, and the government comes to you and tells you you have to now hire white people. You're going to be upset at that. And while you're behind your employees' back, or sometimes in your front of your employees because you're the boss, you may say a racial epithet because you're upset that you were forced to do something. It's only natural to react and revolt against what you're forced to do. Come on, Rush is all black. Say the government came in and said, Rush, 10% of your staff got to be white, sir. We know it's Rush's all black everything, and you trying to give back to your black community, but you must have 10% of your company white represented. How would you feel?
I mean, first of all, if I did own a few companies, I would hire white people. I'm not a racist.
I said if you were forced to. If you wanted to keep it all black and you just wanted to hire all black people because you trying to give back to your community and you ain't got time to give away jobs to white people, that's taken away from your people, and the government said, hey, Rush, I know what you trying to do for your people and all, but I'm gonna need you to have some white people on your board. I'm gonna need you to have some white people in management. I'm gonna need you to have, would you like that?
Of course not.
And that's modern. That's what happens during affirmative action, sir. That's literally modern day affirmative action. We're telling, like, you know what? And then check this out. And Do the Right Thing. You know, that movie started off because the Italian man who owned the restaurant that he built did not want to hang black musicians or black people in general on his wall. And that was the issue with the niggas in that movie. Started the whole, that was the basis of the whole movie. Think about that. It's his shit, and people that don't have to go there decided to start a beef with him because he wouldn't do what they wanted in his shit. And we act like we don't understand why racism did flare up and there was a hatred for a moment. We act like we don't understand that.
I mean, listen, man, things happen, you know, but at the end of the results, black people got the short end of the stick, man. You know what I'm saying?
I won't disagree, but we don't have the short end of the stick anymore.
I mean, to a certain degree, yeah, because we could make moves without all the crazy obstacles they had back in the day.
That's all
That
we
I,
need
we
to,
could come,
that's all we truly need to focus on.
yeah.
All we need to focus on is we don't have the same obstacles as them today. We literally do not have the short end of the stick because there's too many doctors and lawyers and prominent black people that don't have the short end of the stick for us to say that we got the short end of the stick still. It's literally choice now. It's doctors that came from the fucking hood. There are lawyers that came from the hood. It happens all day, every day. Fuck the entertainers. I'm just talking about normal people that work at executive jobs. So we can do Fortune 500 companies, BET, MTV, agents, all of that shit. It's too many successful black people out here for us to still be saying we got the short end of the stick. Yeah, we had it, but if we keep talking about what we had and not focusing on what we have, it gets us in a stagnant position. Can you agree with that? Or can you
No, no,
understand that at
no,
least?
no. I agree with you with that. Yeah, man. You know, some people just kind of have to have the spirit of perseverance, man, and just keep pushing. You know.
Yeah, and that's my main issue with the pro-blackness. Don't get me wrong, I went through my phase, but I'm glad I didn't stay in it as long as most people. It ends up becoming a hustle and it keeps us stagnant because the people that are consuming the pro-black stuff, they're staying stagnant while all the people that are preaching it are getting money and advancing and doing the opposite of what they preach. And just name anybody in the pro-black community that didn't come up off their message and change, from Tyreek Nasheed to Brother Polite to Hassan Campbell to Sonetta. Name one. Jesse Jackson, all of them.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, man, the message that they're pushing out, it's something needed.
I, it's needed for them to cash in. Feel me? Most of their people are staying stagnant, saying what the white man is doing and how the white man is holding them back. All the while, they're selling their products to the black people and they're going and spending more money with the white people and moving near the white people. It's no different than the pastor selling you religion via tithes. He's selling you a product. He's selling you God and salvation. And for that, you should put something in the bucket.
I mean, I understand your perspective of it, but there's reasons why people that accumulate a certain dollar amount of wealth, they choose to move to a different location towards the pale skinned people. You know what I mean?
So here's also the other issue here is nowadays when you have affirmative action, it doesn't even mean that you have to be as qualified. Like you have to be black or you have to be a woman or you have to be Hispanic. Like it's gotten to the point where just because you're a minority and someone needs to check a box, you can get a job. Also, when it comes down to if racism was so prevalent today, then you wouldn't have any black millionaires. Like Jay-Z right now. If
Don't
people were
even
so
don't use
no,
celebrities. Use somebody like Ben Carson or Colin Powell. Use normal people.
no, I'm
Use
gonna no,
judges. Use lawyers.
no,
You use Johnny Cochran.
no. I'm gonna use Jay-Z not because he's black and became a millionaire. He had a product that he was selling. Okay, he went on tour with this product. In order for him to be able to make money, he had to be able to sell it to a large audience. The majority of hip hop music in the world in the country that's bought is by white people. When you go to shows, majority of the people that are at the shows are white. So if racism was holding black people back, that it was such this huge problem, you would not have white people at the shows. You would not have white people buying merchandise. You would not have white people buying records, paying for streams. Like white people would not be investing their money into something that they don't have to invest it into. You have like how many black hip hop artists do you have that are millionaires from selling music? A fuck ton. You don't.
That's a
You
lane.
wouldn't.
That's a lane we had to create for ourselves, though.
Doesn't matter.
And
But
it
there's
did
not.
it, and the business, the hip hop business did not become lucrative until the late '90s.
But does it
That's when
matter?
people started getting money.
That
You know what I mean?
still doesn't discount that there's a lot of people that are
Yeah, but
millionaires
he
off of it.
the way he's projecting Jay Z's situation or any other rap artist situation, they think it was something that started overnight. Nah, it took years of
Bro,
progression for them to reach the level that they at now.
But it took the
everything.
white people to help it get to that level and get it as lucrative. They were making money back then, but it got bigger as they got with people who could distribute and put them out to a broader audience.
Yeah,
Well,
but I
not
mean,
even
it's not
that.
our fault that we're influential. You know what I mean?
No, but
If it's selling a good product, everybody's gonna buy it.
But no, but that's the thing. If you don't have a good product and people don't like your race, I don't give a fuck if you have the best fucking champagne in the world. If I don't like black people, I'm not gonna buy your champagne. I'm not. I'm sorry to tell you, but if race is such an intricate part of my life, I'm gonna make sure that my dollar doesn't feed your kids. It's not gonna feed you. I don't want to see you rolled around in a car that I paid for. I like if race is that important to me, I don't want you to spend my money. So even if the record labels were fucking over the artists or they weren't super rich, they were just had more money than the average Joe working, you still had white people that were buying that stuff, showing you that racism has become less and less relevant to white people. The majority of people are not racist, is what I'm telling you.
That's your opinion. You know what I mean? Just because a few million white people buy some CDs doesn't mean the other billion is not racist.
A few,
Bro,
but
you
that
majority,
that goes
bro,
to show you more people that buy the records aren't than the people that
And
aren't.
and 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 for the record, I'm not saying all white people is racist,
But
but
you're
there
making it
is
seem
a
like it's a shit ton of them.
but
You're
but
making it seem
but
like they're more. This is what racist. It
but
to what
but there
you
is
may
a
not be.
systemic social structure that is designed for y'all to win. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You make it
there's
seem like though
bro,
that more
there's
white
more of
people are
us.
racist than not.
There's more of us on welfare than there is black people. We would if the system was set up for black people to be poor, there would be no millionaires because white people can make music, white people can make clothes, white people can make movies. Everything black people can do, we can do too. Like you don't need black people to for if it's systematically oppressive to make sure black people don't get nowhere, we don't need to make any black millionaires. We don't need to make black people to have anything. You could just make them all poor and give all the rich shit to the white people. There would be no white people on food stamps.
Savage, let me address my partner Rush. Rush, I just want to point out you like went back to default so quick. That's why I said earlier it's almost like you're programmed to go back to negative because not even 10 minutes ago, you and I were just talking about how now black people have every opportunity in the world to get this cake, get this cheddar. We don't have the short end of the stick. And 10 minutes later, you said it's a system set up and designed for them to win.
A,
Go
a
ahead, Russ.
systemic social structure.
Okay.
But it allows us to win as well. So why are you saying it's set up for them if we are
No,
allowed to
because
succeed
it's
in
like
it as
here's the
well?
thing, right? Like how he's coming off, he's saying like, yo, ain't no, like he making it seem like ain't no racist niggas out here that hate black people, and that we don't have to
I didn't
deal
take it.
with our
I didn't
support.
take it that
That's
way
a,
though,
that's a total
Rush.
insult to me and the rest of million black people that deal with this bullshit racism. You know what I
But
mean?
Rush, I didn't take. That's how you interpreted it. We both heard the same thing, and I didn't take it that way. That's why I said that it's almost like a default thing to just go back to something holding us back. We can't like he pointed out, if there are more white people on welfare than black people, how is the system set up for white people to win and they're on
Because
welfare?
they're the majority right now.
But if you're
White
on
people are the
welfare, you're
majority
not
people
winning.
that's living in the United States.
If you're on welfare, you're not winning. So the system is not set up for you to win. And if it is, black people are benefiting off that same system of welfare that's set up for white people to win. So it's not exclusively white. If we're benefiting off of it, it's not set up for them to win because we wouldn't be able to get it if it was set up for white people solely to win. Savage, are you having technical difficulties?
No, I'm just I'm getting my stuff out of my car because I'm at a job. But
Or
so
you doing an electric job? Give me some of that good white boy money.
I don't make good white boy money. But
You're
So
independent
what I'm
contractor, sir. Stop lying.
so what I'm telling you is, I'm not saying that racism, like there's not racist people, all right? But the system is not set up to make black people lose when there are more white people on welfare. Because what they could do is they could just not give black people welfare at all. They could not let black people be millionaires. They could literally make it to where all the money that's generated from black people, they could have never got and given that same thing to white people. So all the white people that are poor wouldn't be poor.
Do you know
But
how
it's not
many
like,
white people and corporations gave money to Black Lives Matter and how many politicians
First of
came
all,
out?
Black
How
Lives
many
Matter doesn't represent for
politicians?
me, man. That's
But
like
no,
that's for
sir,
the
what
gay agenda,
sir?
bro.
You're
You know
missing
what I
the
mean?
point. No,
So
you're
that's all that Antifa bullshit. Like
but
I'm not even
Rush,
with that whole
Rush,
scenario right there.
you're missing the point. These people still, these corporations don't know the inside information that you do. They just think that they're donating to a good cause, but forget Black Lives Matter. How
In all
many
reality, they're really funding the Democratic Party for their own agenda. You know what I mean?
exactly? Remember what he told you about that earlier?
Yeah, yeah, that's something we could agree on. Yeah.
But they're not racist though. They're still trying to pass. They're trying to pass agendas and stuff for black people, so they claim. But even you had all types of people came out and in political parties that said what happened to George Floyd was terrible. Doesn't like most of the people that saw that came out. That's why during those protests, you saw
Not
black.
on the real, that whole situation with Floyd, man. To be real with you, that's just something that just trigger a race war. That I can agree with,
And
but
it
we're
backfired
not going to
because
sit here and
didn't
ignore
it
it. Hold on, I'm
backfire
not going
though?
to sit here and huh?
Didn't it back if it was meant to trigger a race war, it backfired because it brought black people and white people together in the streets. It backfired.
Yeah, but we can't forget we got to factor in Antifa, man. You know what
It
I
was
mean?
still
Because
black
anytime you donate a
Antifa
dollar to Black
Bloods,
Lives Matter, it's the Democratic Party getting that bread.
but Rush, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, it doesn't matter who it was. There were black people and white people in the streets together protesting the system. Yeah, Blake, we're still talking. This is the 33rd episode of the Toxic Masculinity Show, and you know, 33 is a good
All right,
number.
yo. Here's
So,
the thing, man. Here's the thing, man. I see what y'all getting at. Yeah, there is white Hispanics, white people that grew up with black people, so they might not share the same ideology as their parents, but
facts.
that's something that's not gonna disappear. You know what
It
I mean?
is. It simply disappears with the younger people not agreeing with the ideologies of the older people. The older people die
Right, but the
off.
old heads are still around. The old
But
heads are still around
but who are the
until
old
they
heads
dead.
affecting though?
The shit is
Who are
still
they
still
infecting?
here,
If
huh?
the young people are not with what the old heads are teaching, who are the old heads affecting? They're having to get together with other races, old heads. They can't infect the youth. The youth aren't teaching it to their kids, and the ones that are, that's a small percentage. And that kid still has to grow up in the real world to decide whether it's as bad as what dad or mom said. Same way with us.
listen, you
Most
all,
of us are taught white people are fucking horrible until we actually get around them.
Listen, man, I'm not
listen,
here to hold on. First of for the record, I'm not racist. You know what I
Yes, you
mean?
are.
No,
Yes,
I'm
you are.
not.
we
I'm
didn't,
No,
racist.
I'm
well,
not.
I didn't,
No, I'm not.
I,
I deal with
I
all
didn't,
different ethnic
I,
backgrounds and all of that. You know what I mean? I'm just not gonna overlook on the racism injustice I gotta deal with on the regular.
but we all, but we all deal with injustice, bro. Like, that's the thing about life. Like, black people think that I, as a white man, am weak because I'm white. They see me as a soft target. They see me as a racist because I'm white. Not because they met me, not because I said something racist, not because I did them dirty, because the color of my skin. So, like, white people go through the exact same bullshit. But at work, I have to watch what I say because it could be misconstrued as racist and I can lose my job. You can say fuck honkies at work and it's acceptable. You can
Punk
say
ass
I
white
hate
boy.
white people
That's not true.
at work.
That's
You
not true.
can. You can call them punk ass white boys,
Yes, it
hunkies, all that
is.
shit.
Nah, man.
You
Come
can
on,
call
man.
them Karens.
Come on. Y'all going too far with
So
this,
we
man.
don't call. So we didn't call that lady in Oakland the Karen in the park or whatever she was called.
I don't conduct myself in that kind of manner, man. I don't walk around calling white people honkies, man.
Neither do most exactly. Neither most white people are racist, but you're holding them to that stereotype. So
Listen,
we
man,
have to
if
hold. So
if
we
it's a
have to hold
spade,
that.
I'm gonna
We
call it a spade, man.
but so we
You
got
know
to
what I
hold
mean?
that stereotype that we call them Karens, and we can do all of that openly, and nothing happens to us. We can call them a punk ass white boy. We can falsely call them racist. We can call them brads. We can talk about they got flat
Listen,
asses and they
listen.
have
If
a
I'm walking my
recessive.
dog,
We can say they
if I'm
have a
walking my
recessive
dog,
trait.
if I'm walking my dog in the morning and a white lady calls the police on me, accusing me of whatever, I'm going to jail. Not just because she's a white lady, not
No,
just because
it's
she's
not,
white.
Russ.
Hold
That's
on.
not.
Money boy Trey, let me finish. Not just because she's white, but she's a white female. Right now, a female could take a man's first and last name and accuse him of rape. He's going to jail.
A black woman could do the same exact thing. Black women get white people locked up. Lest we not forget the Duke
So,
lacrosse
so
case.
if people is using her for an example of the injustice, what she's doing to a black respectable man that's just walking his dog.
No,
I
you
mean,
brought that up. You said you
you
could
the
be
one who brought
walking
up
your
the
dog.
Karens and all that. You know what I mean?
No, I was saying that
Yeah,
we are
but
racist.
there's a reason why they use that. They say the things that they say is because people see what's going on,
You still
especially with
didn't
all this
di-
technology we got. You know, ain't
you
nothing gonna be hidden no more.
but you didn't disprove what Savage said. Savage said that he has to watch what he says because he is a white man or he will get in trouble. You just said that there's a reason why black people are able to stereotype white people publicly and get away with it. You
Nah,
gave an excuse for it.
I don't agree with that because if I walk around calling white people honkies, that's just gonna put me in a bad space
I got a
financially.
bunch of shit that I need.
Go ahead, Savage. Not the dude
Oh,
that
sorry.
like you in 20, maybe back in the day in 2020, you know that black people are able to get away with doing a lot of shit to white people openly. That's why they're more brazen with the police, even the women, especially the women in the encounters
Thank you,
now,
bud.
because they know they can get famous and they can get a settlement possibly.
So, a couple facts here. You know the woman that the baby mom of Jacob Blake, the woman that called the police.
Right.
So she called the police, right? He got shot. Know what she did? Filed a lawsuit. Think about that. She called the police. The police shot him. She filed a lawsuit on his behalf.
Listen. We know the black lady hates the black man. We know this, man. That's our personal issue that we got to deal with our women. You know what I mean? Not all of
Well,
us is perfect.
They're
but
more of
that's
an
our issue.
enemy than racist white people.
I
But
agree
that's
with you, man. I'm not
Because
even going
we
to
see
debate on
them
that.
every day. You
You know
don't
what I'm
see a
saying?
racist white. You don't see a racist white person every day. Racist white people don't live amongst you. Racist white people can't openly be racist. That's why, like you said, your mom had to be in work or something and get her shit spray painted. They couldn't call her that to her face publicly.
but it makes it okay for them to carve nigga on a
No,
vehicle.
it's not. What I'm saying is races are
Like,
they
yo,
tend to. I'm
that
saying
shit is
that
just fucked
I'm
up.
saying they're
Period.
typically not vocal. They're not public with it. They're hidden.
Yeah, but not what my point was is that you don't even have to say something. It just has to be interpreted that way. And if you're white, you can get fired.
I mean, here's the thing, right? You making it seem like, yo, black people could just run around saying anything to white people, which
They
is not the
can.
Can't
case.
rush. I'm a
Nah,
black guy, and we
that
can.
that I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that
I'm a black guy, and I
because
can.
I got to move accordingly. If I don't move accordingly, that's going to hurt me financially.
Rush. You
Tired?
get to
So I
call
can't run
them
around calling
rush.
You
white people
Rush.
Pennsylvania?
monkeys and all that shit,
Rush.
huh?
Keep it real. You get to freely call them Neanderthals, hominoid, Caucasoids. You get to say all types of disparaging remarks about them. They cannot say that about us. They can't use DNA and science to talk about us, and it'd be cool. It's going to be called racist. Come on
I just
now,
have
They
stuff
G.
have a history of being
like nothing.
racist,
I have
man.
nothing in that wall.
But they wouldn't be racist
They
either
got a
if
history
they
of being
I
use.
was saying you
racist,
can
man.
do it. Like
But if
you
they
don't have to
use
wait for me.
science and genetics to describe us publicly, they wouldn't be racist either. Don Imus got in trouble for calling black women nappy-headed hoes simply because he was white. You know how many black men had called black women nappy-headed hoes before that?
Yo, we get it
Nothing
too.
happened to
That don't
them.
even count because we get that rap too.
No, we don't. Don Imus lost his job. Ain't no black man got. Bruh, rappers get contracts for calling black women nappy headed hoes. We don't get that rap.
Here, I'll give you a great example. Okay. So you watch Tommy Sotomayor?
Nah.
He thinks Tommy is a coon. Shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. You're not a coon in the way he thinks. You have critical observation
Oh,
of
you talking
niggas.
about Tommy Sotomayor?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've watched some of his stuff.
Okay, so you hear the shit he says on YouTube?
Yeah. It's
Show me,
bad. Yeah.
show me a white, show me one creator that's white that does that on YouTube and is not demonetized, not banned, not blocked.
Well, hold on. He has to conjure up new pages because they do flag his page down.
Yes, they flag him. They women flag him because they don't like him, but a white person would get taken down like forever. Like he wouldn't be able to say the stuff a white guy cannot be saying stuff about gays or anything. Like I love Tommy, but Tommy will even tell you he gets to say shit that he knows other people can't say.
I mean, yo, I give you that. That I give you. Yeah. If a white dude came out doing that, yo, he's fucked. Yeah. But as far as in the working environment and all this, nah, like I don't really agree with that. Not 100%.
For sure. Bro,
I
listen, I'm
mean,
gonna tell you now. I work in a union. I work in the local 38 union in Cleveland, Ohio. There was a guy that came to work. He called off every day. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. Like he was lazy as shit. He got laid off. All right.
right.
So when he called the hall, he told the hall that was based on prejudice that he got fired. Okay. Our superintendent never met him. He never seen him in public ever. Never interviewed him. Never met this man. Because he said it to the hall. They had to go through an investigation. There was a
Well, I
bunch
mean,
of stuff
they do that because they're trying to avoid a lawsuit. You know what I mean?
Yes, but
So I'm
that's my
quite
point.
sure if they got all the evidence, they didn't take him seriously after that.
But the thing of it is the dude didn't show up for work for 2 months.
That's fucked
For
up.
two,
That's bullshit. Yeah, that's fucked up.
but that's what I'm telling you. Like I've like if I was a white dude They're gonna fire. They're gonna fire me. My company's not gonna be worried about a lawsuit. Like that's like I'm gonna call the halt. I'm not gonna be able to say it was because of my race. Like I can't play that card. But you have people that do irresponsible shit and then come out and say it's that thing. Like that's my
Yo,
point. Like
what he did, yeah, it's messed up. He should have never got away with that. It should have even came to that point. He should have just took his loss and move on. But yo, not
no,
everybody operating that in that kind of on that on a what's the word I'm
I
looking
agree.
for on a honest level. That's not the word
Rush,
honest, but
Rush,
integrity.
check this out though.
Yeah,
In the NBA, Montrezl Harrell was able to call Luka Doncic a punk ass white boy and nothing happened. He wasn't fined. He wasn't suspended. Could Luka Doncic have called him a punk ass black boy?
hmm,
He
nah.
did this on camera, at work and on camera, for the world to see.
During a game. Like it wasn't some secret clip that someone snapped, like
Right.
pulled
I
out
mean,
and put on him.
right. I mean, even those things. Yeah, that shit is crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
That shit is crazy.
like,
But majority of the
uh,
time, that's not how things is really going down. You know what I mean?
but what I'm telling you
Like
is,
in my everyday life, I'm not walking around calling white people honky. 'Cause I
I,
work with white people too. You know what I mean?
I I'm not saying that you are, but what I'm telling you is that's a clear, like these are clear instances of it being very one-sided. Just like if a woman says that you did something you shouldn't to her, the cops are going to take you to jail.
Right.
Like,
Like you going to jail. Like there's no
yeah, like
questions, no investigation. Off rip, you going to jail. You getting locked up.
yeah, but you have people that are making these claims that have actually no standing at all, but it has to be investigated because they made the claim. Like you can literally ruin someone's career just because they're white. Like like you don't it doesn't go that way. Like I can't just be saying whatever like racist stereotype. I can't do that for any reason. It doesn't matter if the dude was banging my kid's mom on the table with like a billboard of my face while he was doing it, and I said something out of line, I would have still got fired. Like there's absolutely no circumstances where it's acceptable for me to have a say something questionable.
I'll give you another example. Uh, white couple are in their car trying to leave, and this black lady is upset. She's standing behind the car. She's saying, I'll whoop you and your fucking girlfriend. The girlfriend's pregnant. The husband doesn't touch her. He asks her, what is your problem, lady? They're literally trying to leave. The lady keeps antagonizing them. The white people weren't rude, disrespectful, didn't hit them. Those people got fired from their jobs because they went on camera and said that the people were racist. We didn't see what made the black people upset, but we just know when the video came on, they were hollering racist, racist, racist. But when the white people talked, they were very nice. The lady even said, I'm not racist. I don't agree with that type stuff.
Yeah,
They were offended that they were called racist. They
thanks,
just
bro.
wanted to leave. They lost their jobs for doing nothing.
That basketball owner, he literally said, "Hey, can you not like be seen in public?"
Hold up now. I don't agree with Donald Sterling now. I don't agree with Donald Sterling.
No, but he literally was saying, don't be out in public doing that. You're with me. Don't be out in public doing that. That's all he said. He didn't say nothing racist. He didn't say
But well, clearly there was more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to sell his team.
no.
She dropped several clips out on dude. That bitch,
Yes,
but it was a female that brought him down though. His
Yeah.
partners
but
wouldn't have told.
yeah, but listen. But what it comes down to is he didn't say anything racist in those clips. He was just saying, "You're dating me. I pretty much know you're sleeping with these dudes. Can you not be out in public at the games and shit doing it?
I
That was
think he
it.
said. I think he said the N word quite a few times, Savage.
I'll have to look it up. I don't think he said the N word. I really don't think he did. From what I recall, he didn't say the N word.
But I get your point,
Google
though. But he's a bad example. But I get your point. That's why I said I don't agree with Donald Sterling. And the only reason I said I don't agree with Donald Sterling is because I actually think he used racial slurs. But again, I'm not upset with it. I'm upset. A bitch brought him down. None of the NBA owners that maybe thought like that would have ever told. They don't record each other because that's how they talk. But is there racism? Is them saying the N-word hurting or killing anyone? Because at the same time, even if Donald Sterling did drop the N-word, he employed several of them and made them millionaires for year upon year upon year upon year upon year. So was he really that racist? It was just, that was more of a respect thing with him and his bitch, the chick that was out representing him.
Yeah, like it wasn't. You can't do that. It wasn't anything like that. Just like, can you not be out in public? Like, can you not make me look like a douchebag? You screwing other people.
Like, I'm not mad. I ain't mad at him. He's just a terrible example. Because he actually did something. If he actually said the N-word, he actually did something that justified it, kind of. We're talking about people that people are just that are accused of saying something racist.
Yeah, but be forced to sell your team to sell, like, he didn't get fired to sell your team. You own a team, and you have to sell it.
He made great profit though.
Yeah, but regardless, he was forced to sell something he owned. Like,
well, it went against their bylaws. It could have caused the NBA. You have to think of it from the NBA point. Each team is its own individual entity, but the NBA is the front office of it. So they stood a lot to lose by having him still there. That was a business decision, and all the team owners, the other 31 owners, had to vote him out as well.
Guess what? Guess what? Though. Guess what?
Go ahead.
So this year in the last year has the viewership for the NBA dropped?
Everybody's viewership has, but yes.
When did it start dropping?
I don't know, but I would say for everybody, as I just said, that viewership has dropped during the pandemic, around January, when they had to call off the sports seasons and all of that stuff, cancel March Madness,
and
condense the baseball season, the hockey season.
And what else?
I don't know. Go ahead, fill me in.
Do you remember how they were doing Black Lives Matter on all the games, doing special ceremonies for Black Lives Matter?
It was during the pandemic, though, so that people were forced to watch from the house anyway, so that's totally different circumstances.
Yeah, but people were home, so the viewership should have went up. Every other streaming platform went up. YouTube went up huge because more people were at home. But that thing that was political, that people said they were going to stop watching. You remember in the NFL when they started kneeling Didn't the viewership drop there too?
No, it didn't. NFL viewership didn't drop. It was a fucking hoax.
I'm pretty sure the news
NFL is more popular than ever, and the NFL has the NFL has a political message now. Their viewership is up.
That's fucking lame.
Huh?
I said that's lame.
But I'm serious. It's their viewership and the shit is up so much that they added an extra team to be in the playoffs. It used to be 6 teams, now it's 7. And next year, It's up so much they're going to go from 16 games to 17 games. You only do that if you can make the money, if you have the demand for it. And you know you
Damn,
can make money by adding those extra things.
I did not realize it was like that.
Damn right.
Okay,
They get their money
bad
off
example.
sponsorship up front. The ticket money that they get is extra, is like extra bonuses. Like most of these teams in all sports, in all the sports, they have these TV deals and shit. So before they ever even start their season, they're in profit because they all split the money from the TV deals. And then they have their separate like the Browns have their separate jersey sales, ticket sales, concessions, parking, and all of that shit separate from the NFL's money.
Well, you got me on that. I definitely thought that their viewership went down because of the political message on the views.
You know, all the sports leagues tried. Like the baseball did a couple of weeks. They didn't do it as long, but they did it. Like heck, even the NFL, all the games this year and all the end zones have had end racism, and we're in it together. They're not so much as focused on Black Lives Matter per se, but they're more on equality changing laws type thing. They're not specifically backing one particular organization as say the NBA did.
Okay, well, you got me on that.
What say you, Rush?
Yo, no comment, man. You know, I'm about to break out anyway. Yo, Money Boy Trey, man, thanks for having me on your panel. Um,
Thank
yo,
you for coming
yo,
up.
I learned something from today's politicking with you and Mr. Savage. Yo, Mr. Savage, man, I don't want to leave a bad impression thinking that I'm a racist guy that hate all white people because you know
I don't think
I get
so.
along with all ethnic backgrounds, man. You know what I mean? You guys have a great
No,
night, man. I'm like, huh?
no, I don't think that. The whole reason that I was bringing up the argument of racism, I don't care if people are racist towards me or don't like white people, but what I'm saying is when you look at everything through race and think that you have this idea, this defeat attitude about someone's trying to hold you down, that's more damaging to the psyche of someone growing up because then you're pretty much telling them not to try that hard because if you do try, you're still not going to make it.
Chris, answer me this, Chris. If the NFL viewership dropped, how would adding something that people aren't watching or don't care about the solution to the viewership dropping? Make that make sense. Go ahead, Savage.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, just like when you were talking about uh, what black women hating black men. Yeah, you said that should affect us white people too. Do you know why?
How?
So do you watch uh, the swirler videos or the investment
But
videos?
put myself through
Pink,
that too.
pink
Actually,
pill and all that fuck shit.
nah, I can't. I can't. It's hard to look at type of content, but I'm aware of it. I know it's
So what do
around.
they? So what do they tell the? What do those women tell the other women?
Chris,
Um,
they already have something to watch because the NFL is already there and they already had 6 teams. And if people didn't want to watch the 6 teams that they already had, adding a seventh one wouldn't make sense. My bad, Russ.
oh no, this it's all good. I'm not too sure um what their agenda is. I have an idea. I'm assuming that giving
Okay, so
advice
what
on
I'm gonna
hell. You know
yeah,
what
but what this is what it breaks down to. This I'm gonna tell you right now.
I mean? Uh huh.
Leave your community and go outside of it. And pretty much that white men are like the saviors of everything, and they'll like they want you, and they've got money, and they'll take care of you. And what that's doing is it's giving way too much credit to guys like me, for one. Two, It's making hostility towards guys like me and you, and you're going to have a bunch of angry women that are being lied to that are then going to turn around and get mad at guys like me because we're not that thing that they thought that we were.
Right. I mean, but that all stems from a feminist ideology, which I'm totally against. You know, um, that that's not something that's going to even disappear overnight because this is something that's strongly pushed heavy. You know what I mean? In
So,
movies, music, all of that.
do you believe in colorism?
Oh yeah, colorism is real.
How so?
We don't. I don't want to get into that. It's a bit. It's a lot. It's a lot more intricate for you to. Not that you're not smart enough to comprehend, but because you're not black, you're not going to be able to understand those colorism situations. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I got a question for you. So, because of my race, I can't understand something. So, explain to me while any black person can tell me about being white or white privilege. If I can't
I'm not. I'm
understand
not.
something,
I'm not.
if I can't
If,
understand something because of my skin color, then that can be said about another group. But my son's actually mixed, so I actually have to my baby mom's black. I live in a black neighborhood. I'm not. I'm not a white person that lives in Idaho that's never met black people in my life.
right, but just because you date it, you still there's some things you're not going to be able to understand what a black person goes through. You know?
So colorism explains that lighter skinned people get picked because they're closer to white, right? That white people
I'm not going to get
like
into
lighter.
that. 'Cause this is going to open a can of worms. But like I said, man, I want to get into because you're not going to understand. Man.
Well, if white people are the ones that accept lighter skinned people because they're closer to white than non-light skinned people, you would think that I would be the key demographic that would be doing all this accepting, and my sister and my mom and the people around me that are in the ones doing the picking, I would have some sort of understanding with it since I am said person and group that is doing the accepting. Correct?
I'll get to the point. I'm quite sure what you're trying to say.
So the argument about colorism, who pushes that?
Black on
Yeah, I'm good.
have I'm not even gonna
Women,
like it's not like but
but women
yeah,
women
black
push it.
but there's a reason it like that. I mean I'm not one of those type of people hey, like I can fuck with you. I'm not one of those type of people. I mean
But women push that idea, right?
huh?
It's women that are pushing that idea in the community, right?
They magnify. They
Okay.
magnify
So then
it.
who
Yeah.
who all who also teaches who also raises the kids in the community?
Oh, that's important to a respectable because that's you see on how to conduct itself 10 years. It's like anything after that, kid gonna see for the father's wisdom. So it's very critical, and it's a pivotal, it's a pivotal, it's a pivotal moment in those years that your baby mother teaches the kid the right thing. You know what I mean?
So I
Anybody,
got
I mean,
I got a question for you. So would you consider yourself to be light or dark?
I'm a dark skinned brother.
Okay. How many times has another man made a comment to you about you being dark? Like, I can't fuck with you because you dark. I don't hang out with dark skinned dudes. I only hang out with light skinned
Doesn't
pretty
have, yeah,
dudes.
it's majority black females that persistent. Yeah, know that, but that's not really
Okay.
something. You know what I mean?
Well, this is what I'm telling you.
Right.
I told you about the divestment and the swirling, which is being pushed by the women, and colorism, who's pushing it the loudest, is women, and the women are the ones that are raising these rappers that come out and say, "Hey, I like light skinned girls." Like Lil Wayne says, "I like light skinned girls." Lil Wayne, he's a traitor. Blah 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 blah. But he was raised by a single mom, So the women are teaching this to the men. The women are pushing this narrative, and the women are also saying that white men are the saviors. Now, could you maybe think that is their perspective that's being pushed that isn't necessarily true?
Yo, again, man, that's not something I want to get into, man. I was about to break out, but you pulled me into the conversation. But
That's all. Just yes or no. Just yes or no. If you agree or disagree, that's cool. If you
nah,
have to
I
explain
mean,
it,
okay, I'm gonna say this: colorism and okay, there's layers of it. You know what I mean? And it's just like, yes, women do push this shit like heavy. You know what I mean, you can tell how they interact with the lighter skinned females and all that, and how the strong hatred towards the Latinas and all that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm aware of all of that. You know what I mean? But there is aesthetically people phenotypically that look more European get treated better. You know what I mean? But this is not something I want to get into. I'm about to break out, Mr. Savage. You know what I mean? And it was a pleasure conversing with you. And Money Boy Trey, I catch you in the flat. You know what I mean?
Thanks for tuning in, Russ Savage. You got any last words? I'm about to tune down too. This was a long and I enjoyed the show. It was a show fit for the 33rd episode.
you Mason. So long story short. There's really not. There's not like a whole. Like, I really don't think that racism is the biggest problem in society today. I think the gender war is much worse. Is much worse
I
than
agree. That I agree. I agree with you 100% with that. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yes,
I think
sir.
that
But
the gender war is worse.
Thank y'all
yeah,
for joining me, ladies and gentlemen. This was the Toxic Masculinity Show. I'm your host, MoneyBoy Trey. As always, like, share, subscribe, and comment, or you ain't black. Thank y'all. Peace.